We did it, y'all. That was a smooth transition. Okay, I'm working on logging in and getting Andrea pulled up. Hi, friends. Hi again. Welcome to the new live. Meet the new boss. Sing that old bomb. Here she is. Here she goes.
Long stream.
Oh, she got her ponytail on. She got her hair in a ponytail.
Even the time that
Can you hear?
Did spend in the courtroom today, very little of it was really substantively accessible to the public. And this is because today's focus was on the defense playing some video segments, a variety of different clips. Mr. Rosie stated that it was a request of the defense that the videos not be exhibited to the public gallery, and that this was because the videos contained some very explicit details, and that it was essentially for the privacy and dignity of all the participants, but certainly Mr. Allen. So the screen that the videos are played on, it was set up in the courtroom and angled at a way that was intended to prevent the gallery from being able to get a glimpse of the video while allowing the jury to be able to see it. Well, that left us with really nothing else to watch but to watch the jury watch the video. And so that's what I did today. And I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of notes about that, a lot of notes about what I saw. And so that's what I'll be talking about with you, the indications of just reactions from the jury to what it was that they were seeing on the screen. We did hear from one witness today. That was the head of the Indiana State Police. Trying to remember the actual title that he had. I think he's the superintendent, Doug Carter. Doug Carter, I'm understand is kind of had been the face.
I'm trying to be really quiet with my clicking and my typing. If it gets unbearable, let me know and I can adjust.
Mr. Allen was arrested. He would communicate with the press and be a conduit for information about how the investigation was going. And he was very short in his testimony. Essentially, all that we elicited from him was that it was his decision for the FBI to leave the case back in August of 2021. So previously heard that FBI had been booted off the case, and some folks who weren't in the authority position, more underlings in the process, indicated they'd be surprised if that was the case. Well, the head of the Indiana State Police confirmed it today. It was his decision for the FBI to leave. And as he asked them to leave, he also asked for them to return all of their investigative materials. Now, we don't know if the FBI complied with that. The FBI, when it's involved in an investigation, is going to have its own responsibilities with respect to record keeping and maintaining that type of thing. So we know that he asked. We don't know if he got what he asked for. So with that, let's go ahead and get into the details. Also, because of how today transpired, we didn't have nearly as many sidebars, but we did have some. And because I've learned, I'm now starting to keep my running tab of the sidebar length. It wasn't bad today. We had 3 of them total. They were about 3 minutes each, so only about 9 minutes total sidebars in about 3 hours of proceedings, because we were done by about noon today. I do apologize, by the way, for being a couple minutes late getting on here, but I took the opportunity to nap. I had high ambitions for today that just did not come through. It was a beautiful day too. It's like so unfortunate. It would have been such a perfect day to go outside, but no, I napped. And so I had a little bit of a scramble getting myself and everything else together, ready for this recap. So as always, we will start with the Mr. Rosie style watch. Today, he was in a black suit and a shirt that it was difficult to tell under the lighting whether it was a white shirt or a very, very light, subtle blue shirt. And his tie was a blue color that I think is best described as cornflower. It's just a little bit on the spectrum between blue and purple. When I actually got a closer look, I saw that it was a square pattern, alternating colored squares, and so it's actually very tiny little bits of darker blue and white. But at the distance, it reads as this cornflower type of tone. So I do like me a nice cornflower. It was quite a, just once again, lovely color. He's got a very unique eye for colors that just stand out, or not conventional, not your primary colors, not your bright, vivid things, just unique and very eye-catching. So we did start today a little bit later than normal. The start time for court is normally at 9 o'clock. They have been pretty sharp about getting things started, and so it was noticeable today when the clock was ticking and nothing was happening. We were continuing to wait. So it was about 9:15 before the court ultimately came out and is brought into session. So as they're doing this, we can see that they are, moving the TV into an angle where we, the audience, are not going to be able to see it. We have a kind of recap of what the status is with this evidence, because as you will recall from yesterday, there was a lot of back and forth and just modifications that were requested, ordered, needed to be made to these videos before they were going to be able to be played. Some of them required to be removed, the dates considered to be not relevant. Others were associated with audio recording, which is not admissible because it is hearsay when the defendant offers his own out of court testimony. So there is very little to no avenue for Mr. Allen himself to be able to get that type of audio recording admitted. And I want to point out that this is the case even if he does testify. His testifying doesn't alter whether it's hearsay or not. Hearsay is, as I've said, it's an out-of-court statement that's offered to prove the truth of what it says. So I have had some questions. Obviously, I don't know what this content is. I haven't heard it, and so you can't evaluate it without knowing specifically the substance of it. But it does seem to me that it's not being offered for the truth of what it says. It's being offered to show Richard Allen's mental state at the time, his condition, and that type of information. I mean, just kind of as an example, if he is ranting psychotically about delusions that he's having, well, nobody is saying, the defense certainly isn't saying the delusions he's expressing are true. So I have a lot of questions about the hearsay rule being applied to these particular statements, but that is what the rule is. That's what the ruling has been. So that is what we are stuck with, and that means that we in the audience weren't able to hear anything as well, but the jury was also not able to hear whatever it was that was recorded sound-wise on the camcorder system, which is what they are referring to as a transport camera. So essentially, anytime Mr. Allen was removed from his cell in Westville, whether it's taken down the hall, taken to medical, taken to rec, anything like that, there is a prison guard who has a camcorder and is video recording the entire thing. So that's the source of this information. These videos that were shown to the jury today is the camcorder video, but without the associated audio recordings. So when we came back in, they acknowledged that previously the defendant's exhibit XX, which was the thumb drive containing the videos they wanted to introduce, that had been admitted over the state's objection. That consisted of in-cell video as well as the camcorder video that we've talked about. The defense also offered 2 master sheets, which were essentially just guides that listed what videos were being watched, the video file name, the time of the video, and I think to the extent that they had it, the date that the video was taken. So we reestablished that the master sheet that's associated with the in-cell video, that was originally exhibit number ZZ. The defense chose not to offer it at this time. It sounded like because they didn't play the in-cell video today, they have not modified that particular exhibit to eliminate the videos that aren't going to be included on it anymore. So they have, you know, more work that they have to do to finalize that part of their evidence before it can be introduced. So they're probably doing that, you know, over the weekend, as much weekend as we have, with half days on Saturday. But they did admit the master sheet, exhibit YY, which was the same thing, but with respect to the camcorder video that was played to the jury today. So the jury did have that sheet that was published to them. They were able to use that to follow along, assist with their note taking and so forth. So Mr. Rosie addressed the court and indicated that they had a conversation in chambers, just putting this on the record, what happened. There was a conversation with him, Mr. McLeland, and the judge back in chambers, where he said the video contains some explicit scenes and that he has some concerns about that, and that out of respect for the individuals involved, including the families and Mr. Allen and everybody else, that material not be aired publicly. And the judge stated that they had moved the TV recorder to the center where only the jury can see it. So she's making her record of what the court's actions were and what the court's intentions were. The state indicated that they were objecting to anything that was beyond video number 1. Never stated the specific basis for this objection, but it became clear later on, and I'll mention it when it came up, that the state was objecting at least on the argument that the evidence was cumulative, that this was essentially repetitive, wasn't adding anything to what the jury was able to observe from the very first video. I'm very skeptical of this particular objection as well. Again, not seeing the videos for ourselves, it's difficult to evaluate the content of them, but the entire purpose of them was to show on different dates how Mr. Allen was presenting, what the conditions were, and in this particular circumstance, likely how he was being treated by prison guards as well, like actual interactions with some of these DOC corrections officers. The judge then stated that if she gets to the point, because she's already overruled this objection, she says if they get to the point where she agrees with the state, then we would have a sidebar on that. So I think holding open the possibility that she might change her mind on it, but at least over the course of today, that did not happen. She also stated that the state had apparently provided some information, the exact nature of which was not entirely clear, but she appreciated the state providing that information to the defense because they did not have to do it. It was part of their work product, which is normally confidential. It's one of the privileges you have with an attorney. You have attorney-client privilege. You also have work product privilege. And it's just because the products of your preparation, your analysis, those tend to give insight into your thought processes and ideas and maybe reveal some of the confidential information that you have access to. So in general, work product is protected, is confidential, just like communications with an attorney are confidential. She said, so she appreciates that made it easier for the defense to be able to present this essentially in a way that I think was coherent and reliable. What impression I was getting was that they had more detailed information about the dates of the videos in question, and they provided that to the defense so that the defense was then able to support that and make sure that they're showing things in the right order, and that everybody has a full understanding, and it's not being presented in a way that is potentially misleading or incorrect. So at this point, the jury is brought into the courtroom. Once again, they have been allowed access to their phones to have contact with the outside world and check their emails. So they're questioned about, have they reviewed any media sources? Has anybody attempted to speak to them about the case? So forth and so far. All of the jurors continue to indicate that they are abiding by the court's orders there. Mr. Rosie recalled Max Baker, his legal assistant, who has been primarily responsible for compiling these videos together. And so we reiterated that they had received a list. Oh, this I think is explaining how the information that they got from the state that assisted them in being able to re-prepare their presentation. So they received a list from the state that organized the videos with dates for them, and that those particular videos that were on the camcorder were not time-stamped. And so from that, they were able to verify which date each of these individual videos came from. So this has now introduced a new thumb drive, Exhibit DDD. These were videos from April, May, and June, and they were all consisting of these movement videos, the ones that are taken from the camcorder. They also, as I indicated, introduced the master list for this particular set of videos. That was Exhibit EEE, and it showed the file name, the date. The first one was only able to be identified as between April 1st and April 13th, sometime in that time frame, but the rest of them had a specific date available for when they were taken. He was also testified that he was able to get some sense of chronology because of the file numbers, the fact that these videos appear to have been all taken from the same camcorder, and he had not received any information otherwise that there were multiple camcorders involved. Then the file numbers are assigned chronologically as well. They advance in sequence. And so you could infer if a file number was, his example was number 264, you would know that that file was recorded in time before a file that had number 973 on it. At this point, Mr. Leland continues to restates his objection. He's requesting a continuing objection, basically, so that he doesn't have to get up and restate it every single time a new video is played. The judge grants the continuing objection, so we know that he doesn't want the video played, and that record is clear. And at this point, the videos are now published to the jury. So this jury, I want to give you some background. They have been very, very deadpan throughout this entire case so far, and that is very normal. They have a duty, they have a responsibility. Most jurors take that duty very seriously, and so they don't want to interfere with that. They're aware that there's an audience out here and that people are watching, and it would be contrary to the solemnity of what they're being asked to do if they were to, make it kind of like a performance, or make themselves part of the show. Like, the jury is not the show. The evidence is the show, and so most jurors in general they tend to respect that and maintain pretty good poker faces. And this jury has certainly abided by that so far. And so a lot of what I'm going to talk to you about as far as reactions go, these are not like large intentional types of responses. These are things that I'm observing by watching them that appear to be unconscious. These are reactions that the jury is manifesting through their body behavior, their expressions, things like that they're not necessarily trying to do or doing on purpose. It's just they just happen. And so you'll see what I mean as we get into some of the details. So as the videos are starting to be played, I do notice some of the jurors right away looking over in the direction of where Kathy has been sitting in the courtroom. Kathy was not there today, just like when they tried to admit this yesterday. Kathy left before this like once that thumb drive had been admitted into evidence, before it became clear that there was going to be issues with actually playing it to the jury. Once it was admitted into evidence, she left the courtroom. It's very clear that Kathy doesn't want to see this. She doesn't want to be exposed to it. She may not want to see, Rick having to see the jury watch this stuff. We've heard a lot of details about just how he was in prison during this time period from the doctor's notes. So we can already anticipate that there's some stuff in here that's pretty grim. And, as Mr. Rosie had indicated, pretty explicit. Heard about him, not wearing his clothing, masturbating. I mean, just, eating his feces, things that are not real dignified, So a couple of the jurors were looking over in this direction where Kathy has historically been seated, but she was not there. So as the first few videos are playing, we see the jury is pretty deadpan, but very attentive. Jury is very attentive to these videos throughout the entire process. As we get into the second video, I start to notice jurors kind of checking against the master sheet. And a couple of them now have started to lean forward. So just indications there of attentiveness to what it is that they're watching. They're leaning forward in a focused type of pose towards the audio screen. By the time video number 3 starts playing, these videos are all, by the way, of varying lengths. I didn't write the time lengths down. Initially, when they started playing the videos, they didn't tell us specifically what dates they were, the time, day that was taken. As the videos began to progress, they were introduced with more of that information. So once that became available, I did start taking it down as it was provided and as I was kind of able to catch it. But these initial ones, we didn't have that information. And so the length of the videos was variable throughout the whole process. Some of them were very short, some of them were very long. And when I say very long, I mean like in the ballpark of maybe 10 minutes or so. Some of them a lot shorter, couple minutes. The first few, as I recall, are pretty short. They're not really extensive length. By the time we get to video number 3, I'm definitely noticing this jury is very attentive. They are very deadpan, very poker face. I did notice one of the jurors who I had noticed during the jury selection just appears to be a very bubbly type of personality, happy, smiling, interacting, responsive to the attorneys and their questions. It's really engaged and comes across as just a very positive type of person. I observed the longest face, very long face on this jury. I saw this particular juror make a kind of swallowing motions and take a very deep sigh. So this was my first indication that these videos are having some impact. The jurors are paying attention to this, and they're beginning to have some reactions to this that would tend to suggest to me that these videos are hard to watch. These are not necessarily, things that they're enjoying being exposed to. So again, the jurors are extremely attentive, and many of them are now taking notes as they're watching the videos. They are looking down at their pads, and they're taking notes. A lot of times when the jurors are taking notes, you see all of them at the same time. There's a congruence in whatever it is that they're watching, that they you know, they all react to, and they take those notes in simultaneously. So video number 4 was the first one that was dated. That one was dated April the 13th of 2023. If there was a time given for that one, I didn't note it. So April 13th this is about the time when they're starting to talk about the Haldol, right? So we already know we're in feces land in this particular time frame. So one of the jurors I noticed is starting to make gestures that suggest some discomfort. Physical discomfort starts to become a theme the more that we go on here. And so I'm noticing this juror doing these kind of neck stretching, a lot of shoulder kind of things that just kind of from a subconscious level suggest trying to get more comfortable, feeling uncomfortable, and trying to resolve that. One of the jurors in the back, who has so far I have not seen really do much of anything at all. Very, very unresponsive. This juror has begun to rest his hand on his face, and kind of, you know, holding like over his face like this. A lot of jurors begin to have this hand-face contact, hands over mouths, hands and faces, a lot of touching of faces. Video number 5 was taken on April 17th at 2023 at 9:31 in the morning. So now a juror up at the top, I'm noticing, is still starting to look back now and look over in this area of where Kathy has historically been seated. There are a number of people sitting in the reserved seats for the defense, but not Kathy. So just continuing to check in on that general area, and now continuing to make these gestures of comfort. I also saw some rubbing of the face and some lip tightening. I began to see lip tightening throughout this process. And so when I'm describing lip tightening, what I mean is something like that, just a tucking in of the lips, pulling back of the cheeks. This is like a tension sort of expression. If you make that face yourself, you can feel like it's tight. It is a tense type of pose. So I'm starting to pick up on perhaps a little bit of anxiety among the jurors watching this. Video number 6 is also on April 17th of 2023. This one was taken at 11:59 a.m. The juror, who I have not previously seen do anything, who is holding the face in the hand, I now see is starting to rub the back of the neck. And the juror who has been doing this, you know, kind of shoulder shrugging, head movement, stretching type of thing, is continuing to do that, continuing to look over in the direction of where Kathy was. And now I'm starting to see a lot of people do these facial kinds of comforting gestures, just like rubbing, touching, little bit of contact, throat, cheeks, chin, very occasionally forehead, but more commonly this type of gesture. Video number 7 was taken on April 17th as well. I have 3 videos from April 17th. This one was taken at 5:22 p.m. An extra, like a new juror now, who I haven't had, you know, notes on before. And by the way, I'm not identifying, you know, these people very specifically. So this juror I see beginning to make mouth movements. And so I see a variety of mouth movements that different jurors make. And when I'm describing that, what I mean is it almost looks like chewing types of gestures. It's like shifting, like sometimes it might be leading up to a swallow, but just the mouth now is reacting. So I'm beginning to see that in one of the jurors. So I see these mouth movements, and then the mouth is slightly open while watching. The video is playing, and the mouth is slightly agape, and then there's like the chewing motion. So just that kind of thing. Involuntary doesn't appear to be that this type of thing is intentional. It's just how the body is reacting to what it is that they're watching. This video was one of the longer ones, and I say that because I know that because I have a long list of observations that I made from different jurors. One of the jurors who I haven't seen previously, you know, in making any kind of overt, you know, signal of any, you know, responsiveness, I began to see what I referred to as a slight rocking. And when I'm saying a slight rocking, I mean a movement in the seat that you can see. You can see that there is movement, there is repetitive movement, and this is a very tense thing. If you do this, you can kind of feel it coming all the way from your feet, like you're probably, you know, using your feet to push against the floor a little bit, and you're just kind of rocking yourself very, very slightly. This is extreme tension. So I noticed this. At this point, I did make a note of the judge also watching these videos intently from that looking down the nose pose that she often assumes in court, which is not, by the way, I want to be clear, it does not appear to me that this is to be able to see through the glasses. I know sometimes, you know, if you got glasses, you got to kind of adjust to make sure that you're seeing through the right of the lens, because different points in time, I see her watching the video and she's watching it in a normal, you know, normal head forward position pose. She interacts with people in a normal, you know, reads things in a kind of a normal pose. So this head back, looking down nose is something that doesn't appear to relate to the need for any greater visibility. But so I did notice the judge at that particular point in time. Another juror who has been very deadpan throughout, haven't described any reactions before. At this point, I start to see the lip tightening. This particular juror, when this juror would make a face tightening gesture, I described it. I'm not intending to be like anything. I just described for descriptive purposes. I called it beaker. If you're familiar with, you know, the Muppets and the you know, I forget what Beaker is actually even from, but you know, one of the puppets, and Beaker has like an exaggerated upside down, you know, a frown, like an exaggerated frown. And so when this particular juror would do the lip tightening gesture, it would be associated with this like very distinctive frown. A juror who has not previously reacted has been taking lots of notes and being very attentive, is now watching with the mouth slightly open. One of the jurors is now really looking around the entire audience, continuing to look back in this direction of the audience. But then also, so Mr. McClelland has brought a chair over, and he is sitting right next to the jury box to put himself in a position where he's able to watch the video as it's being played, which is perfectly proper. And, you know, yes, you need to do that. The attorneys need to see what's being played as well. But so he's been down here at the far end of the jury box and really has garnered no attention. Well, this juror is now starting to look at the back of Mr. McClelland's head. Another juror turning to look over in the direction of where Kathy has historically been sitting. I then see this juror begin to blink a lot and exhaled, made a blowing motion through pursed lips. And so I'm going to demonstrate this as like, that's what I mean. I see the juror with the upside down frown, the frown, lip tightening, making that gesture again. At this point, I see that Mr. McLeland is now doing the rocking.
Oh, is
doing
he?
The very, very subtle, just enough that you can see the whole body moving. I mean, because you can see the background, and you can see, like, you can see when I do this, you can see my head moving against the background. Mr. McLeland is now doing this. He's sitting forward in his chair, and he's like this. So now he is very tense. His feet are interacting with the ground, and that tension is showing as well.
DB, I think I'm, well,
The juror, one of the jurors I've spoken of before, is now watching with the mouth open, breathes, like takes a very visible, like, see the chest move, breathe, deep sigh, swallows, and makes a lot of these, chewing, kind of lip moving kinds of mouth movements. And then starts to rest the hand on the cheek. This particular juror has had some hand-to-face contact before when watching things, but has now changed to a very new pose that I haven't seen, which is directly on the cheek. And one thing I notice is that the index finger and the middle finger are cupping the ear. And so this looked like the possibility as well of potentially being a comforting, self-comforting type of pose. A little mini hug of the ear that is being displayed. One of the jurors, the juror who has been expressing this discomfort, I see now make a chin out type of movement. Bring the glasses down to make a note. Put the glasses back up. Lips tighten, and then do one of those shoulder shrugs. I see the juror who has seemed most affected by this video throughout has shown the most reaction with the sighs, the swallows up type of expression. This juror now swallows, blinks rapidly, and watches the video, and the eyes are not, like, no longer wide and alert. The eyes are starting to look like collapsed, almost like when you are tired, when you are fatigued, and your eyes just kind of start to get heavy. That's how his eyes are beginning to look at this point. Then there's an eyebrow raise from this juror, and then a note that's taken. Another juror during this is making mouth movements. This juror has not previously made mouth movements so far in the course of being able to watch these observations. A lot of reactions to this particular video on the 17th. Next video, number 8, was from April the 18th of 2022. It was somewhere in the ballpark of 2 p.m. I didn't get the specific time. When this video starts, now several of the jurors are adjusting. They're sitting, they're adjusting in their chairs. They are trying to find a more comfortable position to be able to take this in. I see the juror do the lip tightening with the frown. I see another juror who hasn't, I've talked about already, but hasn't had a lot of responses throughout the course of the case. Sigh, look down and take a note. I see a juror who has, this is the first reaction I've seen from this juror, not just throughout the videos, but also throughout the entire trial. This juror is now starting to play with her hair and make some adjustments to her clothing. These are all just small things. Like, there's not really, you can't say what somebody is thinking from these things, but you can just notice that these are reactions that they're having, that they're engaging in. This is a novel reaction because this jury hasn't done any of this throughout the course of the trial. This juror has sat there pretty straight, pretty still, taking notes from time to time, but not otherwise showing a lot of physical reaction to anything. So this is notable. This juror is starting to show physical reaction to what is being played on the screen. The juror who tightens the lips into the frown, it is now so pronounced, I can't even mimic it. Like my mouth doesn't work like that. But they are very tucked, very frown while watching this video. The juror who has been the most responsive to this so far makes some mouth movements, opens the mouth, then licks his lips, and then the eyes narrow with the eyebrows raised. So it's kind of a like a combination of sort of things that are happening with this expression. Like if I try to make it, it's sort of difficult. Like normally when you raise your eyebrows, your eyes get big. So it's almost like there's a conflict between what's being expressed through expression. Try to do to narrow your eyes and raise your eyebrows at the same time. This is like it's an extreme, I think, type of expression. Just because it's so hard, it seems like it reflects the type of expression you just don't make, in every day. It's not relaxed at all. Like it's very tense. It's very tense and like I said, kind of conflicted. Ms. J at this point she's been standing in the back corner behind the jury. She's been observing these videos for the defense team. And so she is very, they're all, nobody is indecorous in any way at all. But at this point, I see Ms. OJ looks down and she looks away. Like she looks away, she looks towards the audience. And then when she's ready to look up again, she shifts her posture and crosses her arms. One of the jurors now goes in, does a very, there have been previously glances over into the direction of where Kathy has historically been seated, but they're not typically very long. They just kind of look in that direction. It's like a check-in, kind of look over in that direction and then look back. This one is now a long look that's like a scan of the entire line of the folks who are sitting in those reserved seats. What
did she say who were in those reserved seats? I think I missed it.
While doing this, the juror is making some mouth movements and tightening the lips.
Just if it is annoying, just tell me.
Another one of the jurors at the
around.
same time looking away and looking out at the audience, like really scanning the audience as a whole. Two of the jurors who are sitting next to each other, they communicate something to each other. They turn to each other. Their mouths move very subtly, and there's a nod, a little bit of a nod at each.
Maybe the jurors recognized one of the COs on the video. Perhaps a witness appeared on one of the videos. I don't know. I don't remember how many COs they had come in, like 4 or 5, right? Anyway, sorry.
Each other before they look back, and then one of the jurors turns and looks in the direction of where Kathy had been seated. I see 2 of the jurors at this point doing facial touching their faces, stroking, having that type of contact. One of the jurors has resumed this pose of, the fingers on the lips, fingers kind of over the mouth, watching the video in that type of pose. See one of the jurors do a pursed lip expression, so more of a like that type of expression, and then chewing types of gestures, and then a shrug, and then a deep sigh, and then looking out at the audience while this is happening. The next video is from April the 21st of 2023. This one is from 9:41 a.m. juror with the upside down, the severe frown is in that expression. Juror with the hand over the mouth reaches back to rub the throat. These are not like scratching, like I got an itch, or something like that. These are very soft, almost like we're stroking ourselves. We need some comfort type of motion. And then back to the hand over the mouth. One of the jurors who has not been particularly expressive now stroking the hair, not, combing it, not fixing it, stroking the hair.
Yes.
I see Ms. Auger at this point looking towards the back of the courtroom. The back of the courtroom today is not the crowd that we have seen in other days where there's a lot of people, cop looking and lawyer looking in the back of the courtroom. This is not that day. This is a normal day. And so on the normal day, the people in the back of the courtroom are among the guards. So it looks like Ms. Auger is looking back in the direction of the guards. And she's watching them for a period of time while the video is being played. Juror making a chewing and swallowing motion. Now another juror has placed their hand over their mouth. This juror then looks away from the screen, looks over at the audience, and then looks down at their neighbor before checking back in. This is the bubbly juror. This is the one who was just so responsive and interactive during the voir dire. Has now looked away, looking out at the audience, looking like at her neighbor, like at the neighbor's eyes while the neighbor is watching. And now another juror is making a mouth movement and then turns to look at the clock in the courtroom. So just noticeable, checking in on like the time, Don't know what that means. Of course, we don't know what that means. We can't mind read. But when you're looking at the time, you're typically wanting to know what time it is. And that's because you want to know how much time has elapsed, or you want to know how much time there's going to be, before there's something that you can anticipate happening. Next video is from April the 28th. It's at 8:56 p.m. Now at this point, the juror who's been most responsive, again, now watching with the mouth slightly open, and now it starts opening and closing. There's a licking of the lips, a blink, and now this juror does a head shake and is making mouth movements while head shaking. Several of the jurors now are touching their faces. There's a yawn from one of the jurors in the back. Not like an attentive, but a yawn. Now the same juror has got the hand over the mouth and is shaking the head again, and then does a deep swallow. Then this juror drops their face away and blinks several times, like slow, not like rapid, but drops the face and makes long, slow blinks.
Okay, really quick. Yeah, good question. So today they played footage from while Rick was in DOC, and all of the footage that was recorded that they're watching today was filmed on the handheld recorder, like the camcorder that they would follow him around anytime. So anytime he's being transported, anytime they're taking equipment, putting him in a van, bringing him to shower. And apparently the footage was really disturbing. I'll put a few links in the chat, just like what Wish was talking about. But today the jury only got to watch, not the gallery. So today basically the public in the courtroom just kind of watched the jury watch the videos, and there was no audio to them. So she's describing kind of her perception of how the jurors reacted and responded to these videos. And it's, yeah, they were very hard to watch from what we're hearing.
Before, you know, looking back up at the video, then looks down, mouth opens, and takes a note. More shaking the head, moving the hand then over the mouth. A second juror now looks down and is looking at the back of Mr. McClelland's head. I see another one of the juror who had been, you know, doing the slight rocking that I've been referring to is now doing that again. There's a period of the slight rocking. I then see the juror who has been most reactive wipe the right eye while making some mouth movements. I see the juror who has been very unresponsive throughout the entire course of the trial, who just kind of started touching her hair and adjusting her clothing. This juror is now breathing very deep, and this juror has crossed her arms, and this juror starts now looking away from the screen down towards the direction of what could either be the prosecution's table or it could be where Mr. Allen is sitting. Mr. Allen sits at the very far left end of the defense table. And the way that the courtroom is configured, it puts him quite close to the prosecution team and their side of things. So you can't really tell who is being looked at when there's you know, folks looking at that direction. But you can just, you know, those are basically the options of where that glance is being directed. One of the jurors in the back, the one who had yawned, is watching and now looks back, looks down, looks back at the screen, and is holding the notebook that they used to take notes, is now holding that notebook over his mouth. This is a new gesture, hasn't made that before. I now see the juror who's been doing the slight rocking in the chair. This juror now, very noticeably, this is not a subconscious one. This is about the only movement I see during this entire process, that this is deliberate. This juror leans very far forward in the seat and turns and looks down the row directly at Mr. McClelland. And she gives a very long look before coming back to the screen.
She's
when
one
she
of
gets
us.
back, she takes a deep sigh and is making her mouth working movements, and then begins to.
That's how you know that's the mouth movement you do when you want to slap a motherfucker in the back of his bald head.
To stroke her lower face. These types of gestures. The juror who has been the most expressive, holding the hand over their mouth, gives what looks like it's a slight yawn, but it can also be a bit of just a rapid inhale, like almost like a gasp. It's hard to tell exactly what this expression is. It doesn't extend into like a full, you know, kind of yawn. It's very small, and so it looks like it's not like a dramatic intake of breath, like like you might get from a startle or something like that. It wasn't a startle, but it just kind of inhale. Another juror now stroking their chin. And the juror who's been most expressive is now takes a deep sigh and is now leaning far over to the right to watch this, like a collapsed posture, like really, really collapsed, no longer sitting upright, no longer leaning forward, collapsed over to the right side. This juror is then stroking his chin while watching this. One of the jurors up top, who's been doing the shrugging and the head movements, now starts adjusting his collar. At this point, Mr. Rosie asks if we can take a recess from the watching of these videos, take a break, take the witness who's the defense has on board, and then get back to the videos after the witness testifies. And so the juror who's been collapsed over to the side, I'm gonna kind of lean back to show. Very large rolling type of motion to come back like forward and then up. So the judge allows that, and we go ahead and take the break, and the jury, jury processes out of the courtroom, and we have our morning recess. While we are coming back from the recess before the jury comes in, the judge will always ask the parties if they are ready to resume. And at this point, I see that Mr. McClelland is now making some of those chewing types of motions with his mouth.
They're probably feeling physically ill, because that's normal when you're watching something like this. So maybe McClelland is doing I don't know, maybe he's doing a human emotion or something.
Maybe he's a superintendent of the Indian who handled that examination. Like I said, there really was not much to it, but I'll go over the details that I took down. So he testified he's a superintendent of the Indiana State Police. He's been in that role for 20 years. His role in the Abby and Libby investigation was what he described as a support role. He's not a boots on the ground guy. He said that there were dozens of different law enforcement agencies involved. When asked to give examples, he said he doesn't have a list off the top of his head, but just to ask for just a few that you can think of. He said just about every contiguous county, as well as the ATF, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals. A lot of manpower involved in this particular case. So he agreed that there was a time when the FBI had been assisting in the case, and then they were no longer involved in the case. And then that was probably 2021 that they were no longer participating. There's a I noticed that the juror who has been so reactive to the videos is still, during this testimony, is still sighing and kind of opening and closing the mouth, looking over towards the side of the audience where Kathy is normally seated, and he's tapping his hand on his knee. So like a tap, 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 tap type of motion. I see another one of the jurors looking out at the audience while this testimony is going on. So we established the approximate time frame from the deposition of this witness for when the FBI left as being August of 2022. And Mr. Baldwin then asked, did you ask them to do anything when they left the scene? Basically, when they got out, was there anything that you asked them to do? Mr. McClelland asks at this point to approach. They have a short sidebars. I've indicated these have been short. They're all about 3 minutes each. And when they come back, Mr. Baldwin is allowed to ask his question. He asked, was it this witness's decision for the FBI to leave? And he said yes. So it was his decision. It was not the FBI's decision. It was his. Indiana State Police kicked the FBI off of the investigation. And when he did that, he also asked them to return all of their investigative documents in their possession. And that was the information from this witness. Mr. McClelland did not ask any questions of him. He simply asked if the witness was relieved from his subpoena. And Mr. Baldwin said that yes, he was. So he's not going to be subject from recall. This is all anybody's going to get from him. This is it.
Yeah, because they have his emails. They don't need his fucking dumb word salad.
He, the head of the Indiana State Police, asked the FBI to leave the investigation in August 2021, and it was then approximately a little over a year later that Richard Allen is arrested.
And they are dismissed by Carter 1 month after FBI task force agent member Greg Ferenczi is murdered and no longer obviously working the Delphi investigation because of said murder.
After the witness, the video screen is set back up. Mr. Max Baker is recalled to the stand. Mr. McLeland has he has an objection, but he is not using his confident, assertive outside voice that he has been using throughout the course of this trial.
It's hard to project when you're trying not to vomit.
His voice is now extremely subdued. Of everybody in the courtroom, Mr. McLeland is the most, there's a little bit of theatricality to his projection of his voice, but he's certainly the easiest one to hear. And I don't want to like blow up the mic, so I'm going to get back a little bit just to kind of give an example. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like very loud, very projected. Not this time. Not this time. He states in his very low, subdued voice, just please note our continuing objection to this evidence. I would note that we're at about 2 hours long now that this video has been played. Yeah, we're at about 2 hours of video so far, and there's still more. Judge has not apparently accepted yet that there's anything presumably cumulative about that, but that's the comment that clued me in. Oh, he's just saying this is each independent video is not helpful. That this is just it's just a like we're, I guess, watching the same thing over and over and over again. It does not seem like that to me, just given how the jury's reactions have been they've been evolving. You know, they're not giving consistent responses. They are showing, you know, different reactions and kind of more extreme reactions as these videos have gone on. So I don't know what's on them, but it's not convinced Judge Gold that this is cumulative and that there should be no more of the video played.
Wow.
Video number 11 is played. It's short. There's after the break, the jury has resumed its deadpan. Like the jury has kind of, you know, gotten back to center, as they say in yoga, bring it back to center. And so they are back in very deadpan, but
their nervous system has re-regulated somewhat.
Very attentive expressions. So
Hi, DB.
The first couple videos we watch, there's not much reaction. The only thing that I caught was during video 11, the juror who had given that long look down the aisle to Mr. McLeland. She's now making very quick looks out towards the audience, which this juror has not done before. Has not been somebody who has been one of the ones kind of checking in on the audience and taking note of that. Video 12 was on May the 20th at 11:36 a.m. This is also
I'm sorry to keep pausing. Keep in mind, May 20th, this is like when Walla is basically got on the stand the other day with her full chest and said he was showing some signs of restoration.
Short video.
Sure he was.
Didn't notice any specific reactions
okay, bitch.
to this video being played. I want to note at this point that before they started replaying the videos after the recess, Mr. McLeland is no longer sitting where he was. Ms. Diener has taken on this kind of sitting over here on this side of the screen. She's in a little bit of a different position than Mr. McLeland had been. He was basically like, if you looked straight down the first row of the jurors, he was pretty much sitting as if he would be the next in line. Ms. Diener is seated far in front of the jury box, so she's ahead. From my perspective, it looks like she's sitting even a little bit ahead of where the alternates were, and she's leaned forward to kind of be able to, I think, get the angle because of the way that the screen is pointed. Video number 13. This one is now apparently a throwing back, like. We're going back in time now because I caught that this video was from April the 6th, 2023 at about noon. While this video is playing, this juror, the same juror who did the quick glance out towards the audience before, is now looking, you know, taking a longer look out at the audience. I see another one of the jurors up at the top scanning the audience, and they're just like, while this video is playing, when I say scanning the audience, I mean they're just looking around at kind of everybody that is there and taking it in. They're not making expressions. They're not like trying to communicate anything or anything like that. They're just looking out. They're just looking out at all of us. I see a juror that I haven't seen previously expressing much, because I haven't been able to get a very good view of this juror. Some of the jurors are fairly blocked from my view, so I have to, it just depends on kind of where the jurors are, as far as, you know, if this one's leaning forward, it might block my view of that one. Some of them are shorter than others, and so like they can kind of get like tucked in and sort of lost behind the other ones. This particular juror is very hard for me to see, but I do notice this juror. I get a brief glimpse that this juror is tightening and doing, you know, doing that lip tuck kind of gesture. At this point, I also notice that Andy Baldwin, he is sitting next to Mr. Allen, and he is holding him. He's got his arm around Mr. Allen's shoulders, not just across the back of the chair. He's got it around his shoulders. He's holding Mr. Allen, who is behind the screen. Mr. Allen is not watching the videos, so he's not watching this, but he's holding them while this video is being played. He only does that for a couple of minutes. I turn away. I'm looking at the jurors again, and when I look back, I see Mr. Baldwin's arm is still, now it's across the back of the chair, but he's no longer having that comforting contact with Mr. Allen. Video number 14 was on May the 30th at 7:09 a.m. At this point, I now again see two of the jurors out scanning the audience, looking towards the audience. I see the juror looking more on the side of the audience, that is the side of the audience where Kathy has been seated, and is taking a long look really through everybody. It's kind of over on that side. I see one of the jurors holding their face, stroking their chin. I see the juror who has been most reactive to this, these videos now shift his eyes away from the screen and look down in the direction, long look in the direction of either the prosecutor's table, or Mr. Allen. Can't tell which one, but really take a long glance in that direction before looking back at the screen. And then I see one of the other jurors, the one that has not been very reactive so far in this process, look down at this juror who has been the most reactive, like a look down, check in kind of at that particular juror, and look back at the screen. Video number 15 was from May the 20th. I didn't catch the time. And as the video plays, this one is also a little bit extended. I see the juror who's been the most reactive is now doing a head shake again. These are subtle. These are not like, you know, these are not dramatic. These are subtle. They're very small. They're not, to my eye, intended to be communicative. These are just natural reactions to what is being shown. I see one of the jurors make an expression that's placing your tongue under your bottom lip. You kind of get a little bit of a jut like that. I don't know about you guys when I make that expression, but when I make that expression, it's associated with like anger, with like some outrage. I'm not happy if I make that expression. I don't feel joy making that expression. This juror is now holding her throat. The juror who has been the most reactive now does like a scratch to the head, kind of moves the hand down to the left side of the face, and then is back to that cupping of the ear pose with the middle and the index finger. Then looks out back towards the audience. In the background, looks out towards the audience and then looks down the row at one of the other jurors. I see now a second juror glance down the row at the juror who has been most expressive, checking in on that juror. The juror who has been glancing over at the audience is still looking over at the audience while this is going on. The juror who was kind of the first one to turn and check in on the most expressive juror now does.
I put something, a quote from that Indie Star article in here, if y'all haven't read that. So I'm interpreting this as the media is saying that the Libby's family members seemed upset that the videos were hidden because weeks before, jurors and the public were shown extremely graphic photos of, like, so obviously Libby's family told the media that's why they were upset. Why would they? Because otherwise it's absurd that that would just be their assumption. So they're talking to the media, that's fine. Just putting that out there. This is why we're upset.
So the second time, looks down, quick glance at that,
Imagine
that juror, and then it's out in the audience. And this is like the first that this juror has really acknowledged the audience at all. Yeah, this juror does not look at the audience at any point, like while coming into the court, while watching any of the process, while leaving the court. This juror doesn't acknowledge us at all. And at this point, that juror you know, checked down at that reactive juror, and then, you know, does the audience scan before turning back to the television. At this point, I see Ms. Diener, who's been kind of leaned forward watching this. She scratches the back of her head, and then she looks out towards the audience.
Stacy didn't like it. Interesting. We got life out of Stacy.
The reactive juror is now slow blinking. Jurors, multiple jurors now looking back, looking out at the audience. Juror who has not previously hand covered the mouth is looking out at the audience and then comes back, covers the mouth in the watching pose. And it's like a, you know, hand for the cheek and, you know, across the mouth. There's a moment during this video where it's like the most that I've seen all of the jurors at the same time have that instantaneous reaction to take the note. So like several, I can't count while they're all doing this, but I would guess probably at least half of them, at least 6 of them, you know, react to take the note at exactly the same time. One of the jurors who's not been such an avid note taker, other people are taking the notes. This juror has not been much of a note taker. While they're taking the notes, this juror is doing lots of face and head and ear and neck touching. And one of the other jurors looks back out at the audience. The juror who's most reactive is now watching with an open mouth that is gotten wider. So not just the slight lip parting, more open, more ajar. Second juror is now watching with the mouth open, and then two of the jurors, the ones that had kind of communicated with each other before, they do it again. They have some type of communication between each other. And that was the videos. So they closed up with Max Baker just saying that he had created a similar thumb drive and cheat sheet, they called it in this time, for the in-cell video, which we didn't see for that one. The only difference with the in-cell video and the cheat sheet that's associated with it is that those videos are date and time stamped. So they don't need to, go to any trouble to specifically, be able to identify or call it out. Like jury doesn't need that additional information on their cheat sheet. It's right there on the screen. So Mr. McClelland still quite subdued, is then asking, should I cross now, or are there going to be more videos? Are there going to be more videos played? Like he's basically like, I'm not sure if I should go ahead and start my cross now, or if I should wait until all of the videos are played. So the judge asks, do we have more videos? And he's asking Mr. McClelland, do you want to reserve your cross? So they have their third sidebar at this point, third and final sidebar. They go up to the bar, up to behind the screen. And while they're having this final sidebar, I'm seeing signs of tension dissipation. I'm seeing a couple different pairs of jurors that are talking to each other and like smiling, laughing, chuckling, just strikes me as like tension relief. Somebody who has to deal with some grim stuff in the course of handling these types of cases. That's how it rang to me, because I have gone through that type of processing myself, where you see something that is not real pleasant. It's maybe hard to deal with, and there is just a little bit of a need to kind of lighten it when it's done, and kind of get yourself back into a more even type of emotional state. So at the conclusion of the sidebar, Mr. McClelland says that he will do his cross at the end of all of the videos. So there's no cross at this time, and we go ahead and break for the day. And it's 12 o'clock noon, so we got out a little bit earlier. That gave me time to have my first lunch out. Lunch out at like an actual restaurant. Went to I had arranged to have an interview with a reporter, and so we went to lunch at this Mexican restaurant there in town. I love Mexican food. I had a shrimp cocktail. My husband will know is like my gauge of a Mexican restaurant. Like you can gauge how good a Mexican restaurant is by their shrimp cocktail.
Oh my God, woman doing empathy. He said, "Is this Ashley from 4th grade?" Oh my God, imagine. Not at all.
There's little things like, do they serve it hot? Do they give you saltine crackers with it? A shrimp cocktail is normally like served with a shrimp broth, maybe a little bit of a tomato flavor, but it's usually like a pico de gallo kind of salsa, some avocado, and then shrimp. So like, are these bay shrimp? Are these like nice big juicy prawns? Like what's the quality? Have they cleaned them? Like what's the quality? And then it's supposed to be served with ketchup on the side. So you add ketchup and you add saltine crackers to your shrimp cocktail. The shrimp and like the content itself was really good. Like my only beef with the shrimp cocktail was that they did like the ketchuping for you. It comes out. It's not just the broth. It's like very red, and it was a little over ketchup to my taste. But it was really nice to have a good, like have some good protein, have a good meal that I didn't have to cook for myself. In the extremely late hours of the night, just to get some calories. Or eat it out of a box, sitting on the floor in the courthouse. My PBJs and my tuna sandwiches and stuff like that. And then I came home, took a nap. Took me a long nap. Gonna look forward to getting some sleep tonight. Really looking forward to it. There was something that I wanted to go ahead and share with you guys, just for kind of analytical purposes, because I know folks have so many questions about the process. And one of the distinct things about this was the fact that the public wasn't allowed to watch these videos, that all the videos were being published to the jury. So I did want to talk about that a little bit, and also kind of share a little bit as far as like the public access rules and how it works as far as public records and what may potentially be at play and implicating our ability to see this. Because normally the presumption is an exhibit that's admitted in court, it is public record. But there are exceptions to this, and the most common one that you see like this, where it's the jury has to see it, it's admitted into evidence, but we are not going to display this to the public, is child pornography. You know, you're not going to broadcast that out to the world. That is re-victimizing this child victim. Things like that, when there are, you know, crimes of this nature. Hate to say it, sometimes they're caught on video. You know, things like revenge porn types of crimes. Those are not going to be displayed to the audience. That would be re-victimizing this victim. So it's definitely not unheard of when there is certain type of content that is, you know, particularly, you know, graphic and disturbing and unsettling. Now, obviously, that's not the type of case that we're dealing with. But again, I've heard a little bit through the notes from Dr. Walla about you know, what was going on with Rick at this particular point in time. So I wanted to go ahead and share with you, if I can go ahead and get the screen up, what some of the rules are if they want to not share this information publicly. So how well can we see this? It looks like that's pretty good. So we're looking at rule number 7. This is a very specific rule that is in the Indiana rules. I don't want that pop up. Indiana rules for public access. Exhibits, subsection A, it's presumptive that they are going to be public records. So I'll just read it out. A court record tendered or admitted into evidence during a hearing, trial, or an in-camera review that is to be excluded from public access shall be accompanied by a separate written notice identifying the specific Rule 5 grounds upon which the exclusion is based. And so this is like a fairly standard form that is, you basically file it if you're filing or presenting anything to the court record that is confidential or otherwise not to be viewed by the public. And so these automatic exclusions from public access are set out in rule number 5. So I'll go ahead and take us up to rule number 5 so we can see what those things are and maybe get a sense of what is potentially at play here, because there are some grounds that I think we can probably quite reasonably infer are at play here. And so we're not talking about subsection A because we're not talking about excluding an entire case from public access. We're talking about individual case records. So if there's going to be a case record, you're supposed to file it with this form, and Rule 7 tells us you would do this with an exhibit as well. So if it's confidential or excluded from public access pursuant to federal law, types of things I'm talking about, there's also other materials that often through the federal system have to be maintained confidential. Records excluded from public access or declared confidential by Indiana statute or court rule. So these can be just a variety of different materials. If there's something that a statute says this is confidential. Case records excluded pursuant to like the rule that excludes the entire case, or by specific court order entered in accordance with Rule 6. So Rule 6 is like the catch-all. If these specific restrictions don't apply, there's still a process that can be gone through to keep certain information out of the public record. And Rule 6 is the process that was used to originally get that temporary sealing of the probable cause affidavit. The way that Rule 6 is set up is that you file the document and you file it with this like Rule 6 notification. And what that does is it automatically keeps that document confidential until there is time to have a hearing on it. And at that point in time, then the court will make a ruling on whether it is to be kept confidential or whether it will be made available for public inspection. So in this particular case, that's what happened. It was sealed initially for about a month, because that's how long it took for them to have the hearing on whether it should remain that way. And then at the conclusion of the hearing, the judge ruled that the entire document, this was a ruling by Judge Gull, that the entire document was not subject to exclusion under the Rule 6, but that certain information was, specifically dealing with identifying information of witnesses, that there were grounds, justifiable grounds, to keep that information confidential and redacted. So, but for those redactions, the rest of the probable affidavit that became available to the public at that time. For case records sealed in accordance with the Access to Public Records Act, it's just a separate statute that Indiana has that it deals with much broader government, access to records than specifically court records that this rule is not addressed. Records for which a statutory or common law privilege has been asserted and not waived or overruled. So things that are, for example, attorney-client privilege, doctor-patient privilege, things like that, that are that have common law confidentiality associated with them. Records in a pending matter that pertain to permissible ex parte proceedings, post-charging investigatory requests for process, or requests for in-camera review, and that have been ordered confidential by the trial judge. So an example of this that we're seeing is the they got permission early on in the case for when they have to go to court and request funding, like expert funding, since it's the court that decides if they get money for that stuff or not. They're being allowed to file those requests under seal. It's probably not going to be permanently under seal. It's just temporary while the case is going on. And the reason for that is because this is getting very close to defense work product. If you know who I'm talking to, what I want to talk to them about, because I have to justify my defense request, I'm really cluing you in on, my processing of the case, my strategies, my thought process. And so that is a type of information that is pretty commonplace in courts where they have the oversight over the expert funding, to be able to do that under seal, so that essentially the people who are indigent and have to rely on the court to get their due process, really, are on the same footing as the people that have the resources to go out and hire their own experts, because they don't have to reveal anything at all. So it's kind of just an equalizing, making sure that everybody is on the same footing when it comes to that part of a defense investigation and case preparation. We said that. Number 8, medical records compiled or created by a medical service provider and examiner reports pursuant to Trial Rule 35. So medical records, potentially an issue here. We have heard that he was being medically evaluated during part of this process. Again, because we don't know specifically what's on these videos, and if these videos are showing, if these videos are every time that he was taken out of his cell during this time period, we don't know that. And so it is just possible that some of these recordings may show him being removed from his cell for medical assessment to take place. Potential argument, I think, to be made there that that's something equivalent to a medical record. Same thing with mental health records compiled or created by a mental health services provider for treatment purposes. If there is no recording, I don't know that there would be in this situation. There's certainly transport to and from the little cage that we've heard about, the cage that they have there in the facility. But otherwise, he was not removed from his cell for the check-ins. We heard that they would just do the daily check-in by opening the slot and asking in, how you doing? So probably less likely that anything that was seen was going to fall into this mental health records, but that is certainly a possibility. Drug or substance abuse record, including test results when performed at the direction of a substance abuse treatment program provider, or a court or court program governed by 42 CFR Part 2. This is, I believe this is drug courts. So there's often like you have to do your analysis. You have to just go through programming that can be different levels of intensity depending on like how severe your addiction is. Some people may require very intense individual type of intervention. Some people can just, you know, go to more of a group setting, or just even more of like an kind of an educational, like, you know, you were dabbling and you're not like in bad shape yet, but you know, you need to watch it. Probably don't need a whole lot of real intense intervention. So there can be a real variation in what those records would consist of. And some of those, again, are getting close to like treatment provider, medical health types of situations. Okay, here we go. This is what I suspect is at play for at least some of what is on these videos. 11, photographs, film, video recordings, or other similar mediums showing a live individual's uncovered genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or female post-pubescent nipple. We heard about this, that he was, you know, naked in his cell a lot of the times. If he's going to be transported somewhere and the guards are showing up at his cell to take him out, he's probably naked. You know, good chance at least some of these he may be naked. So that could certainly be part of it. Number 12 as well, because we did hear about this type of activity in the notes. Photographs, film, video recordings, or other similar mediums showing a live individual engaging in or being subjected to sexual conduct.
He's naked. Of course he is.
We heard about this. We heard about this. You know, this is what, to my mind, when Dr. Wanger yesterday was talking about these themes of delusion that you would look for, and you would look for the association between these themes and the confession type activity to get a sense of whether it is genuine or whether it is feigning. And hypersexuality was one of those. This is the type of behavior that I was thinking about because it has come up. The last one's not going to be applicable here, I wouldn't think anyway. Guardian ad litem or court-appointed special advocate reports, parenting coordinator reports, and custody evaluation reports. So things that have to do with children. When children and their welfare is at issue in court proceedings, that is not going to be, kids need the privacy, they need to be kids, and they need to not, you know, have their private stuff put out in public in a situation where that could be, you know, just extremely damaging and detrimental and embarrassing to them, at a later age. Those things that I apply here. There's some additional options for when there is personal identifying information. I don't think that's, you know, going to be an issue here. Child witnesses in cases involving sex offenses, that's not an issue here. Addresses and things like that who are witnesses, not an issue here. Not going to be on these videos. Court administrators,
why do you say that? Why are you saying that? It's annoying to me.
So then there's some temporary exclusions, and so these are, for example, this was like I indicated, probable cause to justify issuance of an arrest warrant has been established. The case records shall be publicly accessible unless the judge determines that the facts presented in the request for exclusion from public access support a reasonable belief that public disclosure will increase the risk of flight by the defendant, create a risk of undue risk of harm to the community or a law enforcement officer, or jeopardize an ongoing criminal investigation. You don't want to, you know, alert dangerous people that you're about to go arrest, that of the fact that you're going to go arrest them. So that is also pretty standard. This order expires immediately upon the arrest of the defendant. So that is also it's commonplace. You see rules like this in most jurisdictions because they need to be able to keep that, the fact that is about to happen, they need to keep that quiet. And then once that's no longer an issue because the defendant is in custody, they go ahead and release that information. And then they just kind of describe the, process of how you do it. That similarly with like arrest information, when they're talking about basically you're on probation and you're going to get arrested for a violation for that, it's the same type of rule that applies. you don't want to alert that person, because that person can then potentially abscond, or, otherwise, if it's a person who is a dangerous person, then they could, that could be dangerous. So this is the catch-all rule, the excluding the other court records for public access. The reason I want to bring this up is to just point out that, in my view, it's very unlikely that this video is going to fall under this catch-all. If the video is going to be withheld from public disclosure, it's probably going to be because of those things that we identified in the previous rule. I think it's most likely if there's medical treatment that's being shown, if there's nudity, and if there's sexual conduct that is being engaged in. Those things are entitled to be kept confidential if the defense so requests, by basically filing this form with the exhibit at the time of introducing the exhibit, like we heard from the process. So this is for extraordinary circumstances. The standard to be able to exclude a document that doesn't fit within any of those categories, and would otherwise be publicly accessible, can be excluded from court access. And any person affected by the release of the court record can make that request. The request has to demonstrate that the public interest will be substantially served by prohibiting access. Public's interest that we're most concerned about. Access or dissemination of the court record will create a significant risk of substantial harm to the requester or other persons or the general public. So it would create a potential danger. A substantial prejudicial effect to ongoing proceedings cannot be avoided without prohibiting public access. And when this request is made, the request and the court record will be rendered confidential for a reasonable period of time until the court rules on the request. So that's what we saw with the probable cause affidavit. And as far as kind of how that all played out, I, take issue with the entire sealing of it from the very inception. I certainly am well aware of what was going on. We heard Cheyenne Mill talk about her experience of what was going on with kind of some of the social media elements of the case. Just a investigative, suspicious, accusatory type of climate that was potentially, detrimental to witnesses to the case. And so I can certainly understand, and I, really don't take issue with it even to this day, is the probable cause affidavit, not including the identifying information of the witnesses up front. I don't really have problems with redacting that, because yeah, there is that risk of blowback and tampering and interference and stuff like that. And it's not something, from my perspective, that the public necessarily needs to know right up front. We need to know that there are witnesses. The defense certainly needs to know who they are, because they need to be able to investigate that, but they will have access to that information. So I don't necessarily take huge issue with this, because I think it is important to the integrity of the process that witnesses feel safe to be able to come forward and provide the information that they know. If they know that their identities are going to be public, particularly in a case that's been associated with a lot of attention to the witnesses, then that's going to be very discouraging to people to come forward and be witnesses. And that's really not in anybody's interest, not in the public's interest, to have people afraid, to say what they know. So that was basically...
Dear Andrea, that ship has sailed. I don't think the public's going to be feeling safe to come forward anytime soon.
How that process worked. But because of that standard, and I just wanted to point that out, the way that it's really focusing on the public interest and the significant risk of harm to the requester, other persons, or the general public, or a substantial prejudicial effect to ongoing proceedings, it would have to really be creating a significant risk of substantial harm to other persons, or to, Mr. Allen, if he's the one making the request. Do we argue this creates a significant risk of substantial harm to men? I mean, maybe. I don't know what's on the videos. I don't know what's on.
I don't think Andrea has read these articles either. I think she probably was pretty like home nap report. So she really probably doesn't. I mean, I'm sure she can imagine, but I don't think she has probably done as much media surveilling as we have this evening.
Doesn't really seem out of line to me that this would be very psychologically damaging, you know, to have video of you in a breakdown, you know, in your worst place, not in your right mind, out there for everybody in the world to see. But I think the challenge here is the public interest will be substantially served by prohibiting access. I'm not sure what that argument is. You know, the public interest in a court case is generally served by transparency. Being able to evaluate for ourselves the treatment that he received.
Yeah.
That was documented.
I wouldn't want to have to make that call like that, because I literally still, in terms of the public having access to those videos, I really feel almost equal parts fucking hell, fucking no, and also like, well, yes. So I would never want to have to make that decision. Oh my God.
It's going to be something the jury considers as they're making their decision. I mean, one of the things that we've talked about here is, you know, if Mr. Allen is acquitted, there's going to be some blowback for that. This case has become so extremely polarized, people with very strong feelings on both sides. And that's without, you know, sitting through the trial process. A lot of people with opinions, you know, strong opinions that haven't been here in court watching the evidence. I mean, understandably, because you can't.
Right.
And it hasn't been a process where we're all able to watch it together on a live stream or listen to it on an audio and be able to debate it the way that we typically debate things that are out there in the public forum. So a lot of these opinions, you know, it's like they're already fixed. There's already kind of an anticipation, an expectation of what the evidence is and what it's going to show. But if we haven't been in the trial and we haven't seen it, then we don't know. We don't know how to evaluate opinions about the case, opinions about guilt or innocence. And so that process, if he's acquitted, there's going to be blowback, and
heads will fucking roll.
And I've already suggested that, unfortunately, given how the testimony from the primary investigators in this case has come out, that the people that are leading the investigation into the murders of Abby and Libby, the way that their testimony has come out, they're closed. They have decided that Mr. Allen is the perpetrator, that there's no other possible explanation for how this crime occurred. And so I think it's just extremely unlikely that if he were acquitted, that they would pick back up and continue to look for the killer. The likely response to that is, well, the jury got it wrong. And so if we can't see for ourselves what evidence the jury relied on, we're not in any position to be able to evaluate. These guys aren't continuing the investigation. Is that a problem? Is that something that we should be taking issue with? So I do. I find it hard to justify this particular rationale for closing off really anything in the evidence in the court case. It is presumptively open. If it doesn't fall within one of those specific exceptions, which I do think some of this video might, then personally, I think it's probably most of the time going to be in the public interest for that to be available, so that we can monitor it. These are our courts. I say many times, this justice is done in our name. It's the state of Indiana that is conducting this prosecution, and this is occurring in the United States of America, subject to the constitutional restraints imposed by the United States Constitution that we all have an interest in seeing upheld. So, criminal justice process, it's done in our names. We have every interest in monitoring it and making sure that it is being conducted in a way that we support. Because if we don't support it, we might choose to exercise our power to vote out the people that are making the decisions about how it's run and bring in some others who will operate in a way that is more consistent with our community sense of justice. So that's really all I have for you guys on this today. Like I said, it was a short day, and I got some extra sleep. It's so early by my normal standard.
Go to sleep, Andrea. Take it back.
So we're gonna have some time to go through your super chats, and I'm still gonna get a nice full night's sleep tonight. I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to that. So we'll start here with Mudbug. Thank you, Ms. Andrea, for being our eyes, ears, and voice, along with so many other people with good minds and good hearts. Again, thank you and all others. There have been just some wonderful, good-hearted, well-intentioned, caring people for whom this process matters a lot. And it's just been such an honor and a privilege to get to meet so many of these folks through the course of this trial process. This whole experience has unfolded so much differently than I had in mind. You know, like you envision, you know, how things might be when you're thinking about doing something like this, and this is it's just been so different. I just never expected that it was going to be like this. It was going to be like such a trial by fire that we all shared to be able to get into the courtroom, that by and large, I think helped bond a lot of people that have participated and shown up. Certainly did not anticipate that, you know, I was going to be presented with the opportunity and the calling to fight for public access and transparency in the case. So it's really been an honor, and I'm very glad that I came. Debbie Enlow, thank you, Andrea, for all your hard work. You are very welcome. Bird with a $10 super sticker, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Monkey Bones, hello, Andrea. My wife and I absolutely love your coverage of this case. Has anyone covered the fact that the sticks on the bodies were cut with a tool saw? I read this somewhere, and there's no way Richard Allen had time to do that. So far, that has not been elicited. That is a piece of information that I do wonder if it might be helpful to bring that out. My view on it is that the state would probably try to diffuse it by, you know, some type of argument that I'm not sure that you can date and time when a branch is sawn. And so it's possible that this was just something somebody else in this area had cut this branch, and it just, you know, is the one on the ground that happens to be used to be placed on the bodies. I mean, you know, wood quality does change from being, you know, fresh green wood cut to a you know, more aged. There's moisture, you know, moisture in fresh wood, and so that evaporates and the wood dries. The cambium under the wood is often really bright green when you first cut it, and as time goes by, it will become darker. So, and I say this from the perspective and experience of somebody with a fruit orchard. I prune a lot. Somebody with bonsai tree collections that I prune a lot. So I do a lot of cutting of wood, seen a lot of cut branches, and, you know, have to haul them over to where they get stored until we get the wood chipper up and process them. And so sometimes that's right away. Sometimes it might be a few months. Just depends on the circumstances. Take it however you want. But it's just it might be one of those pieces of information that maybe just there's some ambiguity to it. You know, I don't know. It could be an oversight. It could be something that just got forgotten along the way. Not really sure who they would get that information from. I guess probably the lab. I guess that should have come from the lab. As I recall, it was the defense's. It was one of the defense's odinist, like when they were having the third party culprit hearings. I'm pretty sure that the marks, the saw marks on the branch, was from one of the defense witnesses. So it could be that they had anticipated that they'd be able to elicit this through their odinist witness. I just don't know. I just don't know. But the only person that has really described inspecting the branches was the DNA analyst, the one who set up the mobile lab after they were brought in and did that testing of it. So it's possible that that witness, didn't notice or didn't document, and so wasn't going to be able to be elicited from that witness. The investigators on the scene didn't really seem to be that interested in the sticks themselves. They just piled them up and left them there out in the open and then abandoned the scene. The DNR officer, when he came across them and suggested they should maybe be taken into evidence, the only thing that he noticed that called his attention to it was the fact that they had blood on it. And we didn't hear from anybody who actually took the sticks into evidence, I don't think. Did we? I can't remember now. But no indication of any particular observation about the quality of the sticks at that point in time. So it could just be a situation, where they didn't notice, and so it's not something that you can elicit from the state's witnesses. If it's going to come out, it'll have to come out from somebody on the defense side because they're the ones who caught that detail.
Y'all, we lost Lawyer Lee. How do I do the how did I do the is this it? It looks so deformed. This can't be the way. I like this one better. We lost Lawyer Lee. R.I.P. Boone, really?
Conrad
So
Lawrence.
cute, but he's
How
so
hard
bad.
would the defense team be slapped if, in closing arguments, they asked the jury to imagine a 13-month sequestration? So you generally cannot ask the jury to put themselves in the shoes of any of the trial participants. It goes just as much for put yourself in the shoes of the victims as much as put yourselves in the shoes of the defendant, because that's arguing for like emotional decision making, and that's just it's not what the jury's role is. But they can do it. They can do it around the edges. They can do it around the edges. They can point out that this required an extended separation. He's jerked away suddenly from his family without notice, against his will. It's not something he wanted to do. He didn't volunteer for it. It was something that outside forces brought and required him to be separated from his family that he missed terribly. And he didn't get to sleep in his own bed. He didn't get to dress in his clothes. He had to, lose his ordinary day-to-day routine. They can just draw the picture in a way that the jurors listening to that can hopefully just make the connection for themselves, that they'll be able to relate to that and make that connection with their own experience that they're currently having during the process of serving on this jury. Because there are a lot of commonalities. This jury has a responsibility that's a little bit different than Mr. Allen's situation. He just didn't have any choice. These jurors have a duty and a calling, that is bigger than their personal comfort, and that's part of why the sequestration is ordered, is because of the significance of the task that they're being asked to do. But otherwise, they could think about, wow, I've had to go through it like this, and it's been hard, and I miss my people, my friends that I'm used to talking to. I miss I used to hate going to work in the morning. It was just a drag, but now, I miss being able to see my coworkers and that regular routine and that schedule that you have, and the way that If the legal assistant would make my morning coffee just, just the way I like it. I never get the coffee the way I like it myself. Just little things like that, that they have the potential to relate to, and then think about how much different would it be to be having those types of experiences while you're locked away in a tiny cell with the lights on 24/7 with no real human contact other than people, dangerous, scary inmates screaming abuse at you through the walls. I mean, they heard that phone call and the hellscape of yelling that could be heard in the background. So I think they can do it in a way that makes the point. They don't have to do that explicitly. And so it wouldn't really be necessary to draw that fire for themselves. Carrie Ann, do you think the jury could interpret the videos as if someone this psychotic is capable of killing two girls rather than it being a result of his confinement? Do the pre-arrest videos make a strong enough distinction? There is a massive, I mean, that's the question as far as what we see on the videos, because we don't know. But I can tell you that the interrogation videos that we saw of Richard Allen are exceedingly normal. He is a very normal guy. He's not presenting like some psychopath. He presents like a very, very.
I'm sorry to pause it if that's annoying. I was just thinking about this. Like, could it actually be harmful for Rick's case for them to see how psychotic he became? Because then, like, what if they misunderstand like violent crimes, or they misunderstand what, the statistics of violence in the mentally ill? Like, they're very infrequently, perpetrators of violence. But what if they don't know that, and then they like get confused and think, well, maybe if he's this unwell that he could do something like this? But the reality is, what they saw of Rick, based on what we've heard and what has been testified to, was he was like basically catatonic. Somebody like that, he wasn't full of like manic energy and organized, like he was not even functional. There's no, I think that if anything, what they saw of him would make everything that the state is claiming that he must have done in this very short period of time like impossible. Like, no fucking way. Like, there's no way. Anyway, that's what I think.
Very normal at all. He seems very normal. Then he leaves the room and tells Mullen, "You're an asshole." And like everybody in the courtroom kind of laughs because they're like, yeah, he was. That was me. I'd be thinking, God, that guy's an asshole. Unbelievable. And so, not knowing what they've seen on these videos, I don't know. But if it's, describing, if it's showing, depicting the kinds of things that we have already heard described, then yeah, I'm pretty sure that the distinction between those things is going to be very sharp. This is very much an issue that I worried about as well. The way you point this out, it's almost like it can't win. I can't win. He's just in a bind. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You have to present this to be able to explain why he was saying the things that he said, right? Because he lost his mind.
Right.
But yeah, it feeds into the potential pre-existing narrative and just assumption that somebody who would do these types of
more
things
likely, honestly,
to these girls, that person has to be like psychopathic. That person has to be a monster. And so now, if we see Mr. Allen and he looks like a monster, are we able to make that distinction? And so that's why I think it was so important and such a big victory for the defense that the jury got to see the interrogation videos and not just hear them being described by the state's witnesses. Nick McClelland is as...
I have a fucking question that's never registered. I have a fucking question. So in this Baston letter, so Baston's writing this letter in April 2023 when Rick is at his worst. He dated this on April 11th when Rick is literally at his worst, just about. He says, on March 21st, while in the same unit as Rick, I attempted suicide and spent 3 days in the hospital. April 9th, I attempted suicide and spent 4 days in the hospital intensive care. Why didn't Rick ever get to go to the fucking hospital? Why didn't Rick ever get to go to the hospital? Why the fuck didn't Rick get to go to the hospital? He was attempting suicide. He was banging his head on concrete to the point where he was bruised all over and he was trying to jump off his sink and break his neck. Those are suicide attempts. If he's saying that I'm doing this so that I die, those are suicide attempts. What the fuck? What the fuck? He's not being treated. I mean, yes, obviously you're totally right. Heavy metal. Like the question, we know the answer explicitly, intimately. And yet, Goal had this letter, hid this letter, and then had the audacity to put in an order in writing. He's actually being treated better than in other inmates. Is he, Francis? Is he being treated better than other inmates? Then why did this convicted inmate, convicted of horrible crimes, why did this convicted felon inmate get to go to the hospital twice in a period of 2 to 3 weeks? Whereas Rick is literally fucking begging to go to Logansport Hospital. He's fucking begging. Y'all. No wonder she fucking hid this letter from the public, because she needed to be able to say the defense's claims, while colorful and dramatic, are not entirely true. If I were Rosie, I would have been fucking like this with my laptop to the fucking courtroom. Like this. Just in her face. Like this. There you go. These motherfuckers. Yeah, she hid this letter. So this letter was sent in April. She hid it at least until June. And if I'm not mistaken, she either unsealed it when she unsealed everything that in June, or she may have even unsealed it in not September. She may have not unsealed this until after the original action related to her, the record keeping, her CCS, her just not keeping the record and hiding shit. Like, it was either June or November, and I know that's like a big discrepancy, but either way, like, she literally, okay, thank you. That's what I thought. So the Supreme Court basically told her to unseal the bitch. So she sealed this from April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 7 months. She kept this hidden from the public. We knew it existed. We heard testimony about what it probably, the theme of the letter, but we didn't actually get to see it until November, because she needed to be able to lie without a record. This is why they destroy evidence. Actually, wasn't there more than one letter too? I think there were 2. I don't know, but either way, she hid it for months. Yeah, I think you're right, woman. There were 2. I think this one either got like shared or leaked, or it may have been submitted as part of the record for the safekeeping hearing. Maybe that's why it came out in June. But there was one that she hid until the Supreme Court clapped her. Crazy. Crazy. So this is really what they do. Like, this is it. They don't keep records. They delete evidence, and they delete articles from the internet, and they delete interviews, and they 404 everything, so that one day when they need to frame somebody with no evidence, there's no way to fact check them and hold them accountable. So this is the first one. The second one is the one where he talks about Dr. Walla, I think, right? Or maybe that's this one. Yeah, it's the second one. Oh shit. So who did the defense, I mean, who did the state, does anybody know off the top of their head? If not, I can find it. Does anyone know off the top of their head who the state called from DOC? Like, what corrections officers did the state call? Because he names at least one in here. I wonder if he shows up anywhere. Wouldn't that be unfortunate? Wait. Who's DS? Oh wait, I missed what the first thing you said, Miku. Harshman? Harshman what? Oh. So they definitely called Harshman, and then I think they had some corrections off, like guards. Didn't they have like a couple guards talk about what Rick Allen, his statements? And then Michael was the other person. You're right. Yeah. Officer Chad Smith or some shit. Yep, the warden's been fired. Dr. Walla's been severed somehow. That was it. Thank you, Miku. I'm going to pull that one up next. So, Warden Galapoo, gone. Walla, gone. Dr. Martin, gone. Who else? A couple COs I heard got fired, gone. Yeah, so, and then remember we learned the defense actually back in like June or whenever they filed that ding dong document, they were basically like, we will literally call Judge Gull as a witness, and then she can't be the judge anymore because she lied and said that Carroll County Sheriff wouldn't transport Baston, when in reality Carroll County Sheriff is saying that Judge Gold told them to stand down and not transport Baston. So one of those motherfuckers is lying, and either way, they interfered with the transport of a defense witness. So who do you go to when it's the judge that's doing that? You go to Scion. Scion. Michael says that it's not Scion, it's Sin, S-C-I-N, the Supreme Court of Indiana. The O is silent. She wasn't fired. She was removed from Westville, but she's still working. Is she working for DOC, or is she working? I thought she was working, like, she's still working with, like, for Centurion, but she's at a different kind of, or maybe, I think someone said she was at, like, a private, maybe, like, a private, I don't know where she is. Regardless, it's a terrifying thought to think that she's still working in that field. Galapoo is not with the girls' prison either. Nope, not since September of this year. So he went from Westville to the young women's, is it I think like juvenile or young women's prison to, oh, okay. Man, crazy, y'all. And then the other letter, does anyone off the top of their head remember when that appeared on the, like when that was filed? I want to say it wasn't it in June or July? Ugh, that doesn't surprise me. He's literally, I think the reason I'm calling everyone a June 25th. The reason I'm calling everyone a lizard is because Andrea called Galapoo a lizard, and ever since I'm like, he really is a fucking lizard. And I think I don't think Kat's in here tonight, but Catastrophe made a meme of Galapoo with like a lizard tongue. It looks like it was literally just made for him. Like, yeah, that makes sense. That's what his tongue looks like, because he is a lizard. He is a scaly, cold-blooded lizard. Where the fuck is this tang I'm looking for? Damn, I can't click. Oh, wait a second. I know what I can do. Ha ha ha. Outsmarting StreamYard. I want to knock on my phone to get Anne's attention. Oh, okay. What am I missing? Okay, so I think that we just... Oh, this is a different one. They're both from Baston. So Baston wrote 2, so then there was a third. I know. You're welcome. All praise to our Lord and Savior, all eyes, who has pulled every single document in this case and chronologicalized, I don't know if that's a word, them, and made the case record somewhat, actually sensible and accessible. Amazing. Oh, this is perfect. This is the one I think I wanted. Yep. I feel like he talks about Walla in this one. I think. Maybe it's a different one. I, Baston, inmate at Westville, was subpoenaed June 15th. Oh, this is where he says what they wouldn't let him go, basically. Due to corruption retaliation by their... Look, this is specific, though. Westville Restrictive Housing Unit staff and officers. You know who that is. Randy Bitch May Jones. That's who he's talking about. She is really funny. You made the lizard poo? I love it. I haven't seen Heather Brown today, and did we see Heather yesterday? I think Heather was around yesterday. She was. But Catastrophe I've not seen yet today in our chats. Maybe she'll pop in later. I guess it's still early considering that we are degenerate night owls as of late, so there's still time. I had to refuse because of my safety and fearing for my life. He was housed in a cell just above Rick. So they put him in, yeah, a pod. Did Gary Lewis testify? Let's find out who has been called by the state in the case. It'd be so nice if the media could just like... Actually, his name is Pat Clausen. If the media could like keep like a running list of like the witnesses. I mean, we could too, but like y'all are like there. Maybe you could, There's Heather. Oh my gosh. She could hear us. Pining for her. Yes, volunteer firefighter. Yep. He was moved to B-Pod after reporting Brandon Williams. I don't think we've seen him at all in this case. And this is, y'all, by the way, trigger warning. I'm sorry, I should have said that before. I should have said this, but trigger warning. So this letter says, now remember how much poo-pooing and scoffing and how much we had to hear about how these guys were just crazy, fabricating, loser, liar, pedophile, not to be trusted, felons, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. But let's just see what he's alleging for fun, okay? Sergeant Williams, after he submitted a complaint and then was interviewed, Mr. Inmate Robert Baston was interviewed by the Office of Investigation, Intelligence, Internal Affairs. That's the office that Maps, remember Maps? Miss Maps was at the hearings over the summer, and she was the one who she investigates this kind of shit. And Rosie was like, so is it against your policy for like a member of your staff to look up like individuals in other facilities that aren't, and she was like, oh, that would definitely be a violation. Like if that were to happen, like I would hear about it and it would be investigated. And Rosie was like, interesting. So anyway, so it sounds like he had an interview with that office with Internal Affairs, and in a recorded interview on April 28th, and 5 days after said interview on May 3rd, the very officer that he filed the complaint against, while he was in full restraints and leg shackles in the RHU, receiving areas on security cameras, will show Sergeant Brendan Williams ordering an officer to put his mattress and urine in a cell that he was placed in the night before without a toilet and running water in the cell. So basically, they're fucking him. Ashley, you can do a feeling anytime you want. Seriously, we can do a feeling. We can do a feeling anytime. It's so early. Williams has been sued in 2023 for excessive force. Well, that tracks. That math is mathin'. Does any of this seem outrageous given what we've just heard that they were doing to a literal pre-trial, not convicted, non-violent 5'4", never committed an act of violence in his life, probably not in psychosis? So if they're gonna do what we know that they did to Rick, is it really too much to believe that they would actually do this shit? He literally says, roll the tape. He says, Micah, play the clip. Micah, play the, whatever he says. Micah, roll the tape. Micah, play the clip. This shit's on video, and we know it probably is. They don't care. They're not fucking scared. Because they're untouchable. Who's gonna stop them? Gallipoo? Security cameras will also show Sergeant Williams slamming me to the floor and violently breaking my foot and ankle and intimidating the nurse not to treat my injuries. While he had an ink pen on his stab vest he was wearing, he stabbed me in my elbow all the way to the bone. I was placed in a B pod on the same day. He gave a no verbal command to cuff up in my cell. Nice. So again, excessive force, excessive force, excessive force, excessive force. Oh, this is my favorite part. I was unhandcuffed, removed out of my cell, out of view of security cameras, taken out in the hallway where Officer Quentin Davis was waiting, and he told Williams and officer to hold me up while he violently punched me in the ribs and stomach, while Mr. Motts kneed me in the face, and Warden Gallipoo, mental health Dr. Monica Walla, and Miss Bourne were watching the beatdown from outside Captain Gary Lewis's office. Dr. Walla, Clarice Starling, flanked by 7 deputies, because lest we forget, Dr. Walla, she's a cop. Okay, she's a cop. She's a fucking wannabe cop. She's not a doctor. I will not be referring to her as Dr. Walla. Yes, I will, because I'll forget, and I'll refer to her as Dr. Walla, but I don't want to, because she's no doctor to me. Oh, they fucked with his legal documents. Due to incriminating recorded dates and times, some of the dates and times concerned Richard Allen was being abused. Oh, yeah. So they basically probably went through all his shit to make sure, like, he wasn't keeping a record of what they were doing to Rick. Hi, Jennifer. For a sec, I thought that was Jen Coffindaffer, and I was like, oh my God, welcome. It's not. What else? My personal property was left out in the hallway unsecured. Oh, look, more admirable, noble behavior from the suicide companions in the Indiana Department of Corrections. I want to have 4 screams. One for Ange, one for Andrea, one for the Heirs Tour, and one for internet search. I love it. Oh, screams. I thought you meant screams, like you were going to scream because you're having a lot of feelings. But I also like all of those screams. Yeah, right, Ashley, probably. Any other Richard Allen search history docs been leaked? What else has he been searching? Maybe he did a Pornhub. Maybe he did a Netflix. Y'all, please. couldn't even fake, like, I couldn't even fake horror or shock or disgust at that tame of a, you know, like, no fucking way. Couldn't even fake it. And this, Miku says, is Gold's response to this letter. Okay. Buckle up, everybody. If you weren't feeling feel, now you're going to feel feels. Comes now. Having reviewed defendant Allen's motion for transport, now grants the motion and directs the Carroll County Sheriff's Department to facilitate the transfer of inmate Robert Baston from Westville to Carroll County Court for the safekeeping hearing at 7:30, and thereafter return him to Westville. They will have access to inmate Baston for purposes of questioning. Will they, Judge Cole? Will they? He just said, he says, I don't feel safe to testify. Would you? I don't think so. Miko is being my link savior tonight. I'm like so like emotionally deregulated from everything tonight that like I can't regulate my body temperature. So like my entire body is freezing, but my face is so hot. So I like have the fan on because it's like helping my hot face. Like the rest of me is freezing. Just thought I'd share that with you. All of that to say, check in with yourselves, y'all. Check in with yourselves physically, emotionally, spiritually. Stand up. Do a stretch if you need. Do a stretch and a snack. All right, so then we have, this is June 14th, the date. This is quite curious, by the way, because she ordered that transport to happen on the 15th of June for the hearing. So the only thing I can think of is that they must either like prep or, you know, extract the inmates for transport the night before if they have to be, you know, somewhere early, but it says 7:30, so like anyway, so this says, this writ came to hand the 12th day of June. Attempted service of said writ was made on the 14th. The sheriff reports the following. On the 14th of June, at the direction of the sheriff, Tony Leggett at this time, Special Transport Deputy Brian Wasaki. Who are you? Who are you? We're going to come back to you later, Brian. Now you're on my Google search list. Reported to the Indiana Department of Corrections, purposes of taking Robert back to Carroll County related to this cause on the 14th upon arrival. Why are they there the 14th? See, this is not making sense. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Ashley says, I get hot face too when I feel anything. I do. Always. I am all emotional tonight. I can't even count how many times I've gotten teary-eyed or cried. Same. It's been like a pretty consistent, like, post-nasal, drippy, snotty nose and, like, drippy eyes for, like, a week or two. I get hives, too, when I feel, you know. Robert would make a great call-in guest on one of your guys' lives. I can't tell if Jack Kelly is friend or foe. I think you're being a friend. I think you're actually serious, and I agree with you. But the picture keeps throwing me off because it's, like, funny and silly and, like, is a funny, silly picture friend or foe? But I think you're friend because you're actually Connie in disguise. So now I'm remembering. I got you. We're back on track. Wasn't he in Monsters Inc? I was thinking that. The Owski last name, says Angela Sidlowski. I know. She is an ally. Yes, you are. Miku, thank you. Amazing. Yeah, we're all feeling it, I think. And those were just the trans videos, and hopefully, you know, like, okay, maybe the incel videos won't be as bad. In what world, you know? Probably be devastating in a whole different way. But it's like, okay, well, at least he's not going to have to be, like, interacting with these fucking monstrous monsters, these guards that are just abusing him for sport, you know? My kindergarten school pic. Love it. Absolutely precious. Love that. Okay. On the 14th, despite the fact that the transport orders for the 15th, so they must have to go the day before, and then they probably house them in the Carroll County jail that night. But why wouldn't Judge Gold's order? I don't know. She didn't fucking know. She didn't pay attention to anything. Deputy Wasaki was informed by on-site DOC personnel, name them, that inmate Bastin was refusing to exit and was also refusing to be transported. That's so interesting. So it sounds to me like inmate Bastin was refusing to be, he was refusing to exit his cell. Wouldn't it be something if, you know, DOC had a practice of extracting non-compliant or even psychotic or catatonic inmates from their cells? I wonder if there's a way that they generally do that when an inmate says, I don't want to leave my cell. What do you think they're likely to do? Be like, all right, I don't blame you, and just walk away and call it a day and eat a snack? No, not these guys. They're going to fucking extract you. You will exit your cell. We know that. We don't know what they did to Rick or how they extracted him, but it was not pretty. We saw it. It almost made the prosecutor vomit in his own case that he's prosecuting. So let's not pretend like a non-compliant inmate is some novel fucking situation that's just, we've reached an impermeable wall. We can't transport him. Again, another glaring example of how Rick is not being treated better or even the same as other inmates. He is being treated 8,000 fucking times worse. And they lie. On the 14th, communication with the court. Here you go. Communication with Judge. Hey, mommy Gull. Hey, keeper. Hey, fucking master, mommy Gull. Sick. This shit is sick. The fucking Tobe Lazenby, spineless Tobe, is like, hey, mommy Gull, he doesn't want to come. Disregard any further efforts to retrieve him. Okay. It'd be nice if this was like stamped. I think the original is, but like, I mean, like, wouldn't it be nice if there's like an actual like time stamped record of when all this shit is going down? It'd be nice. Y'all, these people have to sleep, like they just like get up and go put their pants on and brush their teeth and go to work and eat a salad and a sandwich and a soup. Like they're not these vile, subhuman, monstrous beasts walking among us. Like, how is this real life? Why was this not okay, and then here's another, like, this is just sussy. Oh, I remember this one because it's vulgar. I shouldn't say it. Okay, so here's the actual transport order. Ordered on June 12th. Comes to hand, because I said came to hand. Came in his hand, Tony Liggett. June 12th. Filed June 20th. Okay, because he brought back the return, I guess, on the 20th. That makes sense. Miku, thank you for this. I would never have been able to find this on my own. So this is the writ we just read. This is the original transport order. This is the stamp of Tony Liggett, the sheriff, and then he delegated this, I guess, to Tobe to carry it out, and then he delegated it to Wasaki, and then Tobe was like, "Oh, what do I do? He doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come out. He says he doesn't want to come." Can you imagine? This is a family show. I know. I'm sorry. I said it anyway, though. Oops. Y'all, I did a jizz joke. I'm sorry. Thank you, Miku. You're amazing. You're my hero. My goddess. So this is the incident report. I guess Carroll County, this is how they're documenting this incident. I guess that makes sense. It's an incident report. I guess that makes sense. They're so dramatic. Okay, so This makes no fucking sense then, because now I'm even more confused. So you're supposed to extract this man and transport him for a June 15th hearing, and she said go get him on the 15th at 7:30 a.m. Why are you there on the 14th, bro? At 5 p.m., you're writing this incident report. So you've already gone, come back, had the incident, and now you're writing up the narrative. This doesn't feel entirely truthful or forthright. Just me? Is it just me? Something about this feels like kind of sussy, right? Is it just me? Yeah, this is so true. State of Indiana has a paper trail of a wink and a nod. It's like they had other plans for Baston, yeah. But we still haven't gotten, because I remember Courtney and I spiraled about this a little bit, because like it clearly says in her order, like it's not like ambiguous here. It literally says facilitate the transfer from Westville to court at, oh, okay. So I guess maybe all she said was facilitate the transfer. And so he facilitated, thank you, Miku, very much. I'm about to pull it up. So he facilitated the transfer. The facilitated was to go him on the 14th of June and bring him to Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he'd stay the night, and then okay. Now I have an answer. That makes more sense. All right. Conspiracy avoided. Wysocki. This wasn't submitted till the 19th, which is, I guess, fine. I mean, when did this happen? The 14th? You're pushing it, bro. 48 hours. Let's go. Lazy. Special Deputy Wysocki on duty was conducting a court-ordered transport from Westville to the Carroll County Jail. Upon my arrival, I was escorted to inmate Baston to conduct the pickup. After waiting, a corrections officer approached me and said, Baston's refusing to come out of his cell. He told the corrections officer, fuck you. It's like, so... Oh, I'm not on the right page. Man, I'm so sorry, y'all. Where is it? This one. Where the correction, he told the corrections officer, fuck you. You can't make me go. Corrections officer told me they'll have to do a cell extraction to get him to my transport vehicle. I told the corrections officer to stand by and let me make a few phone calls. Why? You don't work for DOC. Why is Wysocki interfering? He says I gotta extract him, and Wysocki's like, no, let me make a few calls. Huh? That doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That don't make no fucking sense. Why would... So, okay. So this random newbie Wysocki Carroll County Sheriff deputy in his big hat comes to DOC, and the corrections officer in his DOC house is like, he's giving me a hard time. I'm gonna have to, we're gonna have to arrange an extraction. And little cowboy podunk deputy is like, no, let me make some calls. So basically gives the DOC corrections officer a directive as a totally irrelevant county deputy. He's like, no. Let me give you a directive. I'm going to make some phone calls. Stand down, hold off on that extraction for me for a minute. Why would a deputy even give, like, you're there to just do a job? That doesn't make any sense. This didn't happen like this. This is not how this went down. That's what I'm getting at. I know that this is all very like, yeah, duh, but sometimes I just need to scream. Correct. And because he was gonna, and I think because he had verifiable, documented records of what they were doing to Rick that would probably line up beautifully, a little bit too well, with what the defense was alleging. Can't have that. Just like we can't have a competent and lucid defendant going to a safekeeping hearing when we have just spent the last 4.5 months psychologically breaking him and physically abusing him beyond what anybody in the United States can even conceptualize in this modern day and age. We can't have him going to a safekeeping hearing and actually being, sitting at a table with his attorneys where we're not eavesdropping, because then he might say something that might make us look bad or cause a problem for us. God forbid he tells them a truth. So what do? We inject him to his fucking eyeballs with Haldol. Not even 2 weeks after we just injected him with Haldol. If we're lucky, maybe he'll have a fatal cardiac event. Who knows? I was escorted back to the main gate where I was greeted by... Oh, you were greeted... John Gallipoo, man. What a guy. He just is fucking everywhere, ain't he? He traverses that Westville, that floor plan like if he's on fucking wheels, huh? He's just everywhere at the best time. Always at the best times. The warden is greeting a rando deputy. That was nice of him. Maybe he should be doing warden shit instead of doing evil shit, instead of doing colludey shit. I had called the Carroll County Jail Commander, Lori, who I explained the situation to. Okay, so now you're taking a non-compliant DOC inmate who's been ordered by a judge to appear in your county court. You've been ordered by the sheriff, who's been ordered by said judge, to just go fucking pick the guy up and bring him to the court, bring him to his hearing. And yet somehow, this random doofy deputy who's a nobody, who has no authority here at all, is like making calls and involving Lori Cisarsik, who is the jail commander of Carroll County, and she then calls Tobe, and then Tobe then contacts Judge Gull. Why is the sheriff having direct communication with the judge? I know that we did all of these freakouts a year ago, but like, Judge Francis Gull's office informed them of the situation. She had advised us to leave him there if he doesn't feel like it. Just leave him. You've only driven all that way, and yeah, him and Doolin should be arresting Fish. Fucking right, Steve. Fuck these guys. They're evil. This is making me really mad. I then spoke to the warden. So this nobody deputy has now talked to the DOC, the corrections officer, who was like, he's not coming out. He told me, fuck you, you can't make me. And we're going to have to do an extraction. And this nobody deputy who has no authority or jurisdiction in DOC whatsoever is like, no. Let me make some calls. Takes it upon himself to intervene for no goddamn fucking reason. It's not like they can't handle an extraction. And then he involves the jail commander of Carroll County, who, okay, no one fucking asked you to do that, who then calls the sheriff, who then calls Mommy Gull, Judge Gull, who then tells the DOC directly to just like stand down. He didn't have to come. And then he gets a permission slip. He gets a letter. What the fuck's it called? He gets a note for school from his dad, Warden Gallipoo. How many people? This is literally like, these people are annoying as fuck. This is literally a collusion. You just watched one in Warp Speed. You just watched a collusion do a collude. This is what it is. It's not anything like fucking supernatural. If you blink, you'd miss it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think this sometimes, but then I'm like, fucking who? Because Gull doesn't, like, I agree with this, but at the same time, Judge Gull does not strike me as the person to do anybody's fucking, like, bitch work, or like, she's not going to do anything for anybody, but Gull is not taking care of anybody but Gull. and like maybe the prosecutor, but like that benefits her. Yeah, she did state that. And then the defense, I'm going to pull up the ding dong document after this because the defense like just drags her for being a fucking liar, basically. He's like, either you're lying or your sheriff is lying. Both bad for y'all. So which one is it? And then that just went away. Literally nothing happened, women. Literally nothing. Nothing happened. They just transported him out of hell as if he had never been there at all. It was that easy. They put him in a van with a seatbelt and a cushy seat and a headrest, probably AC, and just drove him to Cass County. That's it. It was that easy. All along. Anyway, so Daddy Warden Gallipoo Lizard Man agrees to provide this man a letter saying that Baston refused to come out. Why would you even need that if you've got 8 different people in authority being like, nah? Like, why are you covering your... Why are you taking a preemptive... Yes, Mandy. And don't forget, Mandy, that they put this, they literally outlined this exact, very overt, obvious collusion and lie and obstruction and bullshit. They put all of this out and they outlined it in one of the 2 or 3 motions that they filed to have her recuse herself, to have her removed. The recusal motion that goes to her, because Indiana makes a ton of sense all the time. Because Indiana is just totally sensical. So nothing happened because she's watching the watcher. She is the watcher and she is the watched. She watches herself. Thank you. So true. Oh my God. So where's this Gallipoo letter then? He said so that I could attach to this report. Where's Daddy's letter? Here it is. Wow, they were able to work all this out super quick. Look at this. You know what this is? This is a remember your fucking place, y'all. This is a reminder. Hey, Gull. Hey, defense attorneys. Hey, internal affairs. Look at this. You see this name at the top of this permission slip that I just got because I felt like it? You see this permission slip that the literal warden himself just whipped up for me with this guy's name at the top and this guy's name at the top? Hey, Judge Gull, this guy kind of important to you, considering that you are just busting for a seat on that Supreme Court, aren't you? And this guy gets to decide. Like, let's not be ignorant and bury our heads in the sand. And these are the arguments that we make, and then people tell us that we're crazy and conspiracy theorists. And then we get 7 hours of video of literally our worst fears realized, played for those poor jurors, y'all. I hope they're okay. I actually am I hope that they are okay. Okay, well, on June 14th, staff went to the cell, advised him he's scheduled, and the incarcerated individual stated that he was refusing to go. And this was witnessed by the following staff: Rogelio, Rojo, and Edward Vasquez. That's interesting because neither of them are Wiskoski. Oh, wait, no, that was DOC. That's right, because they didn't name them. Man. All right, cool. So they witnessed it, and then they said that they did, and then they signed it, which means that it's basically like Bible truth. So no need for further investigation. He don't want to come. Hey, guys, just out of curiosity, what day and time, like when do you think the defense was notified that their key witness for their safekeeping hearing, that they had waited August, October, that they had waited 3 months to have this emergency safekeeping hearing that Judge Gold scheduled 3 months out into the future? When do you think they were notified that their key witness providing pivotal testimony would not be in attendance at the hearing? When do you think they were told? You think they were told on the 14th at 17 o'clock, whatever the fuck that narrative was? They were told in chambers 3 minutes before the hearing commenced. By the way, you don't get your witness today. Sorry. It's what you get. You should have better, you should have less problematic friends and witnesses. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, y'all. So the defense had to go and try and save Rick's fucking life He was literally more dead than alive at this hearing. This is the hearing where he looked dead. He was literally more dead than alive. His organs were probably struggling to even function. And you don't get your witness. You're being treated better than other people here. And I really think you're just complaining because you don't want to drive that far to go visit him. That's what I think, Brad Rosie. And Brad Rosie stood there. He did not do a swan dive over the judge's bench and beat the fuck out of that woman. He didn't. He's a better man than I. He said, all right, that's fine. Plan B, Odinist. He said, you want to see us fucking go? We're going to fucking go. You want to fight dirty? We're going to fight dirty. No, they actually didn't even know about the Odinism in June. They didn't know about Odinism until August, and when they deposed those fucking, or whenever Click's letter finally got to them. I don't fucking know. Like, so much fuckery and insane shit was happening, and like nobody had any fucking clue because the judge hid everything. They're literally fighting for this man's life for months. God, I feel sick. Oh, good. Brian Wysocki is now a emergency room technician, so don't worry, y'all. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Love that. What is this? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to like refresh my recollection. Appearance. So this was filed June 19th. This DOC civil attorney's filing for what? Why? What is this for? Because this is after the safekeeping ended. Why are they filing this? Does anyone remember? Or maybe it was just filed late. I don't know. Were there DOC attorneys at safekeeping? Were they deposing people? What is this? To the All Eyes doc. Okay. This was filed June 19th. So oh, shit. Hold on a minute. Oops.
Who are you?
This is protective order. Notice of discovery. They want us to inspect it. She's like, no fucking way. Here it is. Okay. So the defense files this motion for temporary TRO because they won't stop filming their visits. This filed May 15th. These are the facts of the case. He remains incarcerated. They visited him various times, November and April. They were allowed to have all their cell phones. And then, for some reason, other than the presence of an officer placed immediately outside the door, until a visit on or about Friday, April 21st, 2023, they had some semblance of privacy. They filed this emergency motion to modify the safekeeping order on April 5th because this is when they got the SOS call from Kathy, probably. And they went to see him the next day, and he was unrecognizable. Is DB in here? Am I muted?
Hello there.
Oh my god, hi. Did you say something sooner?
Yeah, I said something, but you're focused.
I was in a fugue state.
I'm
How are your feet? How are you feeling? How you doing?
doing okay. I'm doing a lot fucking better than some of these motherfuckers. Let me tell you what.
I bet.
Sir, has your butthole puckered the entire witness seat? Doug Carter.
Puckeriest motherfucker in the land.
This motherfucker's grabbing the seat cloth, pulling it into his body, dude. This dude is so puckered up.
Yeah. You think he enjoyed that little 10-minute visit today?
Just like old times. Pulls the mic a little bit closer to him. Wanted to join everybody in here today to talk about, unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to lead the sermon.
He doesn't lead the gaslight. He's just a visitor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just taking a trip down memory lane.
You know who needs some heavy metal rehab?
Who?
Doug Carter. And I'm not talking about the music kind. I think that man consumed heavy metals at one point accidentally, and he has been exposed. He has a toxic level of heavy metals in his system.
Is he toxic? Yeah. It was dripping out of his nose and his nostrils and his orifices. He needs an intervention, probably. This isn't fuckery, DB.
Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. For those of you who don't know, Rick Allen at one point took that oath as a young man. And Nick McClelland also took that oath as a young man. One person decided that instead of supporting and defending the Constitution, they became the enemy of it. And that man is Nick.
What could make someone do that?
Little rat.
He's a rat. It's a perfect descriptor. He is a rat.
I thought it was interesting. Somebody leaned forward today, turned their head 90 degrees. I said, is that the motherfucker right here that's in the charging information? Because that stupid toe fuck over there, Holman, who eats ham sandwiches because he's a cannibal, pig fuck. And then you have that stupid wannabe Geek Squad motherfucker who is the tech guy, probably because he plugged in a fucking HDMI cord one time with a bunch of thumbs looking at him, and they thought he was fucking Bill Gates. Okay? And he's got glasses, so they think he's the fucking tech guy.
Yeah. Yeah. He is to them. He's the tech guy. He's the guy.
The guy.
And he's excited to be the guy. He's excited about it. He does it well. He is like a golden retriever. Except he's not, Yeah.
If a golden retriever had a knife behind his back.
And was skilled in the read technique, yeah.
Well, I'm talking about Mullen.
Me too. Have we not
I
talked
think
about
he's
this?
I think he's skilled in the fucking delete technique, not the read technique.
Mullen trains them, DB. He is the
Okay.
read technique like connoisseur, like the veteran read technique motherfucker. I think that he's just really good at getting on the stand and playing really dumb. But I also think he's dumb. I think both things are true.
Yeah.
Did I interrupt your flow? I'm sorry. I just got so
No,
excited to see you.
Well, I'm excited to be heard. I was out and about in the world, and I'm not going to say what I was doing, but it was at some type of an event, some type of operation,
Presidential
and
gathering.
yeah, sure. And somebody asked me, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" And I said, "Drink."
A Capri Sun.
Did you know Richard Allen was in fucking solitary confinement for 13 months, and you're asking me what to drink? Coke Zero, please. Light ice.
Coke Zero, please. How dare you? Let it happen again.
You guys know what character I am right now?
Mm-mm. I don't. Oh, are you the most disturbing, spooky character in any movie ever available to rent on Netflix?
No, but whoever Googles that, unbelievable.
They're gonna probably end up getting warrantless bing bonged and then thrown into for 13. That's generally how that goes. Are you Deadpool?
Deadpool. No, silly.
What are you? Don't call me silly. What are you?
I was calling woman silly.
Yeah, don't call her silly.
Oh, okay. I'm fucking
Brilliant.
not on. I'm not on here, and then all of a sudden, you and a woman are just homies.
Still fuck Bob Siegel. Love that.
You like that? Still, motherfucker. I can't see. Yes, I'm Rorschach.
What is that?
You know what a Rorschach is, right?
No. I was kind of sheltered for a minute. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, I guess they stopped teaching it when you go to school for therapy. The Rorschach test, it's a psychological test, right? They show you ink blots.
Oh, an ink blot test.
Yeah. Or Rorschach test. So I guess probably the guy who invented it, and then Americans probably tried to license it, and they couldn't because it was the guy's last name, so they just called it an ink blot.
Or it's like when they had to change all the street names in Greensboro because they were all white, like they were all like
slave owners.
Yeah, I wonder if it was more like that. But yeah, go ahead. Ink blot man.
Well, basically, it was a test that when you look at these images, you can see whatever you want, and when you see it, you can say what it is.
Yeah.
And you can describe what it makes you think of.
Yeah. Should we do one?
Yeah. Can you share a screen with some?
Oh yeah. They all look like Mothman to me though. Am I okay?
Well, that's good.
Is it?
Because that's something you identify with.
I guess. Like they literally all look like Mothman. Am I a narcissist? Am I wrong? Don't they all look like the Mothman?
They'll all look like uteruses to me.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This one looks like the Donnie Darko bunny. This looks like a bat. That is the Mothman.
No, that is the Mothman. You're right.
I guess this does look kind of cervical, kind of ovarian. Yeah. There's definitely a female vibe I'm getting.
That one looks like a stool.
This one?
Yeah.
That's a no, DB.
It's a popper.
What are they called?
Popper. It's a popper.
No, it's called a pop. It's a pop socket.
Ooh, you got the name brand one. Who here doesn't use a pop socket or something like that? Because that is crazy. Insane if you're that person. Because
yeah, I don't know.
I've been saying it for months that I like pop sockets.
Yeah.
You know what really irritates me?
What color is your pop socket? Can I do
black?
To ask and scream? Like,
huh?
Oh my god. Mine too.
Everything I own is black.
That tracks.
Yep. Black car, black rims, black shoes, black Tims.
Black soul.
Yeah, black
Black
eyes.
hole.
I'm a black guy. I mean, I'm a white guy with some black belonging. I mean, I fucking goddamn. Sometimes I don't even use a case.
Oops.
Punky. You're out there no condom, girl. You need to fucking.
Oh my god, I have like a phone. I mean, it's new anymore. It was brand new a year ago, but I still haven't. Remember, I was telling you like literally 4 months ago that I had to transfer my phone into my new phone. I haven't done it still, and so now this one is like it like lags, so it's very, very frustrating to use.
Yeah, I just got the new iPhone.
Yeah,
I'm hood rich. Like I'll do that.
You're an iPad kid through and through, though. If there's a new screen, you're gonna acquire said screen because you're an iPad kid.
Yeah. If it's more responsive and it's got better color value, I
Sure.
want it.
I mean, you'll get it and want it regardless. But if it's better, that's a plus.
Yeah, I might just lie to myself and say it's better.
I know. Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Do we have an OCR'd version of the safekeeping hearing? I feel like I made one at one point. I'm wondering where I would have put it though. I do this thing where I make things and I put a lot of time into it, and then we're very excited when they're made, and then I don't save them anywhere useful, and then they just don't exist anymore. But I know that I did that at one point.
Yeah.
Because I made a comment about how Teresa Criminality's watermark looked like nipples. I remember. So
I put it in private chat.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, that was so fast. By the way, Miku's headphones has been filling in tonight as my lifeline, docs goddess, wifey helper, and linking.
That's really nice. That's
Awesome.
Yeah. They're good.
No.
I
know.
How good are they?
That just brought me to my Google Drive. Oh wait, no, it didn't. They're really good, actually. Like quite good, in fact, like the best.
Please do. Put me out of my fucking misery, dude.
How much FOMO did you have knowing that we were doing a activity that you could not participate in said activity?
I picked all the skin off my fingers.
Excellent.
I relapsed on skin picking.
Honestly, if I have to do a social, when I have to go and do a social, I usually do lose a good amount of skin on my fingers. It's just kind of inevitable. That's all right. It'll grow back. It's a good thing about skin and hair. Yeah.
Good question. Please advise. Do I make the word sua sponte look like a snake or no? I think one of the snakiest things she ever did was sua sponte. So
Which one?
I think sua sponte, removing them.
Yeah. Oh. For sure. How do I find? Oh, I know how. Bastard.
I have a question for everybody while you're doing that.
Please, DB, please go ahead.
I know we're up against some alternative programming right now.
Why can't I search anything?
And Andrea, we usually do a little bit better than Andrea on live viewers if she's not live.
59. Oof.
No, we were doing better.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I love
What's
everyone.
That beep?
I keep interrupting you. I'm going to mute myself. I'm just excited.
Oh. So my question is for everybody in the chat. Simple question. What is a wheelchair for? What do you use a wheelchair for? I've read today that Richard Allen was in a wheelchair. Is that right? Going really fast. Well, could. Aiding mobility. Right. Could be an aid to mobility, or it can outright allow you to be mobile. Or have somebody make you mobile because you cannot ambulate effectively, right? You're muted.
I just said, oh yeah, that's like, I like that word. It's a good word. That felt good. Yeah, for sure.
If he's
Mhm.
able to walk over or on his own power to reduce the risk of further injury, exactly. Maybe he can walk decently, right? But it's risky. So you put him in the wheelchair. So was he in a wheelchair? I've seen a report if he was in a wheelchair. Now, that means he's not capable of self-care if he can't ambulate effectively, which is an
Right.
activity of daily living,
Right.
right? If you cannot walk, sit, stand, you can't lie down or get up on your own, if you can't walk. So what is that? Why can't he walk? Because from my reading of everything, it says he was subdued.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Non-responsive is I think what I read, or almost like practically, it was like practically unresponsive, or practically like, let me just find, oh, you know what? Good thing about it is I can just look right now because I have it right in front of me. Alan appeared unresponsive in most of the videos.
Well, something that troubles me about that word is somebody can be subdued.
Mhm.
Their attitude or their presentation could be subdued, right? Or you can be subdued. So does he look captured?
Does he look captured and enchanted?
Well, if he's captured, is that what they mean by subdued? Because yes, he's in fucking prison.
Right.
So, or are they saying that he's subdued even more? J.O. doing ADC. J.O., what's up, dude? Yeah, woman, we need you and your expertise. Prisoners have
Let me tell
died
you
from being
something. If you
restrained.
don't start appreciating being on stream with me, I'm gonna do. You're gonna get sanctioned.
Me?
That's what I think. Yeah.
What do you mean? I didn't know I was
I
being.
want woman. I don't need woman, but I want her, which is arguably far better than being needed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I lost her. How do I? Oh, there we go. Hi, woman.
Hi, he's such a friend of me.
He is, right?
Yeah, but I still love him.
What is he doing? I love you too. What is she doing a shank for?
Oh, that's for Kathy Shank.
Oh, I thought you was doing a shank with the,
Oh, yeah,
the
that's
noun and the verb.
Yeah, both. A shank
Oh,
and a
okay.
chivy.
So has anyone here ever heard the phrase cutting a shank?
No.
Yeah.
Well, in prison, you cut a shank out of a wall locker or a piece of metal. They use soap and wire and like sharpen it on the concrete. You could sharpen steel on concrete. So it's funny, like shank can be like you're gonna go do it. You're gonna go make one, and then you're gonna also get one, and then it's also a type
shitty
of
snitch.
what?
A shitty snitch.
Yeah. What is with her?
I don't want. She wants that. Everybody wants that money. That's what it is. They want that reward.
She's not eligible for it though.
How isn't she? She found just the tip.
She's a state actor. You can't. She's not the
When
public.
has it stopped anybody?
When they're getting paid by the state.
She's a volunteer.
Maybe she thinks she can because she's a volunteer.
Did you make these rules?
No, that's how it works. Like you can't. You think a police officer is going to get $500,000 reward?
Look at Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Well, he's different. He said the N-word on the internet.
He got you there.
And
he did.
He did?
He did.
I don't know why that surprises me. It's not like, I don't know why.
That mullet says it all, Ange.
You said Mullen. Oh, I think you said Mullen says it all too.
Oh, that too.
Who says it all the time?
Mullen, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
100%.
like,
doubt.
sir, why did you say that? There's nobody of, there's no minorities in this county, sir.
It's like, what's
He's
that?
No,
like,
there are
I
minorities.
say it to sleep. That's what he does.
Yep. Praise be to Allah. I think he says it when he sets the cross on fire. But
That too. Nick the Hat.
no, sorry. Can I spit about Rico for a second?
Sure, I love Rico, kinda, but not.
So here's the thing about Rico, guys. Sounds cool. Ashley, is that yeah, Doug? You give me permission? Appreciate it. Rico sounds cool, right? But Rico is the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. It's a federal law, right? Some states have a state law that goes with it. And, they can charge people, of a state crime if you're just the leader organizer or participating in a conspiracy in whichever part of the statute you fall under, right? I fucking love Uncle Rico. It's one of my favorite characters, if you guys couldn't tell.
It actually, I
So-
think you have one on here, actually.
I do, don't I? Yep.
Show me, because I don't know Uncle Rico.
I thought I did at least. I
I'll
have
find
so
it.
many.
You clap. I'll find it. I'm going to be the soundboard guy tonight. You just clap. Clap away.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
So Rico was allegedly designed to take out organizations doing illegal activities, and one of the organizations they were targeting was the mob, right? It was going to get the mob and fucking
The
what's the
good
dude's
fella.
face melted off? Rudy Giuliani.
Oh, God.
Glass windows policing. If there's a glass window that's broken, you go find 6 black guys and do the rig technique on them, I think is what they say.
Jesus.
Well,
It's true.
I mean, I think they did it with the Central Park 5, just -1.
Yeah,
Set of
and then
6.
Donald Trump's like, just hang them all. And I'm like, bro,
Yeah,
they
don't do
don't
that.
even have trees in New York.
Yeah, last time I was in Central Park, no trees.
Shut up.
It's a new thing. It's like a new thing they're doing. Not a single tree.
So what ends up happening over the last 30 years or so, since super predators and all this shit, they end up with a war on drugs, mostly focusing RICO on criminal enterprises involving drugs and
That they ship
minorities. Well, shipping it, whatever. But this is supposed to be supposed to be taking in place, or supposed to be capturing illegal activity that is a much larger organized enterprise. And they end up using it to, put people into a conspiracy and get them to cooperate against each other and charge people who could be ultimately charged for murder because they're involved in a RICO conspiracy that involves a murder, but have absolutely no underlying motivation. There he is. There he is.
Oh,
Have no underlying motivation to actually. You trying to do what I do to you? See?
Oh, Jesus.
So
Uh-uh.
it just ends up being. Is this about YSL? It is, but I've said this. I mean, really, before I've been saying it for months. Even before that, back in the day, when people were saying that about a RICO coming in this case, and I would say the FBI is not going to be the hero of the story. And so I just think the RICO is a little bit over hyped in these cases.
I tells us about this that they're not the heroes in the story. I just dropped a link for I's new video, and he showed his face. Did you
Did he
know
really?
that? He did. And he said, guess what, guys? The FBI was in town when it happened, and they didn't do nothing. That's what he said.
I thought we already knew that.
Well, I just needed a friendly reminder because all the facts kind of just get moggled up in my brain. Like gobbledygook.
Gooky gobblies.
You know.
Oops. I don't think that word is working. Okay,
Oh,
so
isn't P. Diddy doing a RICO right now?
yeah, it could be.
Repeat that woman. Gobbledygook? Cat Williams? Cat Williams, he said, what did he say that time? He said, you just come in with your big dick swinging. Wait, what did he say? Oh, man, I made a good old post about it. Whatever. I'll figure it out. DB, do you have one of those brain wiper things? Because every time I get on with you, I feel like Men in Black flash me in the eyes.
Like you had some cool shit you wanted to talk about, and then I was on, and you were like, "God damn it, I can't."
Right. I just forget. Like, it just goes, phew.
I think it's called intimidation.
No, I'm not scared of you at all.
Oh, I just mean not physically, but just presence-wise. You know what I mean?
No.
You don't think that's what it is?
No.
Okay.
Really, it's
well.
not. Rico from the block. Rico Suave. I wish we could just play tunes on here sometimes.
No.
I'll play a Rico Suave clip.
We're talking about the criminal case against Richard Allen. We don't do tunes at that time.
He's like, this is my special time.
Okay, I'm
like,
sorry.
all
I'm gonna
night for
stop
this.
talking. I'll mute.
Oh no, you don't have to mute. I'm just saying we don't need music.
I literally just wanted Rico Suave. And that's it.
Send me a clip and I'll put it up.
I don't have it. I don't have anything.
You expect me to just make it happen?
Absolutely. That's what you
It
do.
should be like if somebody could do that, they'd be kind of an intimidating presence. Kind of all powerful.
Oh God! Now we're gonna have to hear.
Jesus
about,
Christ!
now
I
this is
can't.
gonna be his new fixation. We're gonna have to hear about that.
I can't breathe in here, Ange. Can you breathe?
You got a straight white male taking up
No,
all
I
the
can't,
air in
actually.
here.
I need someone to mansplain my own anatomy to me.
Yes.
Hey, how was Fiend earlier? Did he do that at all, or was he?
He was
nice?
great. Fiend is always great. He's great, DB. You know that.
Even when he's mansplaining my vagina.
Yeah, you know that, DB. Come on.
He did a vagine.
JK.
Like the guy. Oh wait, I didn't see this before.
Oh,
and I thought maybe you
God.
did.
Oh,
Wait,
will you guys show my? Can you show my?
What the fuck is this?
Rear naked chokehold with Nick and Mullins.
Yeah. Oh, that was Nick. That's fucking funny. I never realized that.
That was right when he got his plug.
Yeah, I learned a lot. From
Nicky did a plug. Ooh, yes.
I love anatomy lessons, even though I get shut down.
What? Who? By whomst? Over my objection. You said dead body, and then I was like,
except that's not a thing. Like, wait, what? The guy says what?
He does say that.
The weird cat.
He's so funny. Sometimes let's just take the wind right out of your,
Yeah.
But I love it.
And you don't
It's
see it
great,
coming.
though. I know, and you should though, but you never do. It's always a surprise. Can I show a funny clip? Can I do a clip?
Yeah.
I can. Were you about to do one?
No, I'm looking for what the fuck this woman's name is on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, in the meantime, I have a
Conscientious
9-second
fuck
clip.
yeah.
No, I'm not that person anymore.
What person are you?
Woman doing just a tip
Okay, good.
or something like that.
Wouldn't just did a
Oh,
shake.
okay, I got you.
Can I find this? The
Down the hills have it. Insert Weber. That is scary as hell. He's so scary.
Weird woman fucking messaged me the other day and said, stop stealing other people's what did you say?
I don't know.
You were like, let me steal people's content too or something on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
You said stop stealing other people's content faster than me or something.
He always fucking does that.
What?
You cheat. You cheat somehow. I don't know how, but I'm pretty
Sometimes
sure
I
you do.
just want to be the content stealer first.
No,
Yeah,
he's
I
always
know.
got to be the one. He's always got to be the one to break the content, to find the thing, to do the funny.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Actually, that's not true. And then sometimes he'll do a tag and he'll do a credit, and I'm like, I didn't even do anything for this. So
Yeah, I know I do that. I try to be a good guy,
yeah,
but
you're just trying to pay it forward a little. Okay, this is funny. This is
give me this platform.
Look at your wolf.
I know I gotta take him out really quick just for pee. Where is
He's like
it?
way on the ceiling. I really imagined that dog being much larger, and then
Oh, he's
I was
so
like, oh,
small.
that's just a boon.
He is teeny tiny. This is it. No, it's not. Fuck. I know, Boone. Where did I
So-
save it? I literally just had it. Oh, here it is.
Oh yeah.
Right now, in the past 30 days, is all I've been dealing with penis.
Wait.
So I just want to.
I was starting over. So remember, he was all worried about deep fakes and stuff. And if someone did a deep fake.
Right now, in the past 30
Deep-faking
days,
that.
is all I've been dealing with penis.
Whoa.
So I just want a penis.
Wait, you gotta let short. Like, play it again.
Right now, in the past 30 days, is all I've been dealing with penis. So I just want a penis.
What did you say? I don't want to pee in this.
Just wants a penis.
Right now, in the past 30 days, is all I've
I
been
just wanna
dealing
pee
with
in this.
penis.
Who's right here?
So
right
I
here.
just want a penis.
Mhm.
I just want to pee in this.
I think he was saying subpoenas. Like he says like subpoenas, but he says subpoenas. And it's like, that's not, no.
Who
Yeah,
did
subpoenas.
that to his head?
Oh, yeah. Okay, BRB. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay. He looks like he got in a fight with a lawnmower and lost miserably.
He did a plug. He did a turkey, dude. People could do a turkey.
It's literally my favorite head pick of him for other people's bodies.
Did somebody say hills have eyes? What about
Yeah, I
wrong
did.
turn?
Oh, I said last house on the left.
You did. I know, but this is kind of funny too, right? Because it's wrong. Why?
TV, take it off. Yuck.
Could you imagine what that smells like?
No.
Did people like the Geek Squad shirt?
No.
Nobody
I
liked
hate
it.
that fucking guy like a lot.
I know. I don't even want to joke about him.
That's a good shirt.
Just look how fucking boring he is, dude.
Oh,
Mullen.
Brokeback Mountain.
He just looks boring, dude.
His face looks like it's constantly loading.
Always. You know Doug Carter was on the stand today. How do you think that went?
I feel like. Did you have lunch with that man?
I did have lunch with him today.
The what? Oh, yeah. We need to make that go crazy.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, get a screenshot right now, real quick. Tell me when you got it.
Man, I wasn't prepared.
What do you mean? It's right. Are you on the phone?
Yeah. Well, no, kinda. I'm on multiple things right now.
You are an iPad kid too, aren't you?
Yeah, it's happening. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna put an Odin flag behind him somehow.
You figure it out. You got it.
I'm so upset
Why?
because nothing's gonna happen for the girls, and just another person's mind's ruined. And I mean, Richard's gonna come back, right? He's gonna be out, and he's gonna come back hard, right? However, like, why did all this have to happen? It didn't.
No, it didn't have
It
to.
literally didn't have to happen.
For no reason.
Just because y'all want a new bridge.
She uses Adele. Interesting.
Dude, it's a death.
Look at this.
That is genius.
And so this is going to be a snake right here, the S, you think?
Yeah, probably.
Everybody, this is Punky's work. Punky's she's the director of arts and crafts for the Diaper Squad.
Yeah.
The Antifa Autist Squad.
I'm so excited she's sending that to call.
Is that what she said? She's gonna send it?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, Punky, you're fucking awesome, dude. You
Also,
punk rap.
can we make voodoo dolls or something for everybody? Like make the whole clan?
Yeah, I would say which clan, but I think I might know which one.
The family, the family.
The
Not the
clan.
actual family, but
If anyone sees Punk, if she's not in here right now, her painting is coming along handsomely.
I love it.
It's so good. What a talent she is, huh?
Yeah. I love those gulls.
They're cuties.
Unlike our judge.
The judge is not a cutie, and she's not even a chill dude. Everyone is like, well, at least she played the videos. I mean, dude, I guess. I don't think she had a choice. I think that she did some crazy shit.
She just been running amok.
Yeah.
The whole muck a runneth. Donnie unblocked me. That was nice.
Did he really?
Yeah. I think someone came out of chat and was like, yo, you better unblock woman.
Huh. Yeah, listen to this.
Oh no, she's been mauled.
Angel got mauled?
Yeah. And put one in the
Finally.
chat if you need DB to help you. Nobody, when I say that, when I do the one thing, nobody does it.
Dude, isn't that embarrassing? I've said that before.
I don't care.
And fucking nothing.
Yeah, it sucks. Fuck their life.
Oh, Arnon did a one.
Oh no, you better go save her.
You're right, Mandy. That does seem like an abuse tactic.
What, not putting a one when someone asks you to?
Well, that too, yeah. Judge Gall never puts a one. I guarantee you that. No, Mandy said that's an abuse tactic. Thank you for your bits of kindness, Master, for Judge Sua Sponte.
I'm really disappointed. I knew what was happening. Like, I've always known that actually was going on, right? But I actually do feel bad about it. Like,
Well, that she was having sex with Holman?
Jesus Christ.
Wait, didn't you say some crazy shit the other day? I can't say some crazy shit. Didn't you
What did
say?
I say?
I didn't use the DCS was sacrificing kids. I can fucking say something. You know what I mean?
It's not that far off, though.
Okay, well, explain what's going on here. That would be an explanation, not a great explanation.
I mean, you notice all them people, well, they all do math, but like, not all of them. I gotta be nicer sometimes.
I don't even mind people that do meth. Like,
no, do your
do
thing.
some fucking meth, dude. Like, that's totally chill. But like, to end it there,
right?
Do a little recreational meth, and then, don't kill people.
Don't sacrifice people.
Don't do a sack. Like, it's not. So what do you think do you think he was in a wheelchair or do you think he was in a restraint chair?
I think he was probably in a restraint chair. Probably like a Hannibal Lecter type thing.
Right. And these fucking mongrels were, I guess, apparently trying to see Brad Rosie's laptop to see the sealed fucking discovery. And I guess what they didn't think about maybe that was in a fucking wheelchair. They said it was a wheelchair that someone was strapped down to.
Yeah, no. I literally bet it's just some sort of like restraint, like built-in belts and stuff. Like, so I used to work at a nursing home, and we never used restraints there. Like, we even had like some people who like could slide out of their chair or whatever. So we would put like this little alarm on them. So when they slipped, it would pull the tag and alert us that they slipped, you know, and that was considered a restraint. I'm like, well, that floor is a restraint too. If you
Oh
if
yeah,
you
they're
can't
restraining the
get
fuck out
up
of you.
and no one hears you that you're sitting, all that bathing shit. That's
Yeah, that there's something more to that for sure. And when I read giving him a haircut, dude, my fucking skin felt like cockroaches crawling all over me.
yeah,
Like giving him a haircut?
right,
What fucking haircut did they give him? Because when I go to the fucking barber shop, I say, hey, I want a low fade, keep it tight, 0 at the bottom. You know?
right. And then
That's a
they black
haircut.
bag you, right?
Yeah, exactly. They fucking black bag me, duct tape it to my fucking neck.
Right.
Also, the reason they black bag you, obviously it's a spit hood, right? But
Right.
there's a reason some of them are black.
Do you care to
5-point restraint
elaborate?
chair. What?
Do you care to elaborate about this reason why they're black?
Because you can't see. They don't want you
Oh yeah,
seeing
yeah.
who's taking you.
Right. Oh yeah.
So in restrictive housing units, it's usually the most violent, the most some of the worst people, right?
Right.
I think they're humans.
For sure.
But they've done things that will make you want to protect yourself as an officer.
Right.
So,
Or it could be the other way around. Jesus Christ.
what?
But I need to find that picture because this shit is pissing me off now. All I see when I think about it, all I see is this picture.
The Abu Ghraib picture?
That too, but no, that's not the
The
one.
black hood?
Not even that either. But I think about that. I get several pictures, but hold on, I'll send it to you so you could share it with the class.
Okay, so I see people are saying sensory deprivation. And yes, that is a definite benefit of that. But it's like you cannot see your tormentors.
Even though they're videoing you, that's the worst part. Is like they're still videoing him. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not fooling the camera unless you
So
do
back
BG magic.
So back in the day, the executioner would wear a hood, right?
Yeah,
And a mask. So you couldn't see who killed people,
right.
right? And then it became, whoever
Gave you last rites.
gave you last rites, who pulled the trap door out from under the gallows.
Right.
They would have a hood. And then the firing squad came along.
Yep.
What they did instead was made it so that one person didn't have live rounds. So there's always a little bit of a question whether you shot or not.
Yeah.
They would aim right to your heart, and they would shoot and hand the gun off. They wouldn't unload the gun. One had a blank. Now, for me, having shot a lot of blanks in my life, not for like actual blanks,
Right.
and probably some of the other kind too, but you could tell the difference. But you might not be able to if you're not shooting that gun often with blanks and then not blanks. But
Hey, Pop Tarty B.
What? Oh,
Pop
Pop
Tarty
Tarty.
B.
What up, Pop Tart?
And now I want a Pop Tart.
I love a Pop Tart. I like to go 6 months without a Pop Tart, and then find one behind my couch. And then say, did I get these 6 months ago or 7 years ago?
Is it okay? Will I die?
Exactly, yeah.
Crabbing.
Crabbing Numbrado.
That was so good. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't even know where I put it.
what? You're
My
crabbing
brain.
or?
Yeah, my crabbing. My brain's not working very well. I am very spent
You have long COVID.
on what I do, probably. I'm very spent on what they did. Actually, I haven't been sleeping very good either. But
I don't think any of us have. That's why we're all here.
for real.
Oh, yeah, right here, Denise. They did in the electric herd 3 switches, and only one was live, and it would change. So people would you'd have some type of anonymity to who was the actual person doing the killing. And so in a lesser sense, that's why the hood is black, because you don't know who is torturing you or who is transporting you or where you're going. It keeps you disoriented too. Obviously, like people said, it does do some sensory deprivation when it comes to the inability to see and orient yourself to the direction, and the layout of wherever you're being transported. But the way these videos are described, it seems like they're doing a cell extraction when he's nude and then taking him somewhere. But also, there's been lawsuits in Westville that people were being humiliated by that. Like, they're doing a perp walk,
Right,
but you're naked.
right.
Yeah, so the guard doesn't feel guilty. So the next time the guard sees him, they go, "Oh, you don't have to even think about it, the last time." And I read that it was 2 guards.
I
Who's
just sent
most
you one of them.
one of the guards?
That's one of the pictures I can't get out of my mind when I think about it.
Yeah, you know what's really fucking cute and what really fucking pisses me off? It's this guy. Is this motherfucker right here? I'm gonna pull him up.
Yeah.
And the reason is, where's that affidavit from?
Lawsuits.
There's an affidavit from Gallup. I just had open somewhere.
I could send it to you. I think I have it right here. Yep, here it is. The one Ben or the standard September 9th one?
The September 9th one's fine.
Okay. Do you want the first one or the second one or all of them?
Whatever. Whichever one's easiest to send to me. There's just one point I wanted to make sure it was right before I said anything about it.
Okay.
So here he is. Here is Randy Jones, 2021.
Look at them fucking beastie ass arms. Okay.
Go ahead, Ange.
What? Oh, I
thought
can
you said
wait.
you
I
had
just
the
put it
thought.
there so I'd remember. No, go ahead. I want you to pop off.
I was thinking about the affidavit.
Hold on. Okay. I'll just send you all of them.
I could just look up in the shared drive.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I think I know where I put it. Nope, I don't fucking know, dude.
Who the fuck did Rosie ask about a haircut? Because I can't find it in the safekeeping transcript.
She's
So
so unserious.
What do you mean, Ange? He asked about
remember
it.
he asked someone and he was like asking about how you would like leave how they would transport Alan, but I thought it was in the safekeeping hearing when he was like maybe to get a haircut. Remember he said that? But I can't remember now where it was. I could have sworn it was in safekeeping, but now I'm not seeing it. So I'm trying to think what other hearings were there. Like,
Was it the
Okay.
motion to dismiss?
no, I'll find it. Sorry.
Okay, I have the affidavit right here. No, I fucking don't. God damn.
We're struggling, y'all. Can I say something about the black hood while you're looking?
Yeah.
Do we need? I mean, we can keep Randy up if you want. But so I think that part of why. So when I heard the thing about the hood, wasn't there something? And I didn't read the specifics of his confessions because I haven't really wanted to. But his confessions. But didn't I heard or saw something about him at one point thinking that he was like living in medieval times, and he was, I think he was probably having command hallucinations. He was certainly having auditory hallucinations, fleshing it like, so he's paranoid, he's delusional, he's afraid, he's fearful. And so imagine how scary it is to like to be transported disoriented. First of all, it's just dehumanizing. I think that's a main component, probably the primary component of it. But also it's already disoriented for someone in their right mind, you know?
Right.
They're literally poking and prodding somebody who's psychotic. They're tormenting a mentally ill person. They're tormenting and adding to his fear and his torment. That's what I think of. If I'm paranoid and delusional and psychotic and afraid, and I don't know who or what to trust, I don't know where I am, I think I'm in medieval times, and you put a hood on my head and I don't know where I'm going, like, they were having fun fucking with him.
Right.
They wanted to induce terror. That's what they were doing. They were trying to basically terrorize this man to death, is what I think they were doing. And I want to know in what world did they think that filming, they're like narcissism, they're evil, they're depravity, they lost they lost touch with reality. They really thought that it was a good idea to film themselves doing that. Like, why? What did you think what purpose did that serve? You know? Because now
Right.
these exist. So what did they think that they were doing? Just getting off on it, humiliating him? Like, what did they think that was going to happen to that like those videos? I don't get it. It's
Right.
sick.
That's what I was saying. Like, yeah, you can cover him up. Like, you can cover his face and he won't see you. But even if he did, he wouldn't be able to describe you. He was psychotic. People don't understand that. Like, psychosis is legit. Like, it puts you in a totally different space. You're not, like, oriented to place, time, who you are. Like, I don't know.
It is the scariest thing that someone can experience. And when we were first hearing about what was on the videos, I kept thinking about that Nazi doctor, Joseph Mengele or whatever. I just kept thinking, that's what I was thinking about. They're just doing like, he was like a human experiment. And they disappeared him. They literally disappeared him for almost a year and a half. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew how to get to him. He didn't exist. He ceased to be a human for a year and a half, at least to them. That is some Nazi shit. Honestly, that's like, so that is some Nazi shit. And it's just so interesting that the defense is making all these comparisons to these extremist hate groups and these guards and these these violent, and it's like, no nexus. Nah, we're just transporting a mentally ill, seriously disabled veteran who's innocent and pretrial and not convicted. We kidnapped him from the jail that he was in without his attorney. He didn't have an attorney, so we kidnapped him, put him in the hole, kept him there for 13 months, put a hood on his head, filmed it, but there's no nexus. There's nothing like bigger, spookier, creepier happening here. Whatever, man. I don't.
Right. They thought that I just don't understand what they thought they could do. Like, strip away his attorney, throw him in a hole, and just no one would ever think about it again. Like,
This is it. Thank you, DB. There it is.
one of the things I struggle with the most about the whole thing is they invited us in because they wanted us to help solve it. They wanted us to turn in the men in our lives. You know, whether it was just like an associate or your coworker or your dad or whatever. Turn them in, you know, tip them in. And then once they finally get a guy, they're like, all right, guys, we got it from here. Nothing to see. Strip his attorneys away because they're doing the most. Like, your attorney is supposed to be able to defend you. What is it? Zealously and what's the other word? God, I think I have brain worms.
Don't you have COVID?
Yeah, I do.
Well,
But
there you go. You quite literally, your brain's a little wormy right now.
yeah,
It's all right. It's been a bad day. It's been a weird day.
very fucking weird. You know, a lot of people have been saying for like a week or so, like, the defense is gonna blow the roof off. It's happening. It's coming, guys. It's coming. And I just kind of been chopping it up like, yeah, sure, it's coming. Oh,
Well, you said they have the right to zealous defense, right?
yeah.
But it's actually just adequate defense. Like,
Zealous and vigorous. That's not the one I was thinking of, but yeah, adequate. But actually, like, things get, you know, retried because your attorney wasn't
effective.
effective counsel for, you know, and that changes for different people. So
Yeah, he really is so lucky to have them and to have them together.
Dude, yeah. I was thinking
Because
about
two Baldwins
that.
and, you know, like, you would still probably get very caring, very, very effective counsel. Two Rosys, same thing, you know. But to have a Rosy and a Baldwin and then an Auger, I mean, it's just really,
They're
really good.
remarkable.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that they got a, just in general, not that because she's a female lawyer, but I'm glad they didn't have an all-male counsel because she's an amazing lawyer on her own, but it's always good to have that societal impression of what a woman is supposed to be, but in the little game that is the courtroom, that matters to 12 people that are just totally normal people and not really thinking about stuff that way, you know?
right.
So I'm
A
really
good
glad.
example of that is the cross-examination of Amber Heard with Camille. Like, Camille had just the right presence to you know, not totally batter her, but I did feel like she battered her a little bit. But also just keep her on fucking track because that chick is going to manipulate you and turn your words around and gaslight the best she can.
And look good doing it.
Gross.
Well,
She's
yeah,
so
and I think,
Dude, I don't
you know what,
care. She's so hot.
a male doing that, like, it does give an impression to certain people too. So
Right.
she'd be a
I think
menace.
I think they were both quite. I think that
Abusive.
Yes, I think they were both quite. I think that they needed to, be far away from each other. They were both quite abusive, but
Right. Camille is a
very
national treasure. That moment when the sunshine on her head and it looked like she had a halo, I was like, fuck yeah.
Oh my God, DB, I'm about to make your day. I'm
Go
about
ahead.
to make you your fucking day. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, you always do, but go ahead.
But like,
already do.
really? Okay, ready?
That was
Oh, I got
great.
something for that.
Yeah? You want me to send it to you? Oops.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have to.
That
I
is
can do it. I mean, I'll get it. You know.
Yeah, you get it. Go.
that
Why don't you
little
go?
I have a
go
folder.
fetch. Go fetch. That's not bad. I'm really digging. I mean, I hate this motherfucker, but I'm digging the sketches, man.
I
That's
just
not
don't
bad.
understand why he's in uniform. There.
You don't.
I mean, I do understand, but like, sir, you're the commissioner, and it's Saturday.
He's got to play the part, Bubba. He's all fluff, no substance. This is all he has. That's his cloak of,
identity.
yeah, it's his identity. I don't know if he would even know how to behave. Do you ever think about how absurd it is that the superintendent of the Indiana State Police, I don't even know if I've seen him outside of his fucking entire uniform. Like, you're allowed to wear a suit. You know what I mean?
Or
It's
just
weird.
slacks and a polo, dude. Just like
It's weird.
be normal.
He's the type of guy who goes to the restaurant in his dress blue so he can get that
Well, but is it
free
kind of,
meal.
so is it like the military where like if you're doing anything like in any kind of
No.
like official, it's not? Okay.
Fuck no.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you get free meals. That's a thing.
Yeah.
In the military, it's actually you'll get bullied for it. Like if
Like-
people find out you did some shit, like you wore your uniform, like to get a free meal.
They're like, you
Like-
fucking nerd.
Yeah, you fucking loser. Like you think it's so fucking cool.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, J.O.'s doing a
I didn't
DC sometimes,
focus on
man.
my hands enough. But this is real. This is beautiful. Like, this is awesome, dude.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
great.
this artist is the L.I.
Mhm.
I don't know how to say their name, but yeah, they're
How
fucking
many
remarkable.
different artists have we had?
Why aren't
I
they
think-
crediting them though? They never fucking credit them. It's kind of I don't know. I think they're probably just not in the habit of doing it. But it's like, please credit them. They
Wow,
kind of
it's
is their
like media.
name, but anyway, I really like this one of Rosie. Look at him. Does that look like a man who's too concerned about the world catching wind of what the fuck DOC has been doing to his client? I don't think he looks too bothered by it, honestly. I think that he's fucking pissed. I think he's been pissed for 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
I love Max Baker too. It's so funny that little.
Dude, Max Baker's the fucking man.
Yeah, he just
He
up there
came
with some
today.
reports in his hand, and he's like, "Yep, that's the video."
And I
He
do
had to
the
go
report.
through all of those again last night, DB, to get them ready for today because she was giving them such a problem. Like I was thinking about that. Like this guy, he probably didn't fucking sleep. He had to spend all night watching this. Like horror. It's just like,
Right.
I don't know.
Fucking A, Luke. I'll show it.
Okay, I'm trying to find something specific so I don't.
Where did you post that, Luke? Is that in Dix of Delphi?
Do you think he went to Mullins and was like, hey, by the way, this is how you data report?
Dude,
I
that
hope he
shit
did.
right there is fucking unreal, dude. I don't understand how you could sit up there and say that
Right.
when you are telling the families you give a fuck.
Right. And that's honestly, that's kind of why, like, I'm over it. The gaslighting about that, I'm over it because they keep doing this, like, oh, they put Libby up there. Well, no, you know who did that. Stop it. Right? And for 90 minutes, stop it.
Knock it off right now.
Right. Don't blame that on everyone else. Just because the other side is giving their client some agency. I mean, I don't want to hear it anymore. You just want to watch him get tortured. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my god, who tweeted that? Was that fucking Donnie?
Yes.
It is broken. Oh my god.
What is you doing, Donnie?
Why is his mouth like that?
I think it's supposed to be like a light beard.
Oh Jesus. How do you feel about how his tie is right there?
Tie too short. But I don't think this is a really accurate representation. It looks like you're wearing a fucking cardigan. And a turtleneck, dude. With it just I don't know. Also, who is NL?
And
I'll show you.
what context?
I'll show you.
Not gonna lie. Oh, that's NGL.
I won't do my version. Ready to criticize. Is that supposed to be Nick McClellan? Did he forget his name was?
Oh yeah. That's no.
Then who the fuck would NL be?
Who?
That person in the bottom right, or the
Michelle?
like?
The
Oh,
picture.
no. NL.
Oh, you know what?
Nick Lily.
No, this is it's that one guy on Facebook. Something
Okay.
2 pounds.
Are you going to have to come a little bit closer? You talking about 4 pits?
No, not that one. He goes
you-
to the trial and he takes notes and stuff, I guess.
So you just say you don't know. Okay.
I do know because I looked at his thing the other day, but I have COVID and my brain worms are taking over.
Look how little Gull's head is, dude.
No brain.
Yeah, they must be far away. Damn, dude.
Why did he have to shade it so much?
I don't know. It's bizarre.
Kind of,
but-
it's kind of. I don't even know what I'm looking at. There's too much shading. There's not enough. Like, just label them. We don't need to shade them.
Well,
don't know.
Probably
yeah,
goes really dark in there.
Yeah,
I
that
mean-
is true. There was a shadow cast upon the court today.
Shadow man.
Oh my god. Yeah, I love this.
Luke, do you remember his name on Facebook? Something about
No, Luke's
1
with me
penny,
on
2
this. We don't know who
pounds.
the fuck
Isn't
this
that?
guy is.
Isn't that Nick saying? Oh my God, Nick did draw that. Just kidding. A penny for a brick. 4.6 million a kilo.
Okay, so one of the things I pasted in here about Galapoo was in his affidavit.
I hope he goes to prison.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Whoa, she left us.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is.
I thought he was trying to show something. So
Do you talk to Eye of Apophis at all, woman?
Doesn't respond.
Can somebody comment and see if he's okay with us playing it?
yeah, I don't. Some people are like cool with that. Some people really don't
Let me see
appreciate.
if
So
I can find-
I just default like not to. But if he's okay with it, then yeah, it's cool.
Let me hit the YouTube streets real quick.
Okay, so I want to look at number 9 again. When I
Exhibit
paste
9.
Yes, that Sergeant Randy and Sergeant Joshua Robinson were never placed on duty at the cell door to act as suicide companions
Why are you lying?
of the defendant one-on-one.
Right.
What?
Okay, so 2-on-1 then.
Oh, okay. So yeah, 2-on-1 or
3-on-1. Fucking
And they
7.
vouch for each other.
or were they there but not suicide companions?
I'm sure. Yeah.
You could
No,
just
they
be
were
doing
bathing
around.
him. Bathing him.
Well, I'm just talking about being outside the door.
Right. All the time.
Anytime. 3 times. You could do a lot of damage in 3 fucking.
Well, this says a great number of videos reflect that Sergeant Jones specifically is commonly assigned to the movements of Mr. Allen in and around the facility.
See?
He would be the supervisor, right?
Mm-hmm.
One time, I went to Dunkin' Donuts to get coffee before work.
Yep.
And they
Been
kept trying to give me a hot coffee.
I don't
And I
like
was
that
like,
at all.
Right. I was like, no, thank you. I ordered whatever, cold coffee. And they're like, okay. So I pull around and she's like, so you had the hot coffee? And I was like, no, ma'am. I got this cold coffee here. And she's like, okay. And she said she like fix it. And then she tries to hand me a fucking cup of hot coffee. And I'm like, ma'am, I don't want it. Like, and so she turns around and she said, yo, this lady's a bitch.
Oh man.
And
Dude,
I
that's how
was
you know the
like,
food's gonna be really good though.
right. And I was like, oh,
That's
really?
like the only kind of interaction I want to have at any Dunkin' Donuts, though, to be honest. Like,
Yeah. So it's like, oh, really? I'm a bitch. Give me my fucking money back. And
Did you get it?
she was like, you want to talk to my manager? I was like, no. Give me my fucking money back. She's like, she's right here. And I'm like, oh, you mean the lady you just called me a bitch to? No. I was like, give me my fucking money back. And
And you're 6 foot
so,
tall.
well, less than that, but I'm tall. I was in the drive-through. They couldn't tell.
Oh, right. Okay.
So,
I thought you were in the walkthrough. Sorry.
yeah. Well, so I was like, just give me my fucking money back. And she just like kept yapping. And I'm like, I was like, give me my fucking money back. And I just kept repeating it. Like I got psychotic on her. I'm not gonna lie. And so finally she gives me my money back and I leave, right? And I'm like, everybody, fuck Dunkin' Donuts. None of you get to go there now. I had a bad time. No one gets to go. And anyways, well, I called to make a complaint and
Very white woman
the,
of you.
the lady was like, I want to have a meeting with you guys. I was like, oh no. I just want to, seriously though, don't call me a bitch. I was being nice. I told you like 15 fucking times I didn't want the fucking hot coffee. I just don't. But don't call me a fucking bitch. Like you literally ruined the entire vibe of that day.
Seems like they ruined your experience at Dunkin' too. Like,
Oh yeah, for years I wouldn't go back. But the lady wanted me to have a meeting with her. So
that
how
happened.
did this end?
a meeting at the Dunkin'?
Because they were like, well, she said, and the manager said that you started it.
You were just a
Something-
customer?
I was just a customer.
That's so fucking weird.
They said you started it.
What do they want to have like a mediation? You're just so weird.
It's good. I just want to let you know your staff is calling your customers.
Is she cutting
bitches
out?
at the window. You hear me?
No, you're better now.
Okay.
Not the COVID, but just I can hear you better now.
Yeah, so I was just like, I just wanted to let you know that your staff is calling your customers bitches. That's it.
That's
I'm
all.
just not coming back. And I'm not having a motherfucking meeting. I hate meetings.
Dude.
Another? Had you already had a Dunkin' meeting?
Oh no. But
Oh,
like
okay.
I just don't like meetings.
Well, no, naturally, that makes sense. Yeah. That's wild. Like, what's there to meet about?
Right. So somehow that related to everything, but
Yeah.
I can't really pull it back.
That is what it
Figure
is.
out
I
what
had
that
a
was.
similar request for a meeting, except for I went to the meeting. So what had happened was I was doing a little bit of a big B. I don't know where you're from. Do you guys have big B? We have them in parts unknown in Cyprus. So I had a mug, not a thermos, not a mug, or a tumbler of sorts.
This is killing me. Like, you don't
What?
work here. Why do you have to have a meeting?
I'll explain it. So I have I was gonna get a nice coffee, a nice little cup, and
Are you having a stroke?
me?
I'll mute.
Do I
you.
sound strokey?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we end up coming up to the drive-through, and they're like, "Oh, okay." They'll fill your cup for you, right? You don't have to get a new cup, right? And so I said, "Hey, I'll take a nice iced coffee," you know. So they go and they take it back there and everything, and they take my straw, take my straw out, take my fucking lid off, and then they put ice in there, and then put it back on, I guess, right? I'm driving off, and I'm fucking thirsty, right? I am fucking thirsty as hell. So I'm just like, I'm gonna chug this bitch, right? And I got one of those fat straws with a really big, it's quite a big opening. Really get a lot of volume through it. And I just take a big old, and it was hot coffee. Fresh hot coffee. It burnt my mouth instantly, and I spit it out all over my vehicle.
You're so dramatic. You're so dramatic. Oh, because it was hot.
Yes.
Because it did
mouth,
it did a burn onto your tongue. Yeah.
My mouth was slightly uncomfortable for at least a week. And I emailed the manager and I said, "Hey, the coffee was in my mouth for like maybe 1 second, and my mouth is burnt. How the fuck hot is that coffee?"
You did a McDonald's. You did a McDonald's burn. You did a complaint. Yeah.
And they told me to come in for a meeting. I fucking did it, dude.
You did?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, we had a conversation.
Yeah.
I frequented this place quite often, so I just,
What was it called?
Big B Coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Like hard
it's when
user. Yeah, Carl Jr.
Okay,
So-
you let them do a ruse into it, so you got rused into a meeting.
Yep, and they said, "Sir, we're gonna have your 2016 Ford Focus ready for you in 2 hours.
God,
To go talk to this human." And it was Jerry Holman.
God damn it.
Oh my God.
Now you're framed for murder, right?
How have you both been invited to attend meetings at places you don't work? So
As well.
odd.
I
Robert,
didn't
right.
email.
I'm with Robert. Who emails the manager?
Well, you had to find the manager first. And boy, that was easy.
Oh my God. Hi, Robert. That's so funny.
Oh
my God. You did. You caused a stink. That's what you did.
I did a Karen, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry that you burned your mouth, obviously, but you did a Karen.
I didn't burn my mouth. They burnt my mouth.
They burned your mouth on. Yeah, they did. That's true. If it weren't for them, your mouth would not have been burned. So that's fair.
She called me a bitch, so that
Oh,
was
I would have gone. I
awful.
would have met with the bitch though. That's the difference. Like for the hot coffee, I would have been like, no, just like detail my car and we'll call it even. If someone called me a bitch and they were like, well, let's have a meeting about it, I'd be like,
Bet.
do it. Bet. I'm coming.
Go out back.
I've been
The
waiting.
cage.
I've been waiting to wail on something. Might as well.
Right. Meet me at the flagpole.
Meet me at the fucking donut machine.
Oh,
I
but
apologize for places I don't work for. I do that too.
there's one more thing I want to talk about this Dunkin' Donut experience.
Yes, please. Never stop.
The reason I didn't go to the meeting was because the woman who was calling me a bitch was so unserious.
Yeah.
She had the largest breasts I've ever seen on a woman.
Really?
And she was not wearing a bra.
Nice.
And I was
that
like, I
occurred to you.
can't. This is not, you're not serious about life. You are serving the public. Your breasts are touching your knees.
That's dangerous in a kitchen.
It is. You're going to trip. It could get stuck in something.
That's
You're
not
gonna
serve
do it.
safe.
No, it's not.
No.
I can't wear Crocs. You can't,
Yeah. So I was
can't
just
wear
like,
Crocs.
yeah, I'm not
It's a whole
doing
thing.
this. This is so unreal.
Yeah, for sure. Unbelievable. So anyway, you declined the meeting invitation. You declined the Outlook invite.
Yep.
But DB
I just
accepted the Outlook invite.
yeah, that was weird.
What does that say about you?
I said we can play it.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
You want me to drop it again?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Is everyone excited for this
DB, do you
preview
want to drive?
premiere?
I'm driving.
Okay, I'm gonna sit bitch. I wear Crocs. I used to wear them every day. Like when I would walk to Boone, I would wear them. And then I started getting shin splints, so I had to stop. But I can't wear them to work either. It's like, what do you care? What do you care? Like, what do you care? And I know obviously that's a silly question. I mean, a silly question. They care because then I could sue them. But like, what do you care if I drop a steak knife on my toe or I burn my foot through my Crocs? Like, what do you care? What do you care? You've given me the warning. I'll sign a waiver. I'll sign a waiver. Okay, here we go.
Oh, he does. Well, actually, I don't know. He does play some music in here.
That's the FBI's job. They're federal, man. They know what they're doing. Why do you think they was there on the day that the girls were still being?
Wait a second. That's Eye of Apophis right there?
No, that's isn't that Michael Katz, right? Or no, is that not Michael Katz?
Doug Rice?
No. Someone help us. I think this is the
Looked for day
late,
2.
Yeah, this is the late Michael Katz. Yeah.
Girls, and the night before, Sheriff Lesenby had said there are no signs of foul play. The FBI don't show up for 2 missing girls. Sorry.
Wait, what? He said the FBI doesn't show up for 2 missing girls?
Just show up for 2 missing girls.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I think
like that.
What?
not if they're just missing like that. They were already in town, is what he's saying.
Okay.
They knew. They knew something. And they came in to cover. You can explain to me why a year later, man, there's like, well, we don't know. But they won't tell you anything. They won't tell you anything. Well, that's part of the investigation. We can't just, well, excuse me.
There's gonna be some trouble. A whole house will need rebuilding, and everyone I love in the house will recline on an analyst couch quite soon. Your father cracks a joke and in the usual way empties the room. Tell all of my friends I don't have too many, just some rain-coated lovers, puny brothers. Dallas Spicer, Pinky, rush to danger, wind up nowhere. Patrick Doonan, race to wait. I'm tired again, I've tried again, and now my heart is full. Now my heart is full, and I just can't explain, so I won't even try to. Dallas Spicer, Pinky Cuban, every jammy stressed with pose. Loafing oafs and all night chemist, loafing oafs and all night chemist, underact, express depression. Ah, but Bunny, I loved you. I was tired again, I tried again, and now my heart is full. Now my heart is full, and I just can't explain. Don't even try to.
Okay, wait a second. I'm just gonna. Okay, so you guys hear me? If you just nod yes. Okay. So the length is 4,310 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the south end of the bridge to Anna Williams' house.
Looks
They
like it.
never went there to check.
Who never went there to check?
Anybody. They called the cops before they went to Anna's house.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, I didn't realize that's what it was. Okay.
Okay, you got that cleared up, do you think?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Okay. All right.
I
Fucking-
have a office, bro. You do some good work. It's just dude, it's like it's a different language for me. I don't know.
Look at Jerome. He's gotten he's you know, he looks
So
different.
many hammy sandwiches.
Mhm.
Hey,
Oh,
DB,
look at this
have
guy.
you ever tried paying attention to the movie when you watch it, or
If you think for 1 second that I can watch a movie start to finish, you're fucking insane.
I don't even think I've done that since like I don't think I've done that in a minute.
I mean, this isn't 2 hours, so
No, we're gonna finish it. We're gonna
no,
Watch
I'm
how-
kidding.
Watch how
We're
this
gonna
guy comforts Jerry.
Yeah. Yeah, Jerome, let me give you a nice. What the fuck was
Oh
that?
my god,
What
who
the
is
fuck?
that?
He's a what is that, ISP?
Who, the guy behind him?
Yeah,
Some fucking weirdo.
Why does he do that? What did he say? Delphi Police Conference. I'm just let it play through.
Maybe
Sorry.
we should like let it. Maybe we should.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna let it play through all the way.
Yeah. But look, it's all our friends there though. Look at Mr. Mullins.
I mean,
Excuse me, we're just letting it play through here.
Yeah.
I don't have any
From
friends.
real life to Bizarro world. Yeah.
Not those guys.
Useful idiots. Interesting.
For sure. Untangle the fairy tale. Untangle the hair from Abby's hand.
You consider me the young apprentice, caught between the silver and Charybdis, hypnotized by you if I should linger, staring at the ring around your finger. I have only come here seeking knowledge. Things you would not teach me of in college. I can see that destiny you sold turn into a shining band of gold. I'll be wrapped around your finger. I'll be wrapped around your finger. Mephistopheles is not your name. I know what you're up to just the same. I will listen hard to your tuition. You will see it come to its fruition. I'll be wrapped around your finger. I'll be wrapped around your finger. Double on the deep blue sea behind me, vanish in the air, you'll never find me. I will turn your face to alabaster when you find yourself as your master. Oh, wraps around my finger. You'll be wrapped around my finger. You'll be wrapped around my finger.
Muncie, at Ball State University. That's where I was going at the time. So I wasn't actually there. I learned the news at the same time as everybody else was learning it. My grandma called and told me, hey, they're releasing a new sketch. And I'm like, okay. And then I didn't get to see the sketch or hear anything about it until the press conference happened. That's all I was allowed to know. Just because my grandma didn't have a picture of it, she couldn't send it to me or anything. She just called me to tell me, hey, this is what's happening. I don't even think she mentioned that they were going to release my audio. I think all she told me about was the sketch. But I think in town, from what I knew, all of my friends were being looked into. So like the Facebook detectives were coming out and being like, oh, this could be a 20-year-old, which was about the age I was at, about 19. Because I think they said that the age range is like 18 to 40 or something now. Going to release my audio. I think all she told me about was the sketch. That they were going to release my audio. I think all she told me about was the sketch. I don't think she mentioned that they were going to release my audio. I think all she told me about was the sketch. But I think
adding it because I forgot it. But so at this point, Cody and Becky did these 2 routes, and if they left their house at about 3:50, 25 minutes, it'd be roughly 4:15, 4:20 when they returned to the parking area right here. And what happened next was that Cody and Kelsey, I have a hard time quickly remembering all the names, but Cody and Kelsey met up here, and then they walked, and they actually crossed the entire bridge. Okay, so they actually crossed the bridge, and when they crossed the bridge, they actually went to, I think, this home and some of these other homes, and they were only able to, talk to one person and ask, hey, did you see Abby and Libby? Maybe they described them, and people said no. Okay, so but they did cross the bridge, and they actually walked around in this area. So which is weird, because if they actually walked on this the private drive, it's actually 625 until about right in this area, then it becomes a private drive. Same road, but it becomes a private drive. And then, if they were walking right here, they were so close to where Abby and Libby were, right when they were walking in this area. They just probably wouldn't have thought to look across the creek. Okay, so that was the part I was adding in. Now let's get back to the initial recording.
I am just a figment of your imagination.
Well, y'all, I'm sorry. I don't know how to I don't think that I can I can't do anything until he gets back. I'm so sorry. We can replay that for those.
Wow, he locked you out.
Well, no, but because he's the
He's
one that
got the
shared this.
control.
Yeah, and he did a BRB, so we're just gonna be at the mercy.
That's fine.
It's okay. I'm sorry, y'all.
We got it.
Did we link it though?
Yeah.
We did link it.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, that's what I was saying
No.
about the FBI.
He's gonna unsub and go watch it. No! Ashley was like a flash in a pan. She was gone as fast as she came. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'd love to. What do y'all think about it? Like, what is y'all's take on what that, like, give me like the, paragraph, 4 sentences or less. What does that mean to y'all, to you? Or woman, what does it mean to you?
The gray hues bit, like, really got me. Like, no wonder why he's so dedicated to that map.
Yeah. Why?
Because he was saying, like, it's his narrative. Like, it's
Oh,
his
right.
little...
It's his baby. It's his claim
Yeah.
to, it's like his identity, honestly.
Wait,
Yeah, that
what?
makes- Oh, hello, sir.
What?
Well, I got mobbed because there was a volume. We needed a volume, and I didn't know how to do a volume on your. You commandeered the pirate ship, but that's okay.
Yeah, I left.
It's all right. Welcome back. You're saying, woman, about
Oh, yeah. So, and then he's got, like, these... They found me, and I think it's either Coffin Doffers trolls or Gray's trolls, but they found me on Twitter, and they're relentless on my posts. So
why? Who are they?
there's one in specific that I just blocked her because every post she was like, he literally slit the throats of 2 girls, and you're sitting here defending him, blah, blah, blah. And then I get a couple others who are like, are you going to let him live with you? You know.
I love
this-
that one. I'm always like, yeah, I probably would.
I
honestly.
said I would.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm like, what is that? Yeah. Could you not tell that, like, that wouldn't be a problem?
Right.
We're gonna get married, so of course they're gonna
Right.
live with me.
Right. What's the problem?
Save on bills, split it
Right.
up equally.
I block so many people, y'all. It's very liberating.
It is.
It really is. Like, I have no idea what's going on once I block them. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's great. I like it.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah. So DB, you were talking about a haircut, and then we did an eye, so we stopped talking about the haircut. Did you have anything you wanted to add about the haircut?
Well, to me, it sounds like they were saying that they took him to the barber
Mm-hmm.
to get a haircut.
Right.
Did they take him to the barber to get a haircut? How did they take him there?
Right.
Did he get escorted with his hands behind his back?
Right. Right. That's interesting how they're characterizing these things. He was in a wheelchair, and he, yeah. Is that what that's called? Is it a wheelchair? Is it a medical? Is it a medical device? Like medical?
Yeah, is it a medical device? Is it
apparatus,
a
or is
restraint
it
chair?
something? What is its primary purpose? Would you say? They're unbelievable. Truly.
So, and that water was cold. They're just giving him a bath or whatever. I don't even know where those comments were coming from that they kept saying that, but
They were giving him, if they were giving him a bath, it was for a reason. It was probably because he had something on him that
He was probably covered in,
yeah.
He was not safe because he was not taking care of himself. He was, he probably needed to be cleaned, but there are ways to do that can at least preserve semblance of dignity of the patient. And it doesn't seem like that was really the purpose,
Right.
I'm really actually very glad that the jury saw that. And also, so they're watching the screen, they're watching basically a nightmare in front of them that probably just felt like it was going on and on and on. And how many people were in the footage that could have and should have intervened and didn't. Like, that's really the nightmare to me. So they're seeing that on the screen, and then literally right behind the screen, and I don't know if they could see Alan, because it said I think that Andrea said they kept looking over at Alan, so he must have been behind it, but like off to the side. So you've got this version of Richard Allen being just literally, he's practically catatonic. They said he was basically unresponsive, and they're fucking with him. If he's that sick, why did this is my thing. Why do you need to take him out of his cell? You don't. That's just your psychologically torturing him. You're trying to hurt him. You're trying to cause him harm by transporting him when he's in this grave of a condition. And they're like, oh, we're transporting him to medical appointments. You have a doctor in the facility that could come to his cell. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
all of their bullshit is, and I wonder if they hear it. When you have to sell your bullshit to somebody that's not under your thumb, you start to hear what it sounds like to real people that aren't fucking sick like you. And I wonder if they're
Right.
starting, or I wonder if Nick McClellan is maybe fucking thinking really long and hard about some of his conduct and some of the trust that he's put into certain people, and let's call it his discernment in who he aligns with and believes and trusts, and things that he's done that he's convinced himself are in the name of whatever the fuck they think they're doing this for. Like, you think the jury is going to buy any of that? They sat through hours of state-sanctioned torture of an innocent man, and that innocent man was sitting right behind the TV, just with like total like grace, honestly, just sitting there. He probably comforted Andy at some point. Like, that's the kind of person I feel like Rick is, you know? Andy's crying and thinks he's comforting Rick, and Rick's probably being strong for Andy in that moment. So I don't think the jury is stupid, clearly, but I don't think that Nick's charm that works in Delphi is working here. I think that they're probably quite fucking repulsed by by these men. Honestly, I can't see how they wouldn't be.
Well, it works when you are in Delphi, or when you have a guilty defendant,
right?
You know, and you're proving it.
Mm-hmm.
You can prove it. Then it
Right.
goes a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be a shady dick because there's no evidence.
Right.
Nick has certainly prosecuted people that were guilty and probably shown evidence in a constitutionally required way. Sure, he probably pushes the fucking boundaries every single time, but like, he probably has a lot easier time prosecuting other cases because they're not fucking innocent people he's making up evidence against.
Who sold him this lie? Because I don't think Nick is stupid. I don't. I mean, I think he's a frat ass fuck, but I don't think that he's stupid. And I'm wondering who sold him this lie in a way that he believed it for however long, because at some point Tony Liggett and Nick McClellan switched roles. Tony Liggett was the one that needed Rick to stay. He wanted Rick and needed Rick to stay in DOC. At some point, Tony switched. Tony's like, I don't want shit to do with that anymore, is basically the vibe I get from Tony. Like, he clearly saw or understood something differently at some point, or his priorities changed.
Right.
And so did Nick's, though. So, like, who and what are in his circle of trust that are influencing him to the point where he didn't even watch the videos? He didn't even feel the need to watch or verify any of the claims the defense made before he went on the record before the court in a motion that he filed and stated in no uncertain terms that those claims are false. And he didn't even feel the need to verify it because somebody told him that they're false. Like, who is like doing this?
I sent you something, TV, in Discord.
Like, is it it's not like, I don't see somebody that he trusts, clearly. I'm not saying that he's like not capable of making his own decisions and like making bad decisions, but like, somebody has clearly
when they were discussing his safekeeping. Wait, was it then? Oh God, I just never know when the things
they
were
all
been
look
told to me.
Mm-hmm.
They said Liggett has somebody in and that's why they chose Westville.
Say it again.
Like Liggett knows somebody in Westville, is close with somebody there,
Oh.
or former work there.
It could, yeah. I would not be surprised. I just want to know who. You know,
Right.
like, okay, so who has enough? It's almost like it's like, you know, the Wizard. It feels like the Wizard of Oz, just a lot more like ominous and scary and evil. But like, who is the one like directing this? And I feel crazy saying that, but like, clearly somebody like gave the directive before he probably even left, what is it, RDC, like basically like the first stop, you know, where they figure out where they're going to put you, do like the assessment, which is literally just putting eyes on you and then shipping you off to where you're going to be. Like, who made the decision? Who put the directive? Who signed the order that put Rick in that cell and that day in those conditions? That, like, whose name is on that fucking piece of paper? And why is it so hard to get an answer?
Is that piece
Because
of paper the PCA?
No, it has to be. And I'm saying piece of paper. I don't know like how they do it, but like when he got to Westville, once he got there, and they decided that they were going to keep him in that 24/7 surveillance cell, and they were going to keep him in solitary. Like who made that call, and who had the authority and the power to make that call, and why? What were their motivations for making it? Because depending on who it is, we'll probably know what their motivation was. But like, what gave them such influence over literally every single person, you know? Like,
I think when I was going through some of the paperwork, they said that he came there on the suicide watch. And then this is their tactic. One will be like, well, he came here like that, so we just carried it through. And then the other side will be like, no, he didn't go there like that. We just sent him there because we knew he was a high risk, defendant or whatever. So no one is, like Andrea said, no one accepts responsibility.
No, I know. And that's fine. Ouch. I feel like I'm like gonna fall out of this chair. I think that's, I mean, yeah, we know that's true. We've seen that in action for, you know, as long as we've seen it. But like, while that works for them, and that has worked for them thus far, that kind of like ignorance and, you know, whatever, the reality is somebody did that was somebody's idea, and that was somebody's decision, and that was somebody had to make that. Like, everything that happens in state facilities, even if they fabricate and falsify and backdate, like, there has to be like, Walla's notes are all trash bullshit nonsense that she's being fed shit from inmate companions and guards, and her own, like, none of it is actually like responsibly, you know, assessed or whatever. But regardless, there's still a record of shit, right? Like, she makes sure that she's got a record, even if it's all bullshit. So he got RDC. I want to know who is the pilot of this fucking.
Luke says Holman visited Westville, and he did, and that's when he threw away those notes.
I have the safekeeping thing here, and I forgot to.
She threw away her notes, and she charted in the system at the like not the command center, but you know, where they watch everybody or whatever, their little post, and he sat behind her. I specifically remember that.
Holman did?
Yep. Just like he
Sat
did to the
behind
media.
Walla?
Yep. While she typed everything up.
When? I'm sorry. I don't.
It's in that paperwork for the safekeeping order. I remember a specific or not safekeeping order, but the motion to vacate safekeeping.
Okay. Talking about Holman and Walla.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look. I'm gonna find it because I'm like. The other thing that I realized is that so Holman, like if you command F Holman in that safekeeping transcript, the transcript for that entire hearing is like, oops, it's literally, so it's 263 pages of transcript for the safekeeping hearing. Control F Holman, 0. He's nowhere in that. So he stayed off the radar for a good amount of time. Like that hearing was all about Liggett and Toe because it was about how he got there. So they were playing catch up basically. But Holman really didn't. His shit didn't really hit the fan until they deposed him in August. And I think they realized, okay, so we've been focusing all of our energy on like these key players here. Meanwhile, you've got this fucking monster in the fucking like back room with the CCTV footage who's been watching this whole time. But he somehow, as fucking big-headed and obnoxious, like a festering wound Holman is, he stayed off the radar for months as far as the defense is concerned. It wasn't until who is it, Murphy, like he freaked the fuck out at Kevin Murphy when he passed him in the hallway during the deposition in August. He said, how the fuck did they get this, like the Odin report, like. So he he really was like a backroom operator, and that makes me feel like he's much more complicit or much more like directly responsible for a lot of these really, like, I don't think Holman even communicates or communicates with his other task force members that are lateral to him. Like Liggett technically is lateral to Holman, right? Liggett's the lead detective and the sheriff over this county and therefore over this investigation. Technically, Holman should have some deference to Liggett, as it's not his case. He's just the ISP lead over it. But I don't think that Holman sees it that way. And I think that Holman is basically conducting his own investigation. And I think that's where we see some of the, like the descriptors disappearing from the FBI flyers and Liggett legitimately sounding dumbfounded, like he had no idea, you know, like, oh, I don't know. Like, I think Holman kind of does what he wants and selectively informs and communicates, and he probably doesn't just lie to people that he wants to manipulate. I think he lies to everyone, even his own teammates, his own command, unified command, like members. I think he lies to everyone.
Yep.
I think that that's maybe starting to become apparent because now you've got Nick just. You think Nick? I just have a hard time believing that somebody like Nick McClellan, who even if it's not genuine, like even if his motivations are selfish and it's all about appearance, he still would, even if it's like ego motivated, he would not be okay with somebody that's basically his under his charge. He's prosecuting Rick, so Rick is his his suspect, right? I don't think that Nick in a million years would be signing off on what he witnessed today. I don't. Not because because he's like so, you know, disturbed and because he has such a moral compass and a conscience. Strictly because of how it looks like to society. He would never be okay with it. And they put him in a. You agree with that, DB?
I agree with that. And I think it's also because he thinks he's better than the cops.
Correct.
He's like, he wants to look down upon them.
Right.
You know, and act like he was he would never, you know, do what they would do in this situation. And, you know, he'd be like, oh yeah, you guys did wrong here. In reality, like he's the muscle that puts it in court.
He is. But do you see how, like, and this is how I think it kind of happens. Like, this is how the insidious nature of what I think I'm seeing, where exactly like you said, he thinks that he's better than them or superior, they're intellectual superior. But he's really the one in charge. He just lets them think they whatever. The reality is, whether it was just his laziness or he thought that he was above fact checking them, or if he just thought that like reviewing surveillance video of his defendant is like beneath him, so he didn't need to do it. He was sold some bullshit. I don't know if it was his laziness or indifference or ego, but whatever it was, those are like passive, like I'd call them character defects, and they're kind of passive, right? They're just character defects and they influence how you act. So his ego or indifference means he didn't bother to actually fucking supervise and figure out what the fuck's going on in his own house with his own team. He just takes their word for it because he thinks he can. Oh, they'd never lie to me, you know? Really? I don't think they respect you like they think, like he thinks that they do, you know? And now who's asked? Now he's probably the one that's got the most on the line right now. And I'm wondering how, like, if he
for sure.
realizes, does he realize just how fucked he is? And I wonder if he realizes how much of that is due to the dishonest men that he has decided to align himself with. I'm not trying to give him a pass. I just think that he didn't care to pay attention in the way he should have. Like, I think he just thought everyone would do what he said, so he didn't need to check. But I do believe he was probably horrified today. Like, I don't think that was all an act. I just don't.
I find it interesting where he sat for that.
Right next to the jury.
No, Holman sat behind the media.
Oh, he was like mean mugging them, right? Grilling them.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a sense from Donnie as to what he thought was. Oh, this is the quote wheelchair, right?
Yeah.
This is what they're calling a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have wheels anywhere usually. They might have like little wheels in the back. So what you would do is pull up like almost like a dolly, you know, tilt them a little bit and then push them on two wheels.
And they think that they can, like, they characterize things a certain way. And then they fight like hell to keep the the reality of it suppressed. Like, I'm going to characterize this as Rick being taken to get a haircut in a wheelchair. The reality is the jury's going to see it because Judge Gull is not going to do what you tell her to do. She's not going to play by your rules at all. Because guess what? If she does, then it's her ass on the line. I don't think anybody is doing any of this out of the goodness of their heart. I think that they're all thinking about covering their ass. And I think Judge Gull realized the jury needs to see these.
It's all about self-preservation. They've been trying to tell her the entire time.
Okay, so I looked up some case law in Indiana.
Yeah.
And the use of restraint chairs. I believe this is the one they're referring to. So there may be some other ones, but it looks like this is the vendor that they use.
Okay.
And this is more for movements. Where the other one is like an in-place type of chair.
So you have to tilt the person. You have to literally tilt them backwards and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tilted back just enough to be uncomfortable. I feel like is.
And you got, if you look underneath the seat, there's a hole.
Yeah.
For like waste and stuff like that. So you could like literally just put them in there for hours.
I think that's probably what. Yeah, I think that's. You know, Rosie was fast forwarding through parts. Like, I don't think that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're characterizing as a wheelchair, and they're telling the jury this is a wheelchair that they're transporting him in, and then the jury's looking at it with their own fucking eyes.
Right.
I don't think that they're gonna. They don't. I don't think that's gonna. I don't think that's serving them, meaning like the state. I don't think that their fucking gaslighting is working. I don't know why they won't stop.
I believe there is a nurse still on that jury.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe they're gonna just be like, oh yeah, that was totally a wheelchair. I know what the fuck that is.
Right. So especially in Indiana, there's a huge case. Gerard Draper. Unfortunately, somebody passed away in one of these because of what police did to them. So they may be very familiar with these chairs, but just wanted to touch on something really quick. Then I have to go, but kind of forgot what it was. Oh, so there's a video that I seen that's to do with one of these chairs in a spit hood, and it is the video of Ethan Crumbly. He was a school shooter in Michigan. Now, probably not somebody you could really feel sorry for, depending on what they did.
That video
But
is awful.
that video, if you haven't seen it and you think you have the stomach for it, it is horrifying.
Devastating.
And to do that to somebody who wasn't a threat, not, this, and I'm not talking about that case, I'm talking about the Richard Allen case. How can somebody be subdued and immobilized?
Right.
Unbelievable. But anyways, guys, have a good night. I gotta go.
On that note, thank you, DB. Bye. Yeah, that video of Ethan Crumbly is devastating, and I remember. Mama,
I never seen it.
it's not. It's sad because yes, he's psychotic. I think he's diagnosed. A lot of his trial consisted of testimony by medical and psychiatric psychologists, professionals, etc. He was psychotic, or he was very, very. He's mentally ill. I'm not excusing what he did at all, but there's a reason that his parents, faced consequences. It's because he was absolutely. And that video of him, I don't know how I felt about him. I kind of just probably just thought he was like an evil, spoiled little shit, was probably what I thought about it before I watched it. And then when I watched that video, and this is what I'm talking about when I talk about when you see psychosis, like as soon as I saw that video started playing, you can tell it just in the way that he was like crying and wailing and screaming and talking. And it's this panicked, terrified, like you don't know what's happening to you, and you get these fleeting glimpses of like lucidity, just enough to terrorize you even more, because you're like, is that real? Did I really do that? Did that really happen? This can't be real. Like I don't know what. It's very, very, very scary, and that is like, so like a command hallucination. You're being told to do something, and it's not just like this, like, oh, I think I hear something. No, these are as real as you and me talking to each other right now is what what an auditory hallucination is like. It doesn't feel like it's not real, and it's very scary. And that video it's horrifying, and that's somebody who just did one of the most horrific, depraved, evil, unforgivable acts that you can even possibly imagine. Just massacred innocent children in school.
For sure.
It seems unimaginable to feel any like compassion or sympathy for somebody, but then you see them in the state that they're in, and you're like, holy fuck, like this is just tragic. This is horrible. So imagine somebody going through that experience, and they haven't even, like, they're pre-trial. They've not even been proven to have done anything. And not only that, they're a third of your size, and they're non-functioning because of their disability at the moment. And yet you still find it appropriate and necessary and justified to his shackles probably weighed a good percentage of his body weight. Like, what are you fucking crazy? Like, I don't give a like, I don't see the difference between people that they arrest for murder and these motherfuckers. I really don't. They think that they're so much better and that they're doing the community this a great service by fucking arresting bad guys. Y'all are the most dangerous people probably on the fucking planet. Like, they're the fucking they're the danger.
Right. It's a power trip. And on top of it, like, most people who do these things were victims of this type of abuse before, which turned them into the people they are that landed them there. So to sit there and think that you're not victimizing an actual victim just because they're guilty of probably a really horrific crime, there's something that usually puts them there to do the crime that they've committed. Hurt people hurt people. That's a fucking thing. And
Yeah.
you,
Peggy.
huh?
I just wanted to pin Peggy's comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, like just saying, like, well, look what they did. But also, look, what if they didn't do that? And also, like, now you're doing this to them. You're no better. You are no better.
Exactly. How are so you're basically, and that's kind of, this is not going to be popular. This is not. I probably shouldn't say this, but like that quote about the media is reporting what Becky Patty. They're like, Becky. I'm gonna pull it up because I don't want to get it wrong and then be irritated.
Right.
But I am gonna pull it up because that's not the media just guessing. They're quoting Becky without they're attributing that to her without having to say that that's like a direct quotation, because I guess I don't know, is she still gagged? I don't know. But at one point, let me find it.
I can't imagine a world in this upside down world where Gull locks her up for breaking the gag order. So,
oh no,
like,
it'll never happen. But it's an appearance. They have to have an appearance. It's an appearance thing.
Right.
So it says, some of Libby's family members seem visibly upset that the videos were hidden because weeks before, jurors and the public were shown extremely graphic photos of both girls' neck wounds and their blood-spattered bodies at the crime scene. So that's because then so Becky was, or I'm sorry, I don't know that it's Becky. Libby's family members communicated those feelings explicitly to someone who then reported it.
But whose decision was it to do that?
I can't understand, like if and I've never lost a child to murder, to violence, so I'm trying to see all sides, and because I think I'm trying to tiptoe to the point where I'm not saying what I want to say,
Absolutely. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Carrie lost a child. It is your granddaughter, and I understand that, and my heart is with you for that. However, whose decision was it to put the pictures up on a screen, super large, for everyone to see for 90 minutes? Wasn't the defense. Because not you guys, the family, you, the public, on that side of the fence, needed Richard Allen to be the bridge guy.
Yep.
And he's not.
And because he's not, they have to resort to these really exploitative, awful, cheap shot, tactics. Like, we're gonna bank on these crime scene photos being so upsetting, and
they are.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And they're like, so we're gonna put them on the screen for the entire morning and hope that they are so bad that the jury will be disgusted by them and therefore by the defendant, and it's like, or you could just put on a case. You could just present evidence, You know, you don't have to traumatize people into, you don't have to scare and traumatize and manipulate people to get your conviction. You should be able to just put on your evidence, and they can't because they don't have any.
Right.
And I think that the families were promised, you know, I think that law enforcement, the prosecutor made promises that they absolutely couldn't keep. From day one, though, from day one, do not ever promise a surviving family member of a homicide victim that you will solve their family member's murder.
Right.
Why would you do that? Why? Because there's a lot of factors that go into whether or not a homicide gets solved so just like shit like that, where you're giving them so much false information, you're lying to them, you're giving them false hope, you're getting their you're not managing their expectations, and not only are you causing harm in that regard, but you're just totally neglecting to get why. I have my own theories as to why they never even bothered getting victim advocates. They don't want the family to be talking to anybody but them. No, we're here for you. They don't want the family confiding in and building trust with somebody who's not in their club, because then they can't control what's being shared and they need total control over these family members and over everything.
Right.
And it's offensive to me personally. I am like offended for Carrie and Anna. And I think that I don't blame them for any of the behaviors or any of the decisions or choices they've made, because I don't know.
Be angry at the proper people. Be angry at the people that lost 70 days worth of interviews and laughed about it on the stand in front of you. Be mad at that guy.
Right.
Be mad at Jerry, who said, you're guilty of something and I'm going to prove it. Be mad at him.
Be mad at the fucking state who, in their own fucking bloodlust for conviction and their own pride and their own fucking greed, they didn't even take the proper steps to make sure that they knew how to work their technology for this trial that they have had 7 years to prepare for. And because of their fucking indifference and laziness and lack of care and concern, they didn't prepare themselves to show their crime scene photos in a way. So what happens, they literally, with no preparation for anybody in the courtroom, much less the families that are sitting in there, they just fucking all of a sudden blast the most graphic photo of Libby's face, just projected to the entire courtroom and the families right in front of their face with no fucking warning or preparation, because they're just fucking winging it.
Right.
Like, that should have never even been. I understand shit happens and mistakes are made all the time. Like, yeah, that sucks. But like, how that like, when I first heard that, I was like, that was not an accident. And I don't necessarily believe that now, but like, that's the kind of shit they do.
Well, at some point, so many things happen that you're like, God, this guy is just fucking stupid. Like, are you fucking kidding? But then you have to say, like, is he stupid? And then you get upset because now the public is speculating that it's on a larger scale.
Yep.
Because they never looked at you and they get this idea that they're not just losing the information on accident. They're doing it on purpose. And the easiest solution is usually the answer. I'm not saying that's what it is.
Right.
However, you can't be upset when the first people that are always looked at in every single case ever known to man is the person's lover and their family and friends.
Yeah.
statistically, that's the way it happens. So when law enforcement doesn't look at them first, or when they do, but then the evidence is lost, you can't be upset with the public for drawing their own conclusions.
Right. You're not protecting the family by not doing your job. You know, you're just leaving them totally exposed to
Scrutiny.
to go in front of the nation and say nobody has been cleared. We haven't cleared any. Doug Carter, this absolute fucking buffoon of a man, at the arrest press conference, after they put the biggest fucking picture I've ever seen of a mugshot on the stage behind them, and they all just stand in front of it, pleased as punch of this man. That
They're
right
not
there should have been like, that is the most prejudicial thing I've ever seen in my life. That's not normal. Most police departments don't do that shit, and everything's a fucking spectacle with them. So they put his face and his name up there, and they say he's been charged with 2 counts of murder, and that's all you're gonna get from us.
Right.
But then after the fact, the superintendent, who people trust like he's God, says we haven't cleared anybody. Huh?
Well,
Like,
and then they all kept saying that. Well, and even, oh, God, so many things that did me so mad. Nobody's cleared, and then we believe there's more people, and then some point you're just like, you know, the defense is like, well, we want to bring up some of these people of interest. They're like, oh, no, can't do that. No, we believe it's one guy now.
and
Yeah,
then they ask you
a
why. What
midget.
changed? What changed? Oh, well, we arrested one guy, so it has
Right.
to be one guy.
And we arrested him and we tortured him to try to get him to confess, and he wouldn't. And we had, you know, suspect goggles on. He was our guy. If he wasn't our guy, we were going to make him our guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And eventually he drew some words out that he thought could make the torture stop.
Or, and I don't even think that he had the, I don't even know that he had enough like functionality or awareness, you know, orientation to his situation, reality, to make those, to draw those conclusions on his own, right? I don't think that he was able to sit to actually be like, okay, cause and effect, if I do this, then this will happen. Like, even when he's saying like, I must have, like, he's being fed information, like he's being told things. They're trying to shape and create his reality and
On repeat.
Yes. And unfortunately, like, I think it's a combination of like a really tragic series of circumstances that aligned in a way that were devastating, and they know how to exploit vulnerability. So they happen to get somebody, and when you like chip away at somebody who's already vulnerable in a certain way, they're probably going to crack eventually. But what I think the thing that makes me say, I've never seen behavior like this out of civilized men. I've never seen anything like this in my life, ever. I don't really know how. I don't like recognize this. I don't recognize what we're seeing as like like humanity as I know it. And that sounds really like histrionic, but like, I've never seen anything like this before, where they are like abusing a mentally ill, like they're abusing a mentally ill man for sport, almost, it feels like, just for sport. And they're not doing it in some back room like trap house in the middle of like bumfuck nowhere and no one knows about it, you know? Like,
Right.
they're doing it with the full protection and support and basically like the full
Encouragement.
of like the most powerful people in the state. Like the attorney general has gone to bat for the men that were literally dragging him around and shaving his head. And you've got the attorney general and like Gutwin arguing before the Supreme Court. Like, I don't even know, like, this is so much worse than anything I've ever seen before, and I just don't understand. I think that their only hope for getting out of this relatively unscathed in any way is complete and total media blackout. And they've been successful for a long time doing that, but they have to completely shut down and suppress entirely to the point where they threaten free speech with arrest, and they're successfully arresting people for exercising free speech in this case. It's insane.
Right.
It's utterly insane.
It is.
But it's all they have.
Yeah. It absolutely is. Because they're not going to concede. They haven't conceded yet. $4.6 million later.
I'm confused. Like, I think it's okay to be horrified by something happening, and I don't think that that's taking away from the fact that more horrible things certainly happen every day. Like, I don't really think that that's productive. Like, I know that this happens and it's been happening, and
Right.
I think that it's good that it's being discussed, but like, I don't really need I'm trying like not to. I think anyone who's talking about having a conversation like this is probably acutely aware that this shit does happen all the time, but I want to fucking talk about this right now. So that's what I'm talking about.
And also, on top of it happening all the time, at what point when we step in and say, okay, this is not good anymore, you've gone too far, stop, do you not gatekeep and say, well, this happens everywhere? Well, okay, when do we stop it? Because now we're just perpetuating a circle of violence that's never going to end. Circles don't end. If they end, there's not a circle.
And that's why like I really I need like people in our like community. I love this like vibe in this community, in this group that is kind of organically has formed around this, because it shouldn't matter if it takes somebody 5 years to see it, or if it takes somebody 5 seconds to see it. As long as they see it and people are seeing it, and
we have to stop.
That's really what I care about. I'm not going to like chastise someone because it took them longer than I think that it should have taken them to get it. You know, like I just want people to get it.
Right. And they're so concerned about self-preservation that Judge Goh is literally making up new laws for how you can try a case.
Right.
That is something a lot of people don't see.
Yeah, and she's doing it, and she does it, and it's brazen and it's crazy, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, you can't do that." And then she gets away with it.
Right.
So she's gonna keep doing
until somebody eventually stops her. But they all co-signed her. They didn't investigate. The same thing that got us here in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
They didn't investigate. They co-signed it. Then they just couldn't concede that they fucked up. It is always okay to say, hey, I fucked up, y'all. Like, I'm really sorry. I did it earlier today. I said, Ashley, I'm sorry I accused you of being Ashley from the 4th grade. You know, you just, granted, it's not on the same level, I get it, but I would probably never get to where they are. But it's just the simple fact that with new information, you can change your fucking mind.
Yeah. It's like really good to change your mind, actually. I have been wrong so many times. I think that the thing that makes somebody like a fucking loser has nothing to do with whether they're like wrong about something or if they like the mark something, or if they get something wrong. I don't think that
Right.
that's what makes someone a loser. I think what makes someone a loser is that if you don't have to, like, if you just
Digging your
you double
heels in.
down. Yeah. Like there's no fucking nobility in that. That's just like the most loser behavior ever. But that's all these dudes know, man.
Right. And well, like in one of the biggest things about it in this community itself is the opposition, which it never should be, to be fair. It should never be an opposition. It should always be about what's right. Yeah, we may not agree on everything, but ultimately the one thing we can agree on is not destroying our rights and our Constitution. So that should be the first thing, always. But with that being said, these people from the other side and their constant badgering, and he's going to make a deal, and he confessed 61 times. Only a killer would know. Blah, 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 blah. And then they come in like, it's never been about the girls to you. If he's guilty, are you just going to accept it? Like, we don't go to your community and do that. I don't.
I don't want shit to do with. Yeah, I don't want shit to do with that with them.
Right. We boot one alt out and you come back with 15 more. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go the fuck to the hospital and get your goddamn brain examined because you are sitting here with people who don't fucking like you, badgering on repeat. Don't you get sick of hearing yourself?
Don't you get sick of doing the fucking like bitch work for the state of it, for the government,
right,
for the police? You think that they need your help? You think that they give a shit about you? You really think that you're doing anything? You're not doing anything.
Do you put
They don't give a
salt
fuck
on
about
them
you.
fucking boots before you lick them? Shit.
Why are they so invested in Rick being found guilty? I think one of the things that one of the conclusions we drew the other night is it's a combination of some people legitimately believe and trust that the system arrests guilty people. And that's not the case. Clearly, that's why in inception, we're supposed to be a society of innocent until and unless, but in implementation, that's not how it usually rolls out. So that's one thing. I think there is a good percentage of people who are convinced that he is guilty. I think that they really believe it. But then there's also the people who don't really care one way or another what the reality of his guilt or innocence is. They just fucking hate us, like people. They hate what
we stand for.
What people like on this side stand for. They fucking hate us and everything that we,
Okay.
So it's not like some surprise or anything.
Yeah, there's so much hatred that they don't give a shit. Like, guilt or innocence be damned. That's kind of how I see Judge Cole, though. I kind of see Judge Cole in that category. She's so filled with like hatred, vitriol, and like resentment and disgust and anger and contempt for Andy and Brad specifically, and the public for trying to hold her to account that I don't think she really is even too interested in the facts of this case or in the facts of Rick's guilt or innocence. I think she's just hateful, and she's allowed that to completely blind her to pretty much everything else. But even the people that have heard what's going on and just make excuses to continue the narrative, I don't understand. Are they ignorant? I really don't know. I think that, yeah, and I also do think that this community, like, and I don't mean like this, our community, I mean, yeah, we're all traumatized, but I mean like the community of Delphi and Carroll County and the immediate community that was most directly impacted by these murders are incredibly traumatized, not just by the absolute depravity and horror of what occurred, but everything that happened like after the fact, and all of the ways that I feel like they were like failed. Basically, it's almost like law enforcement did they did the exact opposite of the like healing, helpful, productive thing. Like at every turn, they like could have done something that would be productive and helpful and restorative and healing, and then they did the opposite. Like 2 years after the murders, instead of just like keeping their heads down and continuing to work just to, you know, develop a case or develop your evidence and whatever, no, they decide to go in front of the entire community and country and just remind everybody, like, by the way, we don't have this guy yet, and he's probably in here with us. Like, he probably lives next door to you. Like, who did that serve? Like, what did that serve? What purpose did that serve? Other than Jerry Holman went to the fucking FBI Academy for a minute, and now he's convinced that he's John Douglas and that he's a mind hunter who's going to outwit the criminal, the murderer, who he thinks is just going to be riddled with guilt and his conscience is going to be too heavy and he's going to just confess to somebody. Are you fucking insane, dude? That's not how this shit works at all. It is easier to believe that he's guilty. Yeah. I wish that they arrested the guilty party. That would be the best case scenario. Yeah, and if they assume he's guilty, then they can just say that he deserves whatever he gets, and then they don't have to be disturbed by it. It doesn't change their point of view. It's so much harder to accept reality. Yeah, because it's terrifying. The reality of the wrong person being accused of this is that it doesn't change any of the facts of the like murder. It doesn't make any of the facts of the murders less horrible or what the families had to endure. It doesn't make any of that less bad. You're just adding more trauma on top of that. How is that? So if Becky or whomever that article was referring to today, who was one outlet called their reactions to the videos exasperated. The other said that the family was frustrated and angry that the videos were not being shown of a man being tortured. And it's like, I really think that they don't, I don't know what's going to heal these people, but it's not going to be this like bloodlust or, you know, revenge that like does Becky really think that watching videos of Richard Allen, who's gravely disabled, does she really think that bearing witness to hours of videos of him being tortured is going to fill the hole that's in her? Like, does she really think that that's going to heal her pain? Like, does she really think that that's going to work? I don't think that she would feel any better after watching that, actually. And I do agree with this. So why is it that I would argue that what Kathy and Rick have had to endure probably is pretty close to the death of the person you love the most in the world. And in some instances, I think that the person that you love the most in the world being alive, but they might as well be dead because they feel that far away from you and they're also being tortured. In some instances, I can't imagine. I think that's probably more painful on some days. That's just how I view it. And yet somehow, Kathy Allen found it within her to put out a statement where she literally says, with malice towards no one. With malice towards no one. You know, and she holds space for the families of the girls who truly wish death upon her husband who's innocent, but she doesn't hold that against them. You've got Rick Allen literally going up to, or I don't know, going up to, but initiating an interaction with the superintendent of the Indiana State Police who fucking ruined your life. And you smile at him and you say good morning. Like, if they can manage to muster up the decency or at least like reserve their I just don't understand, like, I don't understand because I'm not in their situation, but yeah. Psych law says complicated grief involved in losing someone still living can be so hard. It's only made harder by the lack of community support in that situation. Yeah. Because Kathy had to quit her job, sell her house, and literally go into hiding because people that she and Rick, like, this is her community. They've lived here more of their life has been spent here than elsewhere together. This is their home. This is their community. This is the place and literally overnight, people that they knew and loved that knew them turned on them like that. And
Really took no time.
you what?
I said it really took no time for them to turn on them.
Overnight.
Even though they sat there, they went into that same. Is that the only like pharmacy in the area?
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's the only
So
pharmacy, and it's also the only like convenience store, really. It's like the main place to go to get things you need.
Yeah, so you go in there, and you see this man every time you go in there. Maybe not every time, because he does need some days off, right? And you're checking out, and you look at him, and you look back, and there's this motherfucking sketch. And you never think that's the fucking guy. But then all of a sudden the cops say that's the fucking guy, and you're like, that's the fucking guy. Fuck him, fuck his family, fuck everybody. Like, what the?
Yeah. I think
Super sad.
Remember, so after Rick was arrested, Becky just looked not like totally just like dissociated. I felt just like flat. And actually Andrea was describing her on the stand like the other week when she was testifying, when she was called as a witness, and she said she just seemed totally just like flat. Like, that's trauma. I can recognize, like, that's trauma. I think. But like when Rick was arrested, they were asking, like, how do you feel? How do you feel? And she was like, well, for 5 years, this was our purpose, and now I don't know what our purpose is anymore. I do think that sometimes, like, their identity has become their victimhood has become their identity, their core identity, and it's almost like they value that over actually seeing like justice be done. And if maybe the reality of today was that the families who are victims objectively, right, they lost their loved one to homicide, they are surviving victims, but I wonder how it felt to sit in a room full of strangers and not be the person in the room getting the most sympathy or empathy or compassion, or like, I think that maybe they are not used to that. They're used to being the they have a lot of, there's a lot of kind of like, there's it's a power dynamic almost, being the most victim-y victim and getting the most sympathy and compassion. And maybe it was really fucking irritating or uncomfortable for them to have to share space with somebody who actually maybe went through something worse than what they're going through today. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you're
It's
not the main character today.
right.
I don't
It's
think they know
very
how to. No,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm done.
Oh, it's very reminiscent of Munchausen by proxy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get addicted to that feeling of, like, at first you're not, right? It's horrible. It feels the worst. But after a while, it's all you know. And you don't feel anything else, right? So you just keep doing it until, whatever happens. It just seems that way. Like, I'm not trying to diagnose anybody or whatever. But when I hear something like that, that's what I think of, because a lot of women who have that, it's typically a female disorder. When they have Munchausen by proxy, they go through multiple children by their own hands. I'm not saying Becky did anything. I'm just saying, like, the actual act of losing a child becomes what they're addicted to, or
The attention of that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's very scary. Yeah. There are some individuals who, like, we see the, people, like, I have like friends who tell me about, like, well, they'll say, like, well, my mom, like, I'm with like a narcissistic parent, right? And it's
Yeah.
almost like it's like, in people like that, the loss of a child is almost like, it's like this is going to sound really insensitive, but this is like the experience that they have, is where the loss of a sibling, if you are the daughter or child of a narcissistic parent and you lose a sibling, to like death or whatever, the loss of a child to like somebody like a narcissistic person is like the best thing that ever happens to them, because they get to make that their identity, and they get this like pass to just, and I don't know, like, I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but at what point can it just be about the girls? Like, that sounds like so fucking like lame, but it's like, it's really not about anybody but them and the defendant, who's innocent. So now, where does that leave the family, who have been literally made into like god-like figures?
Right.
I've had my own experiences with Becky Patty, and I feel for her and what she's been through, but two things can be true at one time. And I don't think that anybody is above, like, I don't give a shit what you've been through. I don't think that anybody should get a pass to inflict harm on other people just because they're hurt or just because they're filled with hate. Like,
Right.
why isn't Kathy responding that way then? Why isn't Carrie responding that way?
Right. Well, she's, like, we have to remember where this kind of started before the girls passed away. Lots of rumors talking about that Libby wanted to go back home with her mom.
Oh, that's not, yeah. Carrie has literally told me that directly. They had a plan that after the school year that Libby was going to be moving back. She was excited about it.
Right. And so I imagine that hurt Becky, but
absolutely
not, you can't just, not every kid is just going to let you adopt them and change their name.
That's a whole other thing. Yeah, I don't know.
You, like, you're at a point in your life where you should be trying to retire and go do stuff and spoil your grandkids, not continuously raise them.
I think this is I don't count the girl's family innocent anymore. They've seen this. This is true. The families have now seen the state's evidence and they have seen the state's case. They've seen all of it. They've seen everything that they're going to see, and the state has rested. They should be calling for Rick's release. They're pushing for a conviction still. Maybe that's why that disturbed me so much. That little extra vitriol that Becky spewed today. Because I no longer can give the benefit of the doubt of they really believe that the state has all of this bombshell evidence, because they've seen it all. They've seen it all. You've seen everything that they've got. And you also, and they sat in that courtroom and they heard about all the ways that the investigation has failed them and further victimized them, and said that they were doing things that they weren't doing, and didn't think that it was worth $10,000 to nail down the height of the bridge guy, right? Like,
Right.
my loved one's not worth $10,000 to get to pay an expert. Like, I'd be pretty pissed. Well, actually, it would take me a minute. So maybe I'm being unfair. It would take me a minute to really fully sort out, what was going on. Like, so, like Leon Benson he was exonerated in 2023. He was wrongly convicted of murdering a man in Indianapolis, and he did over 2 decades, and he was sentenced to 60 years in Indiana Department of Corrections. 10 of those years were spent in solitary confinement. And after he was exonerated, it took the murder victim's sister, Colleen, it took her a minute, but he was very patient and gracious and kind and loving, and it took her a minute, but when she saw like the reality and she met him and she was open to hearing him, now they are both suing the city of Indianapolis for putting them both through that wrongful conviction. Like, she changed her mind about his innocence or his guilt. And it would probably be much easier to just believe that the person that murdered her brother had served time and that they got him. But like, she knew that it wasn't true. And what good would it do? And how would that be honoring her loved one? Like, victimizing another innocent person just so that you can I feel like at some point these people just want a fucking body. They don't care whose it is.
Exactly. And they say it's for closure, but you don't have closure.
Right.
There's no way you have closure. You don't look like you have closure.
Yeah.
And also, like, I always hear stuff like it's the people on the internet. You guys keep stalking and doxing and blah 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 blah. I'm not doing none of that.
I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
I mean,
somebody on here, that was an accident. But we're
right.
not doing that. I don't see that shit on this side. I don't see
No,
it.
it's not over here because we aren't sick at all costs. This person's got to be the one,
Yeah.
But anyway, like stop paying attention to us. Turn the fucking computer off.
Right.
Get off YouTube. We're not everywhere. We have a few spots. I'm here. We're just here usually.
Like, go make something.
Right. Or
make something. Do a bath bomb. Go for a walk. Go adopt a dog. Go create something.
Right.
Like,
or watch a different podcast. You don't like what we're saying, so why are you torturing yourself?
Right. I know there's like hate watching can be in itself dopamine giving, but like personally, I don't remember the last time that I listened to a podcast that I didn't like. You know why? It doesn't make me fucking feel good. Like, I don't want to be like pissed off and angry and triggered. I'd much rather not be. And I don't
Right.
care what they're doing. So what do I give a fuck?
Right.
Well, that's a great point, Peggy. Yeah, don't adopt a dog if you're a psychopath. But like, you know, if you're falling into the trap of being terminally online and like maybe losing a little touch with reality and turning into a bully, you know, maybe there's maybe someone or something could like, maybe you have love to give to something. Maybe you need to get off the internet.
Right. The internet, like, there's times where I just have to, like, I have to unplug because I can see that everything that I'm putting in is not helping what I put out.
Yeah.
So, just crazy. Like, if I was a family member, I wouldn't be kicking it in some YouTuber's chat who thinks I did it. I just wouldn't.
You know, I have a hard time like maybe it's better like if I have like ambivalent, contradictory, or confusing feelings about the families in this case, it's probably best to just not talk about it, right? However, here's my issue. The state of Indiana weaponized the evidence leak, the crime scene photo leak. They weaponized that so successfully and so malignantly, and they inflicted so much lasting, irreparable, irreversible damage on the defendant by doing that, by prolonging his torture and torment for at least almost a year, you know. So they weaponized that crime scene leak, and they fed the court and the world a narrative about it. And the narrative was the family notified us because they you know, came across this, and it was very traumatic and awful for them, and that damage has been done, you know, to the family by this leak. And it's so egregious and awful and damaging to the victims here. Like, it has caused so much damage and unnecessary trauma, and it was so irresponsible on behalf, you know, of the defense, as they alleged, that like consequences are warranted, you know, they must be removed and blah blah blah. Okay, maybe if that were the reality, I could just keep my mouth shut. The problem is that I saw with my own eyeballs the grandmother who was purported to have been so negatively impacted by this evidence leak. Why is the grandmother of the murder victim kikiing it up in a little group chat with the person responsible for leaking photos of her naked dead granddaughter?
With a gag order. And to continue on thinking that that was the only time those photos ever leaked is insane.
I think they know that that's not true, but I think that it is much more beneficial to the larger, you know, the larger
situation at hand.
whatever the ends that they're trying to achieve. I think it's just probably, well, it's beneficial in a number of ways just to like make this the story now. Who the fuck is Rebecca Lynn Dunaway? Do you know who I'm talking about?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
So this Facebook account, you know, there's like a million Facebook accounts that are just fake in this case. It's like fucking weird. I hope that someone someday studies it or something. That would be
Please.
like, if I've said this before, but if I could have one question answered in this case, not related directly to like obviously who the fuck did it and what the fuck happened, but like a B plot. If I could have one of my burning questions answered, I would like to de-anonymize all of those like accounts, the ones that have been the most.
Oh, anonymized. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, de-anonymize. Yeah, I want to.
I thought you were saying demonetize, and I'm like,
oh
fuck yeah,
yeah.
let's Do it.
She's
No,
like, let's fucking take it. Let's build up for all they're worth. No, de-anonymize. I want to know. I would like to for them all to be identified, like who is behind them. I think that would be very, very interesting and very telling. And so I've talked to Snay about who he thought it was, and I've talked to Matt about who he thinks
Look
it
at this.
is, and I'm not convinced though entirely I'm not convinced it's one person. I know that this Rebecca Lynn Dunaway person was responsible for feeding that fucking Nazi in Amsterdam, Frank. She literally greenlit, like me and Courtney, she fed him all of this insane this entire like fan fiction story about us and us being behind the leak and all this horrible things that we did. And I don't know who the fuck you are, lady or person. It's probably Holman. I don't know who it is.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's somebody that knows him though. I do know that whoever is behind that account does communicate with him like pretty closely. I don't know who they are, but
Truth Seeker.
Oh, I believe you, Truth Seeker. Yeah, I know she's bad news. Yeah. Well, she definitely does, because the reason that she leaked our administrative complaint back in 2022 before anybody had it. The only person that I wasn't even on the Delphi Facebook groups. I didn't even have a Reddit account at the time, I don't think. And she leaked that. So the only person that had it was the prosecutor's office. So clearly she's connected somehow to that. But then she has basically been kind of instigating and like mobilizing trolls to attack certain people, like Matt Sullivan. She's really fucked with him a lot. Like she's deputized her as Becky's bulldog, basically. And Becky has a couple bulldogs over the years, but this woman is like, it's like Becky is their god. Or they're like, they have to protect her at all costs or something, to the point where they will like lie, cheat, and steal in her. It's just weird. I don't get it. But
is that the one that was extremely rude to Carrie in the groups?
One of them, not this one in particular, but
okay,
of the same ilk. Like, might as well be. It's one of the primary kind of like, and they've been here since pretty much the beginning, whoever the fuck they are. And but the reason I brought Rebecca Lynn Dunaway up right now is because it's somebody who Becky knows who she is. Rebecca Lynn Dunaway created the petition to keep the probable cause affidavit sealed. So a fake person using a false, somebody using a false identity started a change.org petition that got over 30,000 signatures to keep the probable cause affidavit sealed. And then Becky then presented that petition with 30,000 signatures that was literally created by someone under a false identity, which is not allowed. Can't be doing that. And brought it to Judge Gull and was like, and thankfully Judge Gull didn't influence her doing the legal thing and unsealing it. But like, it's someone that is closely connected to Becky and the prosecutor and Holman, whoever they are, whether they're somebody or nobody, whether they're officially or unofficially self-deputized or, but Rebecca Lynn Dunaway knew about the leak before it's like what they say. What do they say about Ron Logan? Like, anybody who knows about a crime before it's been discovered is probably implicated in it. She knew about it, and she messaged Rick Snay before he told anybody that he got a photo. And she basically was like, everybody knows you've got the photos, Rick. She was like, I think that they were trying to basically, the leak wasn't happening organically and they needed to get it jump started. And she did. And then Nick is an idiot. I don't think he realizes what he's implying when he does this shit. But then he goes in emotion and says, yeah, this is pretty much what I think too. I don't know if she's officially I'm not totally convinced that she's actually law enforcement, because she's or they, but I think that, yeah, I think maybe they think that they are. But I'm getting tangential right now, but it's just like I've just been like reflecting on a lot of this shit and the lengths that people go to, people that pretend to be on like the right side of the law, the justice seekers, and the y'all are the fucking problem. Y'all are the ones, like, you're fucking committing crimes just because you're too lazy and stupid to solve a murder. You're literally committing crimes.
Well, our seekers over here are good. Yes, Aaron, we watched it here. One day I'm hoping Ange will understand.
I will. So I don't think there's like, and I think by now we're pretty much on the same page that like the leak was state orchestrated.
For sure.
It was state orchestrated. Whether it started out, like whether it was birthed there or whether they saw an opportunity and they immediately jumped on it and provided the fuel for the fire to make the leak, you know, become a leak. But I don't really think that they're I don't differentiate between those two things. They caused it intentionally because it was beneficial to them. And Patty, according to Nick McClelland, told him about the leak. He said one of a family member of the victims came to the prosecutor, came to us and told us about it and was so damaged and horrified by it. I've got a problem with that because that's just not in line with like the evidence. That's not what happened. So why do they lie? I don't buy into by the way, just being honest, like I have not seen anything that has convinced me that the family is involved in these murders. I'm not willing to go there. I mean, I can be convinced of anything with evidence, but I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to say it. But why? But I do know that they lie, and I don't know why. I don't know why these people keep fucking lying. The state lies, the police lie, and some members of the family lie. Why are you lying? Why? It's not necessary.
Cindy got a good point.
What?
Life insurance. I thought they won't pay out until they find that the killer is not someone in the family.
I've heard this before. I don't know. They were so young. I don't know. Because like if money was the motivator, like they've gotten plenty over. They have a literal park. It's like an amusement park. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that again, let me reiterate. And this doesn't mean that I'm like not open to evidence, but like as I sit here today, I don't think that the family was involved in the murders of the girls, as in I don't think that they murdered the girls. That's not to say that they're not. Sometimes, you know, parents, their own behavior ends up making their kids vulnerable or putting them at risk. Like I'm not saying that I know anything. I'm just saying I'm not convinced of that. I'm not going to sit here and say that like they're responsible or that they're guilty.
I'm sorry, Cindy. I should have rephrased that differently. I didn't mean that was your theory, but could be a theory.
For sure. Well, money is always a motivator, right? Follow the money 100% of the time almost. But like, why lie like this? Why be so, like, why are you committing actual crimes and like you've become monstrous? Like, why? You don't need to. It's not necessary. People feel bad for you. People believe that you lost a loved one and that you're sad about it. I believe that. I don't think that that's fake. I think there's a secondary gain to some of it now, but I don't think it's fake. Like you don't need to lie to convince anybody. But they continue to lie, and that's suspicious to me. They continue to lie and they frame people for shit. Why is Becky telling people that why was Becky telling Nazi Frank that I had anything to do with something that she knew I had nothing to do with? Unless she had something to do. Like, why are they doing this shit? You should sorry. I
I
don't-
wonder if it goes back to what we were talking about before with groupthink and if you know, you could be a good person, but if somebody tells you to do this and you do it, and then they're like, increase the voltage, and you're like, but am I hurting them? And they're just like, do it, and you
Right.
do it, and you're just following orders at that point.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it is.
I really think, and like, again, like, I actually really believe that people who do shit like people who lie or cheat or, you know, stretch the limits of their morals and their values, like, I don't think they're doing it because just to be evil. Like, they believe that, much like you and I believe that, like, we're motivated by our belief in Rick's innocence and due process and justice and all of that, right? We're justice oriented, and we believe that we're in the right, and that motivates us. I think that most people believe that they're in the right, and most people believe that they're the ones that are, you know, walking like the line, like between the lines of justice, right? I don't think anyone is like, I'm the villain and I know it, but I'm just gonna wake up and cause some fucking chaos today. I mean, maybe some people, but I think most people really do believe their whatever, their paradigm or whatever the fuck. But like, okay, but so who, again, it's like the same fucking question. Who is like the ringleader of this? So who's misleading the families then? Who's gaslighting the family? Law enforcement. Okay, but who? Why?
I think it just goes back to how they treated Rick, and they wanted him to be the guy, and he wasn't the guy, but they were going to make him be the guy, and they couldn't make him be the guy.
Yeah, they couldn't, and they're very pissed about that. I think that could be part of what Becky was. I keep saying Becky, and that's not fair because it could have been Tara, it could have been anybody in Libby's family. So I need to stop saying Becky because I have no idea if it was Becky. But whomever the indie star was referring to that was like exasperated and angry today, right? Which is, you know, fine, you're allowed. But whoever that person or persons was, maybe they're really angry because the state failed. They needed Rick to be a monster, and we're not buying it, and that probably angers and bums them out. That's a fucking bummer because they needed him to be a monster.
And they turned themselves into monsters trying to make him a monster.
Yeah, it's like that quote. You become the fucking monster.
Yep. So I think we got it. We're like who it is.
Yeah.
Why. And we know what statement it comes down to. You're guilty of something and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
He really is a fucking problem, that Jerry Holman.
Yeah, he really hated Rick talking back. He really hated Rick saying, stop talking to me like that in front of my wife. He did not like that.
Rick is honorable. He's honorable, and I think that Holman maybe felt shame, and I think that was unacceptable. I think that Rick embarrassed him. I think that Holman lost his ever-loving fucking mind and went belligerent, and Rick didn't. He kept his cool, and maybe Holman was like expecting him to be the crazier one, and no, Holman, you're fucking crazy. You're the crazy one in this room. You're the one that needs locked up.
And isn't there a portion of that interview that's missing? Like, I know that there was a portion they didn't show. Like, did he ever, like, put hands on him in there? Jerry is a tall guy.
He's enormous. He's an ogre. He's a big guy. And he's a big guy in like stature. And he's a big guy in that he is a
overbearing asshole.
He's overbearing. He's domineering. He's brutish. He's totally untethered. He has no regulation, like self-regulation at all. He's entirely impulsive. Like, I don't know if I've explicitly said or not, like, why, what basically triggered Holman to SWAT.
No.
And it was the same time, it was the exact time that the group messages, my Twitter account was hacked, accessed without my, against my knowledge and consent. And my private messages were accessed, and that gave this person access because they got into that account that had my private info. They gained access to another private account, and basically overnight they gained access to probably about a year's worth of my most like private conversations with my most trusted, friends and allies and, people in my life. And they poured over those messages, and in those messages there were conversations where me and the person and people that I was talking to, we had like pretty lengthy, in-depth discussions about our theory of this leak and the multiple leaks that have occurred over the year. And these weren't just like, keying it on Reddit with a theory. Like, no, we had done a metric fuck ton of investigation and research into, and pretty much came to a conclusion that we were very satisfied with as to what our theory of the leak was and who we thought was involved and what their role was. Like, we figured it out in our private messages that were never to be shared, that were never to be not private. And Holman is implicated in the leak 100%. And we figured that out. And I think like what probably happened was, because this person that gained access to my messages works with Holman. Not
Yeah.
officially.
Right.
They probably think that they do officially because they're insane and delusional, but they don't. They're not a cop. They're just a child with a lot of problems. But Holman uses this person for intel, and this person shared a year's worth of my private messages with Jerry Holman. And Jerry Holman, oh shit. Like he realized that like we know, like he knew that we know, I think is what happened. And that became a big problem, and that became a threat. And it was almost like, I think he realized that like people had kind of figured out what he had been doing and had information that could probably not be good for him. And he might, I don't know, maybe have a consequence one day. Instead of just,
Imagine. Oh my God.
he thought that the best thing would be to, so if somebody has information that could harm me and I'm afraid that they're going to do something with it, well, it would probably be beneficial to me then to discredit them immediately. Discredit them, arrest them,
Run a
or
slander.
kill them if I have to, right? If they end up getting killed in the process, that's okay. It's just another means to the same end, another avenue to the same fucking conclusion.
Right.
Like within probably 48 hours of him getting my messages, he fucking freaked the fuck out and panicked, and he did what he did, and he committed a very serious crime.
Yep.
It was very fucking stupid.
Yep.
And he pissed a lot of people off that are not just like little nobodies like me. Like he's a dangerous fucking lunatic, and he like really crossed the line with that. And the only reason he did it is because like he needed to, like, they keep doubling down. They can't stop doubling down.
No.
It's like, oh, this is the bad fact that's going to come out. And so to keep it hidden, I'll just commit another bad act. And then those bad acts spiral, and the next thing you do, you're probably under federal investigation. I don't know. It's not a good look.
That's really why that's what's so crazy to me, because like you got yourself in so deep. You like, where did it start that you needed to continue the cover up? How many years has it been that you've just been covering up now and we're not actually investigating?
Right.
Because-
When did it switch? You're right.
Because we already know that there's a lot of bodies around this crime with no explanation.
Yeah.
So, was it 2014, 2015? You know,
You think before the murders?
yeah.
Probably. Well, yeah, because Flora.
And
Flora.
David
Fucking Flora and
Kellenberger.
David, right. And he and guess who's the common denominator in both of those too?
Right. Exactly. I think what it comes down to is he's either lazy
Yeah.
or incompetent
Or both, yeah.
or both. One thing I do know, the ego big with that one.
Enormous. Like fatally big ego. Like I've never seen before, and for what? But yeah.
Or maybe he has his hand in even something bigger than all that.
Right. Like more less passive than just being like lazy or dumb or whatever, like incompetent. It's more like you're like actually like there's something more overt, like crimes, that you're, I don't know.
Yeah, very, very insidious. That's what makes me want to like dig into where they come from. Who right, who are your tentacles?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny that this was Doug's phrasing. Like, Doug is what invited all this. But you're not the hero, Doug. At all.
Not even close.
And I heard something that I hadn't heard before. I knew Doug was out of town, but I didn't know Lazy Bee was out too.
I have a text message from someone that said, "Hey, go easy on Tobe this week because
Yeah.
Go easy on Tobe this week because his dad just died suddenly and he's like he's at a funeral." And I was like, "Oh, that sucks. I don't want that sucks."
Right. Okay. I won't do it.
I won't do an activism on Facebook this week. You know what I mean? Like, okay,
Right.
I can give him a break because I'm not a monster.
No Lazy Bee memes.
He was out
All
of
right.
Yeah.
But so what I was saying is he was out of town at the same time, and they think that's why he got arrested that day.
Carter and Tobe, right? We're both
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Because there's no oversight. His chaperones were gone.
Right. So they're like, let's nail this down while they're gone, and then we'll announce his arrest when he gets back. Because Doug wasn't going.
Yeah, we'll have time.
Yep.
To get our story straight and to get our PCA crafted. We'll worry about it after, but let's just arrest this motherfucker and then we'll come up with our story after.
Yeah, reverse engineering your bad guy. Except you picked the fucking worst one.
You picked the worst bad guy because he's like the best guy.
Right.
There's not fucking anything in that person.
He was as tall as Libby, a little lighter.
Holy shit, yeah.
And like seatbelt tickets.
Yeah. And he had one of the most like public facing jobs in the fucking community. Like,
right.
And he was probably one of the only men in Delphi that were never tipped in. I'm not exaggerating. He was probably one of the only men that had never been tipped in once.
Right.
So yeah, perfect. Naturally. Like, what the fuck?
Right. And I sit here in my brain and I think about it all the time. Like, just the sheer amount of people in that area that ended up being people of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Just that little, like, say you do like a mile radius all around.
Right. why is there so much filth in this community? Like, why are there so many good suspects here? What does that say?
Right.
And we just learned of a new one. Like, we were guessing about, like, oh, who do you think was on the trail cam, right? And come to find, it's like a totally, like, huh?
Right.
Another one. Like, oh, another one.
Right. And it's like, oh, another one. And also, like, their stats, their
Yeah.
crime stats. They keep these cases open so they don't have to admit that they have a fucking problem there.
Yeah.
We're
Right.
still investigating. It's not cold. It's never cold. Brother, that shit happened 30 years ago.
That shit is ice fucking cold.
Right.
What do you mean it's not cold?
Right. When was your last tip? When did you crack the file last? Has it been 15 years? It's fucking cold.
Have you called it Othram? Have you, like, checked to see what DNA has technology is available now in the past? Because that shit's always changing. Like,
IGG.
well, and I think that too, if you keep a case if you don't solve a case, like, there's a couple cases that I'm thinking of that, like, when Delphi is not, like, the only thing that I have capacity for and bandwidth for. Like, there's a few cases that are like cold cases that I feel like they probably do have a good idea of, like, who and what, but they remain unsolved. And I'm like, so, like, what would motivate I don't know, a sheriff's department or whatever, a police department or a detective? Like, what would motivate them to,
Do a job?
yeah, like, to just keep it open when they probably know and could, like, if they know what happened? Is it just that they don't think that they don't want to work that hard? Like, what is it that, why aren't they trying to close these cases?
Within their ranks?
Yeah.
I really want to know who the ISP guy is.
The DNA.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like, so one thing that Andrea explained, that, like, one of the first days that the state presented evidence, she was saying that what the DNA expert testified to is that any ISP officer, so crime scene techs are, like, they're officers, right? They're sworn.
Right.
So, like, any crime scene tech, any crime scene tech, like an officer who works at a crime scene, has some kind of crime scene role, they are technically considered lab. They're also considered, like, lab tech, like, personnel, I guess, because they technically interact with the lab, right? ISP.
Right.
So it could have been just a trooper that worked, like, a crime scene investigator. It could have been an actual lab like tech, ISP lab tech expert. It could have been a number of different people. So, like, was it somebody that was at the physical crime scene who was collecting evidence or interacting with the evidence, or was it somebody that was, like, a lab tech? Because they don't really differentiate. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. If you go to my Facebook page, I have a clip from Lana. And it's like 5 minutes. And she explains that, I believe Andrea, obviously, but I also recognize she's human.
Right.
The way Lana heard it was, the first time they did the swabs of the DNA, they did like 2 or 3 swabs. They did the pocket, they did the cuff, and they did a portion on the hood.
Okay.
And they sent it in. Well, then a little bit later, she had ran like 28 swabs. Same lady. And it's only her doing it on this case. And she doesn't have an assistant. And this was something that was, like, thoroughly questioned. Like, do you have an assistant? A male assistant? Is there
Mhm.
anybody that would have access to this that's male?
Mhm.
You know, and you know, she kept saying no, 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 no. So they ran it, and it came back with nobody.
Right.
And then I want to say a little bit later, for if I understood what she was saying correctly, that they ran it again and it got a hit.
Hmm.
So that means, if I understood what she was saying correctly, that the person wasn't working with ISP yet and they weren't in the system.
And then once they got added, like once they, oh,
Oh yeah, so no, I'm sorry. It wasn't ran a third time. Once they got added to the system, then it produced a hit.
so once they became an employee.
Right.
So there's somebody who was not an employee of ISP yet in the or at least wasn't in the system as an employee of ISP yet, but then once they got added to the system, that hit was generated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But
They
see,
didn't-
we would be able to know this if it was just broadcast, so.
that seems quite suspicious.
Yeah, that's why I'm really concerned about it, because I was well, Fiend really kept pointing it out. Remember when he was on that tangent a while ago? There was DNA of an ISP person. I want to know who the DNA of the ISP person was.
Right.
I don't know where he got that information from, but he just kept going on and on about it. And I thought it was just the ramblings of an insane man.
Sure.
So I just let him. And then once they said it, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. So then it must have been, yeah, because she said, I keep seeing this comment. Where is it? Yeah. Same person deals with those items always. She said that no one in the lab was a male. She was the only one that had touched it. So it had to have, so it had to be DNA from somebody that at least didn't interact with it or touch it at any point, like in the lab.
Right.
It couldn't have been an employee at the time, or at
I
least.
mean, I'm not saying that this person wasn't law enforcement at the time. They could have very well been law enforcement. It's just they weren't in the ISP
Database.
sector
Right.
at that time.
So who?
I also wonder if they were underage at the time.
Somebody that I like very much. They're quite smart, and they have been convinced that the murders were committed by a younger person, like maybe even somebody, if not underage, like damn near close, somebody very young. And
Yeah.
I can see that. I could see it.
Yeah.
Or at least participated. But like there's certain aspects of what we've learned that seem quite like not immature, just like a young person's crime. I don't know
Right.
how to put it. Even like
Well,
the blood on the tree, like maybe what the Purdue professor was interpreting as like an Odin fanboy was really just like a young person trying to, I don't know, like, oh, this is witchy. You know what I mean? Just like kind
right.
of immature things that didn't quite add up to like legitimate ritual, but like they knew enough about it.
I think they would do this on Vikings.
Yeah, on the show, you mean, right? Or True Detective, like they got these ideas from a number of places.
Yeah, because I watched True Detective just recently.
Really,
And
like the first season?
yeah,
Oh, it's amazing.
it is amazing. And I started to watch the second season. And I'm like, what the hell? This don't even
No, the
compare.
first season is like the GOAT. Everything else afterwards is like, ugh.
Yeah. So when I seen that, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
What is happening here?
It's
They're
almost like
so
somebody
high.
watched True Detective and then watched Vikings and then committed a murder and was like,
this is cool.
How can I stage this? Yeah.
Right. Another thing was Garrett Kurtz.
He's scary. Yeah. He's scary.
Yeah.
And his dad is fucking scary. Mark is a fucking scary dude.
Yeah.
It's a lot of scary people. I mean, there's scary people everywhere, but like, I really just feel like there's maybe if law enforcement was like less useless, there would be less
Murder.
yeah, less long time practice like criminals just kind of fucking running shit.
Right. Hello,
Yeah.
Jamie.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome. This is a great question. I don't think it's far, but I don't think it's there.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm like makes me think that it is a little bit telling of him is the puddle nearby that had the asterisks.
The sticks over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like, what the? He's very obsessed with sticks on the ground, man. And like everything about his behavior after seems legitimately sus. You a sussy baka, dude. And the fact that these people, not these people, well, yeah, these people, prosecution chair 1 and 4, are so dead set against not going that avenue. And they don't have the same smoke for the other two. Like, well, they kind of have the same smoke for Elvis Fields, but definitely not Patrick Westphal. Like, there's like almost no love there when it comes to him. They always say you're not going to go after Elvis Fields and, Brad. So, and we already know why with Brad. So,
Why do you think?
because either that or he's a Mason.
Mm.
And his son, which looks oddly like the fourth sketch.
Isn't scary.
Like oddly like the fourth sketch. Also a Mason and became one that year.
Pat Westphal is fucking scary.
He is.
I don't know why people. You got Susan Hendricks
simping,
apologizing to him for what he's been through and thank you for your service, Pat Westphal. He is a admitted white supremacist Finlander Nazi, and he has committed horrific acts of violence against undeserving people. He's a Nazi, Susan. Congratulations. Yeah. You have gotten you have lost the plot so fucking spectacularly that you are now supporting a Nazi because you hate the other side so much.
Well, and he is a child abuser.
Yes, he is. And he's in domestic violence, I think.
Yeah. And
he's also an idiot.
Right.
Well, you wouldn't
brown bears and polar bears.
A brown bear and a polar bear, brown grizzly and a polar bear mating. Sir? Hello? Really? Interesting.
Right.
Interesting. I don't think they're checking like each other's 23andMe before they mate. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Right. So bizarre. We just do the old ways.
Ashley said it might not have been that far of a jump for Susan, to be honest. That's fair. That's an excellent point.
Right. There are a lot of her types on Fox News, and boy, them not Nazi talking points.
Can I share your stream? Of course, Steve. Sure thing. Always. Yeah, it's amazing that like. So again, I believe that Pat Westphal is a scary, violent motherfucker. There's too much nexus for me to exclude any of them. And then
Right.
to have her be like, there is no nexus. It's like, hold the fucking phone. Like, I'm not saying that I'm convinced of any particular theory, but like, I've seen the photo of the top of Abby's head. There are 2 sticks about this, and everyone, I think people who see it get confused because there's also like brush and sticks and leaves.
And it's a little bit like it looks like it's like her kind of hair color.
It looks like it's her hair kind of sticking up, but if you look closely, there are 2 sticks, twigs, sticks, whatever you want to call them, about this long,
In her hair.
intentionally and purposefully stuck in the ponytail, and the crown of her head stuck out like this in her hair.
Yeah.
Nobody, to the point where Andrea didn't even see it when she didn't notice, because you have
No.
to know it's there. You have to be looking for it to see it.
Right.
And so the fact that an individual knew that there were sticks in Abby's hair fucking keeps me awake at night.
Hold on a second. So I don't know what everyone else has in regards to those things. But
Photos?
yeah, the
Right.
ones that came across me were not clear at all.
Mm-mm. No,
Maybe
like,
that was intentional.
I believe that it was. I
And
believe
it
that
was
those photos were like very much like kind of like almost like whitewashed, or like, yeah, like whited out. They're far less. Yes, I agree with you. I think
and
that
I don't think it had anything to do with preserving the girl's dignity as much as it had to do with covering up what
they're
we
really
knew
obvious.
what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they needed to. Right. Right. Yes, I unfortunately, as like heartbreaking and vile as it is to even suggest this, like where I've landed is I don't think that any of the things they've done have truly been to protect the dignity of the girls at this
No.
point, not law enforcement. I think that everything they've done have been to protect themselves and to protect the truth of the
Yeah.
embarrassment of an investigation.
And I've always heard that it was a law enforcement member that was involved in it.
This is also really good. So I don't know how or why, like the specifics of why that came up. I think we learned from the Franks memo that Becky Patty was actually the first person to bring up Brad Holder as an Odinist to the investigators, right?
Yes.
I would love to know how that came up and why, and what that conversation, what instigated that.
Right.
And how did Brad Holder come to the forefront of her mind that quickly? That means that they must have very quickly determined that there was something very unusual about the crime scene. As much
Right.
as they've tried for the past 2 years to undo, it's funny that they're obsessed with this undoing. Like, they've literally tried to undo
What
their
happened?
original belief and theory and evidence of the crime scene. Like,
Well, and if you go back, and I just found this the other day, was that there was the old call, the air traffic control.
oh, like the scanner stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not airplane stuff. I'm crazy.
No, I know. I know.
So yeah, it was the airway stuff, and you can. I don't know how long they keep it, but you can go back and get that stuff, especially if you work with the police. Like, we know this because they hide the 911 calls and stuff, which I'm 100% gonna say the 911 call for Flora, I believe, was a timeliness thing. I think they didn't go there in time.
I agree. I 100% agree. I don't think there's any racial slurs. I don't think it's anything like that. I think that it's that
They let them
their inaction, their incompetence, indifference, laziness, their mistakes resulted in children dying. And now the Delphi, Abby and Libby, oh my God, it happened again.
Right. We can't keep our kids safe.
We cannot keep kids in this county safe because we are so fucking bad.
Or we allow our kids to be hurt. And I mean, I do want to say there's no fucking way in any alternate universe, different timeline, I would let my 2 little girls, even if it was her friend, go there alone. You know they are unstably cooking meth down there.
That's kind of the part that I can understand. Like when people are like, why would you ever let your children go to that bridge? Like, I don't think it's that the bridge, it's the structure of the bridge is unsafe. Like kids do unsafe shit. It horrifies me to think about it, but like that's not really the problem that I take with it.
No.
It's that there's no way they didn't know what went down, like what happened around there, you know?
Right.
There's no way they didn't know. Actually, Logan Holder, in some of the messages that have been shared by I don't even know who he was talking to, but some of his like messages with someone earlier, probably in like not too long after the murders, maybe like a couple months at most, but he's literally saying like, oh, I wish, like, I didn't know she was going to be out there, and I would have told, like, I would have been like, don't fucking go out there, like,
Right.
you know what, like that, like, why would you go out there? You're like, you know, the kind of people that hang out like around there, it's not safe, like, don't go over there because of like something about like, you know what, like, I know what goes down in those woods or something very like, you know, and like
insidious.
Yeah, it wasn't like this like well kept secret. The people knew what people did in the over there, you know?
Right. Well, there's that very professional picture of that very well made structure in the woods that has the the little door and the chains and all that stuff.
Oh, like the bones and stuff, you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If
And that's around, and that's in the same, that's like right around the high bridge, right?
I don't remember if it's right by the high bridge or if it's more by the Wilson Bridge. Actually, it is by the high bridge because I remember Eric Williams said he stumbled upon it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put up more cameras, but they were destroying the cameras that were already there before. Actually, Gabe Ellis was pulled over within days of the murders.
Oh,
and he had a whole bunch of motherfucking
cams.
cameras. Yeah.
He's scary as fuck.
He is.
I never found I mean, Garrett Kurtz is scary because he's a serial killer by definition, but like Gabe Ellis scares the fuck out of me.
Right. It was like 2 or 3 days later that he was arrested and they found all the trail cams in his car.
Mm-hmm.
And there is rumor of a certain colorful creator, if you may say, that helped collect those for him.
Oh, yeah. He's been preoccupied the last 2 weeks because he's sitting front row in the courtroom. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The amount of insanity that lives in that, I think that's what drew me to it, honestly. I was like, oh my God.
The lore of the community in the county, more than like the graphic or specifics of the murders, is what is what truly, and it's like the more you dig,
the more it gets weird.
Yeah, it's not normal. And I know that all small communities are fucked up, but this, I'm telling you,
there's
it's
like
not normal.
There's like 5 Brads, right? All these Logans. We got Maxwell's on Maxwell's. Like Webbers and Weavers. We got people who, a couple who are married, but before they got married, their previous spouses married, like they all got married the same day, but they just partner swapped.
So weird.
And like adopting your nephew and saying now he's calling you dad. Like, and then I don't know if anyone's like really paid attention much, but there's not a lot of contact there. Yeah, the creator went for allegedly like a few minutes and a brownie to the county jail.
Yeah.
Allegedly, I don't know.
Veronica says, and then I was told they spoke with another church up north. Is Boone County, Kentucky north of Delphi? No, it's not. It's south.
It's south. It's underneath Indiana.
Okay, never mind.
And then you got the Stevensons.
Right. Well, that's why I'm asking, because we do know that those investigators at even though they no longer, or at least I don't know if they think that it's Delphi connected, but they don't believe it's Rick Allen connected, which means that it's obviously they're looking for something. No,
Richard
Veronica,
Allen
is sharing as much as you're comfortable with. This,
right.
I mean, this is absolutely we're not worried about a gag order over here.
Right. They're not either, but we definitely aren't.
The state is done. The state has presented their case, so there's
Right.
no more gag order. You can share openly as you want. Yeah, like Stevenson is wild. I have a theory about Stevenson.
What's that?
I think that much like the Delphi scene, from what I know about the Stevenson murders, it had to have been somebody that knew them and had been in their home before. It seemed to have been somebody that knew them. Oh, Ashley, I got what you need. I'll send you my Google Drive in a minute. It seemed to be somebody that knew them and had relative access to them, like knew how to get to their place unseen. They staged the scene, is kind of like the belief, but they staged it like ritualistically, which is unusual. I mean, it's unusual to have a staged crime scene in general. And it's very unusual to have a staged crime scene with like specific like a rich, like I'm just gonna say witchy, even though that's the wrong word. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's unusual.
their signatures are unusual.
It's unusual, but it's also not like, I don't think that Delphi nor the Stevenson's murders, I don't really buy that they were committed by like some kind of sophisticated serial offender who had like a signature that was there. Like, I think that they were staged. Like, I think that more likely than not, they were like crimes committed by either like a very convenient, like a crime of opportunity, or like a family member, is what I think. I think Stevenson could have been a family member, but not a close family member.
Yeah.
I think it had to do with money. I think that maybe
they needed money and were told no or something.
Or they got themselves into a money bind and owed money, and they needed the Stevensons, because the Stevensons were very honest, law-abiding, upright, good people, very, very religious and very honest. And like, I feel as though if they were to have learned something, like they would, like, either one of the things I could envision is like, you tell the police or I will, is kind of what I think of. You know what I mean?
Right. And they had that church out of the back of their truck.
Yeah,
or
they had a trucker's chapel or something. Yep. Yeah, I have there's some weird, but much like Delphi, there's like no shortage of like possible viable very kind of concerning, disturbing POIs in that case either. And it's like, well, maybe that's just like the world we live in, and ain't that a fucking scary thought?
Well, they say at any given time, there could be up to 35 operating serial killers.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. This is actually a really funny point, and it's true. Nick will say something, it'll be talked about in live streams. The next day, he'll walk it back. He changes things. Yeah, he's literally like he puts out these press releases through like prejudicial statements in court or outbursts or motions. He'll like put shit in there because he's kind of testing them out. He wants to see how they do, like how well does this perform among the, like, is the public gonna like and buy this, or is this gonna like piss people off? Is this believable or not? Yeah, he's literally like piloting his theories through these like, ugh, God, I fucking hate that guy.
He's holding the bag for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed something.
I like the Nick and keep doing that landing.
I hate it when I notice
You're
things. So I was looking into some people, related but kind of not, into their court cases. And there's a specific trend among some of these shady individuals where Nick is representing them because he was a defense attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And he acts like he never was. Where he'll represent them up until a point,
Right.
and then he withdraws, and shortly thereafter, and these are serious offenses. I mean, they're not murder or anything, but you know, he'll represent them until a point, and then he'll be like, all right, I did what I could, I'm out. And then a little bit later, everything's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Not the charges itself, but it says that it's been reconciled. The problem I have with that, some of these people are on probation.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say this, Angela's going to know who I'm talking about. One of them had court that very day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was seeing one of our POIs. And so she ended up getting her name changed.
Mm-hmm.
And her charges are still pending because our dear friend, who also had his hand caught in the cookie jar, didn't get a chance to exonerate the charges from her record.
Mm-hmm. No, and then she kind of continued to like stack on offenses on top of it because, and she's a female. And my gosh, wasn't there some female DNA found at the crime scene? Like, these are not outlandish possibilities or theories, and just the swiftness and the ease with which the investigators completely disregarded feasible avenues of investigation is, it's just like
they're
so unserious.
They just decide that they're not going to look into this avenue because obviously they live with these people. So if there's a little hair in her hand, it had to have come from that sweatshirt that she borrowed from her.
So one of the things that I am concerned about is because anytime, you've got a homicide, a violent homicide, especially one that's involves some kind of a sexual component, i.e. both girls were undressed at some point. The fact that like there was some conflicting information about whether or not like SANE exams or they were essay kits were done, and it turns out they were, but still I'm not entirely satisfied with the explanation of the findings, right? But then the other two things that I was like, oh, well, certainly we'll learn about these questions once the autopsy is discussed and made public. I would have really have expected them to rule out the possibility that either girl was pregnant. I
Mhm.
just would have expected them to rule that out, not because they had any indication that they were, but because this is a seemingly motiveless, this is a seemingly motiveless double homicide with
Mhm.
indications that there were behaviors of the suspects trying to distance themselves from these girls. So like that just seems like a pretty obvious thing to rule out, much like you would obviously want to rule out the family first and foremost. Like, not because they're suspicious inherently, not because you suspect that the girls were in fact pregnant, but because that's a pretty, as old as time, that's a pretty common like motive for
Underage girls. It's usually
uh-huh.
a sexual assault.
Right.
And
So
we know they were, even if it was just making them unable to move because they were naked. That is still considered a sexual assault
100%. They
in some
were
aspect.
nude. At one point they were they were nude at one point, and it's horrible to think about. Yeah, that's a sexual crime. It's horrific. But okay, so they like you. Why we haven't heard that Dr. Kaur did any kind of blood test or tested for possible pregnancies in the girls. So that's
I
okay.
think they did. I thought that they did question them. I need to listen to that one again, because there's a lot of people saying that there wasn't seminal fluid inside, and I do believe that I heard there was seminal fluid
The
inside. I
explanation
wrote it down.
the explanation was not a good one, and I think that wherein like we might have expected the defense to like probe it, I think because the state is like hanging their hat on this like sexually, like, oh, it was sexually motivated. I don't think the defense even wants to touch it, because I don't think that they feel that they need to defend like.
Mhm.
But I think that either Kara or Andrea was saying like, I think even though this warrants much better and further explanation, the defense probably is like, let's not
Not at the risk of implicating our
dig
client.
in. Let's not give them anything to bolster this bullshit theory by like further suggesting that this was sexually motivated. You know what I mean? Because right now they don't have any proof that there was any SA,
Right.
and that's a big component of their the theory of their crime. So
Right.
why give them that? But not even just like SA at the time of the murders. I mean, like, was either girl pregnant?
Right. 'Cause there were rumors.
Yes, and they persist. So like
Yeah.
that just feels like something but even if there weren't rumors, like, why don't you just rule that out? They weren't like, and they've been so infantilized. Like, even the media, they show pictures of the girls from like 5 years before they were murdered.
Yeah.
Why don't you show a current photo?
Right.
I think maybe they feel like the community won't like be as. Not at
Sympathetic.
all, Veronica. You have not offended. At least I don't think you did not offended me. I love when you share your experience in here. It's very valuable, and we appreciate it.
Right.
Very much so. And I think that these are avenues that need to be looked into, at least, or should have been. But then the other thing that I would expect them to do, that I don't think we heard discussed by Dr. Kaur, was
Stomach contents.
Did they do any kind of either like thorough time of death investigation, like stomach content or whatever, but also, where's the fucking toxicology report?
Mm-hmm.
You've got 2 dead girls with no signs of defensive wounds or struggle,
Mm-hmm.
and multiple knife wound. Well, at least Libby, multiple wounds, and Abby, nothing about how she was found makes a fucking shred of sense. So like,
Where's Abby's blood?
where's her blood, and where's any evidence that like they weren't somehow incapacitated? Like, that to me makes the most sense. So like, fucking check to see like, where's the tox,
Mm-hmm. That's what I think, Cindy. Roofies. Or chloroform.
Something. And the jury actually asked a question about inhalants.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there are questions that people are hoping to.
And rumors that their bodies weren't even there. They were found, I've heard they were in the water from Weaver in that call on the radios. And then there was another one saying that they were over by Wilson Bridge by the culvert.
Yeah.
One was in the culvert and one was like closer to the water or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that other part where they said that they were found in a shack. Which
that to me just makes the most sense. They were killed not far from the crime scene, obviously, but they were murdered. They were probably at least Abby was murdered elsewhere. There's a secondary or tertiary, even like there is a secondary crime scene, but they never looked for it because whoever staged this scene did so to the satisfaction of law enforcement, so much so that they were like, nah, this will do. We don't need to keep looking for a crime scene because this one will do.
Yeah.
There's so many outbuildings and farms around and sheds and fucking grain bins. Like,
and they're
they
so
talk about how they turned,
unserious.
not a single leaf was overturned, not a single leaf left turned. And it's like, y'all didn't even fucking check the house of the guy like, what do you mean? That's just like objectively untrue. Y'all actually cut every corner imaginable.
Right. And then what else did they say? Well, we didn't test the men in the house because they lived with men. And it's like, I am not trained at all in crime scene investigation. But my God.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have watched enough Law and Order SVU, enough CSI, enough true crime stuff to know that you do all that.
Mm-hmm. Cindy is saying, have you guys ever tried maple syrup from Weaver's Sugar Bush? Is that Pat's family-owned local Delphi business, Cindy? Is that where I know that name from? It's called Weaver's Sugar Bush? Veronica, I've also heard this, and there are pictures that I have never been able to actually, like, authenticate. But, yeah.
Didn't they burn it down too?
I think that there's been like talk about a shack being burned down or torn down, but I think that what Veronica actually, I bet I have that picture. There is a Weaver's Sugar Bush. Is it Pat Clausen's Weaver's Sugar Bush? I only know of one maple syrup business in Delphi, and I only learned of it this morning when I Googled the guy that they said was on the trail cam. So,
right.
My 1 a.m. alarm to go walk the dog has gone off twice tonight. Is it cold where you are? Because I often procrastinate that when it's cold.
Chevy, I think
yeah, I have those pictures, Veronica. I'm gonna show them.
I think they took the blood. If there are any, if there are any like small amount of serious about what they displayed at the crime, they took the blood.
Yeah. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
And probably one of them dumbass horns.
Man.
And Holder's got one conveniently. Ugh.
Got one what?
He's got one of those horns. The animal horns.
These dudes are so fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Weavers blends it in their cabin. I have a photo. It looks cool. They have an older black car parked there in their photos. And Cindy is so cool. She's like, just thought about it. I just got a taste for maple syrup. Thought I'd bring up maple syrup. Why doesn't anyone ever talk about how impossible it would have been for Sarah Carbaugh to see Muddy Bloody Guy in the state, says Rick Allen. They presumably he was going his car, yet managed not to get. Oh yeah, I think that finally it's being talked about. But like, yeah, that Sarah Carbaugh did not help the state. I don't think.
Mm-mm.
That she scares me. I'm like, maybe she just ran over the bridge guy, and that's why no one's found him. He has not identified himself. Yeah, because Sarah Carbaugh killed him.
Right.
Going 40 miles per hour down 300 north, 3 feet
When-
from a pedestrian. That motherfucker's in her trunk.
Right. And she's on her way to Idaho 4 to go do that. I swear to God. After that testimony, I just was going with it. I was like, she killed everybody.
Yeah.
She literally killed it. She got super angry about effeminate eyes. Girl.
Why? Why did she think that was a weird way to describe his eyes? Feminine eyes.
Right.
Maybe she thought that was like goofy?
I don't know. Or like, I would never say something so ridiculous, but like
that's absurd.
Muddy Bloody is okay. Muddy Bloody. Like, we're not going with effeminate. That's too offensive.
Right.
For him, I guess. But you're
Right.
gonna just triple down. She said the Muddy Bloody thing like 13 times.
Make any
Like, who
sense,
says
man.
that? Who says that?
Muddy and bloody. I would like, and I might even be like inclined to say that until I like heard it aloud or heard it in my head, and then I was like, I can't say muddy and bloody. That rhymes and that sounds ridiculous. Like, think of another way to say dirty. Say dirty, muddy, or like dirty and bloody. Like muddy and
Right.
bloody is just like, it's very histrionic. It's very theatrical. It's very weird.
Right. Well, and also like it looked like he slaughtered a pig. What?
And then it turned into a slaughtered a hog, and it's like, can you just like get your story straight, man?
And then she's like, I don't even say stuff like that. And it's like, bitch, did we interview somebody completely different? Like, who are you?
Who the fuck are you? And I'd like to ask a lot of people there that. Who the fuck are you?
Who are you?
Yeah.
What did you
If
do
I
with
can't
our
find
witness?
Maybe she ran her over too. I keep
Yeah.
thinking of Chex Mix, but Muddy Buddy. It's hotter than hell in Atlanta. It was really hot here. It was like 70 here yesterday, and then I went to take Boone out earlier in the stream. It was like fucking 45 degrees. What the fuck happened? Yeah.
Their language about the case too.
Who's just in general?
Just the little things like unseasonably warm.
So this individual that was spotted on the webcam twice, I'm being told now, right? So twice he was seen on the webcam. Has he since deleted his Facebook since this morning? Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, I can't say that I would blame him because his name has been published, but that to me would be quite... No, here it is. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, wait. Get the heck out of here. Was his wife in here?
Was his wife in what?
In her chat. I think that I totally...
Oh no.
Was there a Connie in here? Is Connie still in here?
There
That
was.
is so funny.
Did I drop her?
No.
And look at Ashley. Ashley, I didn't do it.
Not the wife trash. She's like, no, I'm not Ashley from 4th grade. I'm definitely
You're
not Connie.
not.
No.
You're not doing that to me.
Wasn't there a Connie Clausen in here? Connie, are you in here, Connie? Wasn't there a Connie Clausen in the chat that was like we were like doing the show with not too long ago?
Did you try to add her?
No, she was like in here under her name. And then she came back under another name. And I was like, are you friend or foe? And she's like, no, I just use a different name because of, wasn't that Connie Clausen?
I might have blocked her. I blocked somebody
No,
earlier.
but I don't think she was trolling.
Check your block list, because I did go through and block quite a few tonight because they popped in like, are you
Pretty sure
gonna
Pat's wife was in the
accept
chat.
this? Oh god, everybody's in the
That's
shack
so
now.
interesting. No, Veronica, you didn't get me in trouble. When have you got me in trouble before? You can't get me in trouble. I do that plenty well.
We do, yeah. We do really
Yeah,
good
there's
with
nothing
that.
you could probably say or do to get me in trouble. I just am pretty sure that Connie Clausen was somebody in here chatting with us, and she's lovely. She's lovely. I'm not saying that there's anything weird about it, but I'm pretty sure that.
Wait, look at this. Melly Mel.
Which one?
Bev said she got off the stand to show how he walks. Laugh out loud. She was too much. Okay, that's it. Arrest her. I'm done.
That's very, yeah, that would make me super uncomfortable. They're watching for Infosys. I'm pretty sure that there was a Connie Clausen in here, which is fine.
Right.
We welcome everybody.
Right.
And at no point do we want anybody to feel, it's pretty bold though to come in over here. I think that my thumbnail was about the guy on the webcam, wasn't it?
Oh, shit.
You go in here, pop in and see what's going on. See if they're gonna try and accuse my mans of some bullshit. I'm like,
right.
come in under a different name, right? Be a little discreet. Interesting.
Some people don't realize it. Like,
Indy Cindy is now gonna send me on these. You're making too much sense. Whether it was a John Weaver, just had a citizen stop by our area. Say the girls were found in the water. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he was like, we have no confirmation. He said it was a John Weaver that told him that.
Yep.
Oh my god. This is like a whatever that optical illusion of the never ending staircase is, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep. Yep.
That's this case.
It's the look at this photograph and the guy's in the photograph holding a photograph.
It's like a funhouse mirror that never ends, except it's not too much fucking fun. It was a lot more fun before they tried to actually kill a man to solve it.
God.
But
that was so depressing. And I didn't even honest to God, just listening to her describe their reaction to it was enough for me to picture what was going on.
So Ashley, yeah, so we were right. So there was a Connie Clausen. I think Connie Clausen. The only thing I'm not sure about is if it was Connie something else with a C. I'm pretty sure that it was Connie Clausen. Was in here earlier and she came back and she said, it's me. I had to change my name to Jack Kelly. It's me, Connie. Okay.
So I wonder if she was being harassed.
Probably. And I don't want to contribute to that. Is also something that I'm working this out in real time, realizing that I'm really not trying to dox or
no.
I want her to feel welcome here. I don't.
Absolutely. Everyone should.
But that kind of just caught my attention because as I pulled up Pat's Facebook, which is still, it's like married Connie Clausen. Wait a damn minute. Damn minute, right under my nose. Yeah. Anyway, Connie, if you're in here, I hope you're not being harassed. We don't want that.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. It's one of the things I was like, where have I seen that name before?
Right.
Anyway, shit's wild, man. Shit's weird.
It is. I'm getting sleepy.
I'm really tired. You want to do an Irish goodbye?
Yeah.
Okay, I love you guys. I love you. I hope you feel better. You feeling better physically?
A little bit, but I just got an itch in my throat.
I jinxed you like I jinxed Max Lewis earlier. Thinking that he was oh yeah, actually, okay, hold on. Let me pull it up right now.
Oh yeah.
Carroll County research. I probably have a better one, but this will get you started. This is more than enough to like occupy any rabbit holes. Let's see, Carroll.
Thanks for doing the trauma with us, guys.
Yeah, I hope that everybody's okay and that you do some self-care and appreciate y'all.
Hug your loved ones. Oh God, we're setting clocks back. Oh, I like that.
Are we?
Never mind.
Wait,
Yep.
no, fall behind. We get an extra
Yep.
hour of sleep.
We're falling back, baby.
You scared me. Woman, if you wanna Irish goodbye, you can. I won't take it personally. I just want to find this link so that I can get.
Okay.
Otherwise,
All
it'll
right,
be out of my
guys.
hands forever.
Yeah, you guys have a lovely night. Take care of yourselves, okay?
Bye, friend.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God, it's 1:13 again. Mine just changed, y'all. I'm glad we went through that together. I'm gonna remove myself. I'm not gonna end the live because I'm gonna drop this link in the comment here, the chat here in a second. Ashley, like 30 seconds. Look for it. But it was good to talk to y'all. I love you. Talk to you soon. Bye.